I'm gonna do this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Phillips. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Ready to do another Tuesday?
Yes, I am.
Oh my goodness. Good morning, everyone. So good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the Tuesday, February 8th Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, Askew, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections to the closed session agenda?
There are none today, Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, we will see if there's any member of the public and our giant crowd out here who wishes to make comment. Seeing none, and is there anyone online who wishes to make comment on the closed session agenda?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you very much. So now we will recess for closed session and we will resume at 10:30 this morning. Thank you so much.
Hello, Supervisor Alejo. I see your hand is raised. I tried promoting you to a panelist. You have to accept. Thank you. Phone number ending in 2160. You have your hand raised. You have a question? Phone number ending in 2160. Do you have a question? Phone number ending in 833. You have your hand raised. Do you have a question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we could
Hello?
hear you. Yes.
Hi, so I'm just a little confused because I've not joined this way before. And there's long periods of time where I'm hearing nothing at all. Is everything okay?
Yeah, the meeting is not in session at the moment. Are you joining as a member of the public, or are you going to be presenting?
I did want to present
Okay, what item are you presenting on?
the noise ordinance,
Okay, your name?
Marla Anderson.
Okay, give me a second. Let me review our emails, and if you are listed to talk, I will promote you as a panelist. Give me a second.
A lot of materials up here today. Are we all here? Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey meeting for February 8, 2022, going back in time. Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present, with Director Adams appearing in person and Directors Alejo, Askew, Lopez, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you. If anyone wishes to attend our Zoom webinar, the number is 224-397-747. Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
Thank you. And if I could please ask Maria Avila, our Spanish interpreter, to make an announcement.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María y estoy para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. And in recognition of February being Heart Health Month, I've invited Dr. Richard Gray to lead us in the pledge today. Dr. Gray is the medical director of the Tyler Heart Institute at Community Hospital of Monterey Peninsula and a state advocacy committee member of the American Heart Association of California. He's also a Carmel Valley resident. Dr. Gray has personally seen the impact of tobacco use on the health of Californians and the alarming increase in children's use and access to tobacco products. Dr. Gray, are you with us? Do we see Dr. Gray as a panelist?
I don't see him on, Chair.
Maybe as an attendee and need to be transferred over?
I don't see his phone number that was also given if he couldn't.
He's there on the attendee side under DR Richard Gray.
Thank you, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just promoted him. There he goes.
Okay. Dr. Gray, I believe that you are now connected, and if you'd like to unmute yourself, and we're ready to have you lead us in the pledge. And you still need to unmute yourself. Doesn't, here we go.
Hello, Mary.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Gray, thank you. We're here to have you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello.
Yes, we are here to have you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of Heart Health Month.
Thanks, Mary, and good morning to everybody. Thanks for the introduction, and I think that's very much appropriate here. I've been involved with the American Heart Association for longer than I can remember, back to the late 70s. And so I'm very, very glad to have one little teeny tiny part here in the meeting where I think we're going to be discussing some very, very important topics dear to my heart and dear to all of our health issues. Today, I represent the American Heart Association, which is an organization that supports communities, research, and public policy to help Americans lead healthier lives free of cardiovascular disease and stroke. So both heart disease and stroke are on the list. So if I may, the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gray. We'll let you get back to your patients now.
Thank you very much.
And now I am going to take a look at the consent calendar for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Were there any additions and corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent. Thank you. And is
Askew
there-
moves approval.
Thank you. I think we had Askew is a second, and who was the primary? Supervisor Askew moved the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Supervisor Lejo seconds it. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Director Alejo.
Aye.
Director Phillips.
Aye.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Director Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, and we will call to order joint meetings of certain boards of supervisors standing committees. Madam Chair, could you please do a roll call vote?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, Askew, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And we will, are there any corrections and additions?
There are none.
Thank you. Then we have one scheduled item today, which is considering the finding pursuant to AB 361 in order for the Board of Supervisors Standing Committees to continue meeting remotely. I will believe we have a presentation by our County Counsel, Les Gerard.
No need for a presentation, Chair. I think the board has made the findings before and knows what the findings need to be. So motion.
Lopez moves staff recommendation.
Second.
Phillips, second.
Thank you. So we have Lopez, and I think that was Phillips. So we will ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisor standing committees and open the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors. Can we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, Askew, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you very much. We have one scheduled matter, again pursuant to AB 361. County Counsel?
Would be the same motion as the previous item, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve this?
Lopez so moves.
Thank you. Second?
Phillips, second.
Thank you. We have Lopez and Phillips. Could we please call for the roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. And just a point of order, I think we need to be doing public comment on these. So
I know you're absolutely
just-
right.
I know we're rolling through them, but I'm an aye.
Thank you very much. So are they going to smack my hand, or do we need to go back and ask all the public? If anybody wants to
that's
talk
my
about
fault.
anything from any of those other agendas, please say now. Seeing no hands
apologize,
raised
Chair.
and
I
no
should have
public
caught
racing forward, we'll just move forward with it. Then, thank you very much.
And
So
Chair
we've had a roll
Supervisor
call vote.
Adams.
And now I can adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors, and with an appropriate amount of flair, open the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 8th, 2022. Could you please call the roll?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Askew, Lopez, Phillips, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. And our first item on the agenda is ceremonial resolutions. And I am very happy to say that we have someone wonderful who is with us today, who is going to be given a resolution, and that is Mr. Mo Amar. And Mr. Amar is standing front and center, just ready for this, always appreciative of your being here. I'll just give you a couple of whereases and then come down and join you at the podium. Whereas Mo Amar first came to Pacific Grove on his honeymoon. Later, he returned and raised his family in Pacific Grove since 1986. Mr. Amar has faithfully served the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce for 29 years as president, community volunteer, and advocate for Pacific Grove businesses. And Mo Amar has provided guidance, leadership, and financial stewardship, which helped build a strong and vibrant Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Amar's dedication and enthusiasm for the community has been lasting and without parallel. He was awarded the Key to PG by the Pacific Grove City Council in 2000. Mr. Amar has a rich history of experience in the hospitality industry, both internationally from Dubai to Damascus and locally from the Sheraton to the Doubletree. He has brought hospitality, he has taught hospitality at MPC for more than 17 years. He has been instrumental in the formation of many wonderful events in Pacific Grove, including the Good Old Days, the Pacific Grove Car Auction, and many, many parades. Mr. Amo has made numerous contributions to the community and city government over the years, including forming the Business Improvement District and the Hospitality Improvement District, establishing the Tourist Information Center, attracting new businesses to Pacific Grove. He served on the Economic Development Committee for 27 years and has built better relations between residents and the business community as no one else has in the past. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, hereby acknowledge Mo Amar on his well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Amar. I'll be right down to see you.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this resolution. I really appreciate it. It's been a privilege and an honor to serve the people of Monterey County. And I couldn't think of a better place to live, raise my family, or work. I'd like to thank all the supervisors for this resolution. I'd also like to thank Pacific Grove Council member Jenny McAdams for this recommendation. And lastly, I would like to introduce my right hand, who's been with me for a very, very long time, and that is Peter Montier. Peter's been at the chamber forever. Thank you, Peter, for everything, and I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for your service.
And before you step away, I think there's some other board members who may want to make a few comments. I see Supervisor Lopez has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some thanks to Mo. Over the last couple of years, you and I have had the opportunity to spend a lot more time together, and I've learned a lot about your passion for community, your passion on some very sharp issues, and you never wavered. You always fought for what you believed in, and I know that you won't be far from us, even in retirement. And so I want to just thank you for your commitment to our community, especially over the last 2 years through the crazy pandemic. You always showed up and made sure to carry great information in both directions to make sure that the conversation continued, to make sure that the business community in Pacific Grove was as plugged in as they could be. And I think because of your efforts, several businesses were able to weather the pandemic. So thank you for your efforts and thank you for your partnership, Mo. I really appreciate you and proud to call you a friend.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, and Mr. Meyer, I'd just like to comment also. You are the face of Pacific Grove Chamber and the businesses there, and all the and the community. I think everybody recognizes that. It'll be really hard to fill your shoes, no doubt. But certainly our thanks from all the members of the county, and we've the stuff we've worked together on it. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Officer McKee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're here.
So much.
One more. Get the flags, Peter. Here we go.
Want to hold the resolution up? There we go. You have been so gracious to me.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Um, what is it? So let me just check to see if there's anyone who wishes to make comment on Moamar's resolution.
Well, did we ever vote on the resolution, Madam Chair?
You know, I'm falling apart here, aren't I? No, I don't even think we voted. And look, he's already left the chambers. I think we ought to make him come back. Let's go through and make a, we'll vote on the resolution. May I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Don't forget public comment, Chair.
That's where I was.
Lopez
That's
will
where I
move the
was.
resolutions.
Thank you.
Phillips second.
Thank you. Now, is there any member of the public who would like to comment on Mr. Amar's resolution? Mr. Pacific Grove. I see no hands raised. And Leslie, it looks like your hand is raised. Do you wish to speak to this item? There we go. Leslie, are you there? And do you wish to speak to this item? I see your hand is raised. I'll give you one last chance to unmute yourself and speak if you want, or else you can lower your hand. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we'll have a roll call vote on the resolution.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And thank you to Moamar for his years of service to Pacific Grove. Now moving on to the appointments. We have 3 appointments today. Is there anyone who would like to approve the appointments? Is there any member? actually,
Lopez
let's
will
call
move
for-
appointments.
Askew second.
Thank you, but I will also ask to see if the board has any comments on the appointments, or any member of the public who wishes to make a comment on the appointments. Seeing none and hearing none, please do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And now moving forward, we come to the consent calendar. Is there any member of the board that would like to pull anything on the consent calendar today?
Chair Adams, I'd like to pull item number 27 for a separate vote, please.
Thank you very much. So that's 27 by Askew. Is there any other, any member of the board that wants to pull or comment on any other items on the consent calendar today? Hearing none, is there any member of the public that would like to pull anything on the consent calendar for today? Thank you very much. Okay. Then I think what we will do is take a motion to approve the consent calendar other than item number 27.
So moved.
Thank you. That's
Lopez seconds.
Alejo and Lopez. Could you please do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Aye. Okay. So item number 27, Supervisor.
Madam Chair, I was also going to pull number 27 too, since I didn't have to, since Supervisor Askew pulled it. So thank you.
Would you like to make comment on item number 27?
I'll wait until Supervisor Askew makes her comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we also have public comment that we will take as well. Supervisor Askew, would you like to make any comments on item 27?
I would actually, thank you. And actually what I have is a question for the health department in regards to the modified risk tobacco products. And I think that we didn't quite have the full opportunity to get a staff report on what modified risk tobacco products were and how they were classified and what that means in our conversation last time about this particular ordinance. So I did just want to make sure that we were all clear about what a modified risk tobacco product was, since that has been included in the proposed ordinance.
Would you
And
like
is-
me to go ahead now, or shall I wait? now.
You can go ahead and go now, and then we'll go out for public comment.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Askew, Chair. So a modified risk tobacco product is also referred to as a heated tobacco product. And these products heat processed tobacco leaf, allowing users to inhale nicotine into their lungs. So they have two different names. We know that there are currently 14 products on the modified risk list, and 3 of them are flavored tobacco products. I can tell you a few statistics about them. I can tell you that they were legalized for sale. So, or let me rephrase that, they were permitted for sale in 2019 by the FDA. So at that point, they've been on the market now a little over 2 years. And a couple of things that I think are important here is that in 2019, they were approved. And in 2020, they were already, they being the National Youth Tobacco Survey and the California Youth Tobacco Survey, were already realizing that our youth were using these products. So in 2020, 1.4% of US middle and high school students had said they had used these products in the past 30 days. So keep in mind that that was about a year since they had been allowed on the market. The youth were already using them. And then in California, they did a similar study and found that within a year, 8.9% of over 150,000 students who had been surveyed, 8.9 of them had already heard of these products, and about a third of the youth had already started experimenting and using these products. So I think it's important to understand, yes, the FDA has approved modified risk tobacco products. They're already available, and young people are already aware of them, and young people are already using them. The FDA does understand that these products can be, shall we say, marketed with a claim that that the user will have less exposure when compared to regular tobacco products, meaning a traditional cigarette. So any kind of marketing of this is comparing to a traditional cigarette, meaning, yes, compared to all of the chemicals and all of the emissions that come out of a traditional cigarette, they deem them to have less of those. That does not deem them safer. The FDA says that doesn't mean that they're safer. It just means compared to a traditional cigarette. Also keep in mind, there isn't a lot of information out. These are new products, so we don't know what that means down the road. I think we'll start to learn more information as more studies come out regarding these products. So I just want to say that companies may not claim using modified risk tobacco products reduce the risk of disease, nor do they, the FDA endorse or approve the products. So that would be my definition. That would be some current information on it. Supervisor Askew, does that answer your question?
I feel like we didn't really have the complete presentation on what modified risk tobacco products were when the decision was made to move forward with the amendment to this ordinance, and everything that I've been able to read about since then about modified risk tobacco products. It really is a marketing designation more than it is anything else. And so for us to amend an ordinance based on a marketing designation really doesn't appear to me to serve the best interests of our children or our community. And additionally, I just want to comment that I've also been made aware that if Monterey County were to put this ordinance in place with this exception, we would be potentially setting the groundwork for other communities to follow. We would be the first with this exemption, and it would lay the groundwork for tobacco companies to continue adding modified risk tobacco advertising exemptions, which would then allow them to remain with an entryway into the market for communities that really are trying to do the right thing and limit access to dangerous products. So thank you for that, Michelle. Appreciate the additional information.
Thank
very
you,
much.
Supervisor Askew. We actually believe that this is Big Tobacco's attempt to undermine government regulation by utilizing them as harm reduction. And we think that's a strategy for reframing the issue, which is tobacco is tobacco. Smoke is tobacco.
Thank you. And I guess I'll just also say that I'm not able to support the ordinance with this amended language in it. I'm really disappointed that we weren't able to move forward with the ordinance as it was originally proposed. But I won't be supporting the amended language that's being proposed today that allows for the exceptions for MRTPs.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Phillips, you had said that you'd like to speak after Supervisor Askew. Would you prefer to speak now or after Supervisor Alejo, whose hand is raised as well?
No, I speak now. I have a similar concern, although I supported the ordinance as is, but I looked into it more. I don't want to appear to be the wishy-washy judge that can't make a decision, but I talked to the Heart Association after that. I think I may have more information now, but I also received a letter from the mayor, I guess we all did, the mayor of Pacific Grove, the mayor of Monterey. Is this ordinance consistent or inconsistent with what Pacific Grove and some other ones have done? Do they have the risk, the modified risk tobacco products in their ordinance, or are we inconsistent with them?
Michelle, are you able to answer that question?
I am. Thank you. So, sorry, pardon me. So Supervisor Phillips, thank you for the question. The ordinance currently set before us in Pacific Grove does not include any exemption in their flavored. So the flavored tobacco ordinance that was put forth, I think, in Pacific Grove about 2 years ago now, right before the shelter-in-place order, has no exemption. Supervisor Phillips, I think it's also important to understand that there are no current flavor ban ordinances within California that have this exemption for modified risk. And we are currently reviewing to see if we don't believe anyone else in the United States even has such an ordinance with modified risk.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I too, Madam Chair, I won't be able to support the ordinance as drafted with this exception in the middle of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo, and then Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I wanted to just address these points because I also met with the American Heart Association and Lung Association yesterday, and they made clear, and I don't think we're picking up on the nuances here. They're not adverse to having an exemption for modified tobacco products. The issue of concern that they have, that they pointed out yesterday, is the flavored. And as Michelle pointed out, there's 14 approved products, 3 are flavored. And I think they're not the flavors that we're seeing happening in other vaping products or single-use products where they're bubble gum and cherry and all these other flavors. The only ones that are used in these products is mint and menthol. And so they didn't want to have a precedent where even among the modified risk tobacco products that we're allowing for flavored products to be used. So that is an option for this board to consider, whether within the modified risk products, whether it wanted to just prohibit the sale of the flavored products among that category. That's what was an incoming call. So, and then I think it wasn't totally explained accurately on these products, and I don't want to belabor the point, as I know where my colleagues are going on this, but these products, the FDA, when they approve these products, and the reason why there isn't many ordinances that address this is because these are relatively new. The first products were approved in 2019, and then the pandemic hit a few months after that. But when these products were reviewed, they're not done overnight. From what, this is a new, something new for me as well. But when I did the research, some of these products, the applications were submitted in 2015, and it took 4 years to review these, and not all of them got approved. When the FDA made the first approvals, they said their scientific experts examined these applications to ensure that tobacco products meet the public health standards in the law. And this was FDA Commissioner Ned Sharpless, an MD. It goes, in addition to stringent restrictions to limit access and exposure to advertising, this time-limited authorization comes with a number of post-market requirements that will allow us to keep a close watch on the marketplace. Should any information lead us to determine that the marketing of these products as posing less risk no longer benefits the health of the population as a whole, the agency would consider withdrawing this authorization. So knowing where my colleagues are going, I submitted this, not because anybody asked me to, not because any local advocacy asked me to, not because an outside group asked me to. As a locally elected official, I think my record in terms of regulating and restricting tobacco use is probably stronger than any other locally elected official on the Central Coast. When I was mayor of Watsonville in 2010, I authored the resolution that banned smoking from our city garages and our parking lots. And that was on top of a previous ban to ban smoking from all of our city parks. As a supervisor, I authored the resolution to ban smoking from all our parks. And that was approved. It took 2 years, but it eventually got through staff to get to a vote by this board. And this is my third ordinance to now restrict smoking that targets our youth in our community. But knowing where my colleagues are, I'm going to support this because that was the intent all along. I thought staff went beyond the original scope of the referral. That's where the disagreement was. But nonetheless, I think it's worth supporting and keeping this moving forward. No other, not even City of Monterey, has even approved a ban. The only city who has done so within our county is Pacific Grove. Our county would be the second local government to do this. And so with the intent to restrict sales that target our youth, I would support this ordinance, even without the exemption that we discussed last time, knowing where Supervisor Phillips has now gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Madam Chair, first a question and a comment. So the question would be to council. We're looking at an ordinance, but now has to be amended based on majority again. So we're not voting on this. It would come back in March. Is that correct?
So the board has 4 options with respect to the ordinance in front of you today. The ordinance was introduced, and so today is set for adoption. You cannot make changes today and adopt. Excuse me, take this off. You cannot make changes today and adopt. So your 4 options are adopt the ordinance as is today, adopt the ordinance as is today, but direct staff to return either at a special meeting or the next regular meeting with an amendment that removes the exception that was included last time. Not vote today, but direct staff to come back with a revised ordinance. That will take 2 readings, an introduction and adoption. The 4th option is to continue the item for further discussion. And if I might share my screen just to be clear, the language that was added last time is what is highlighted in yellow. Now, what the impact of taking this out would be to allow the modified risk products that are not flavored, because they are a tobacco product, which can be sold under the current ordinance or the ordinance that would be amended. But what would be prohibited is selling the modified tobacco products that are flavored. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, Chair.
Thank you.
Does that
Madam.
Does that answer your
That
question?
does answer my
Okay,
question
thank
about
you.
today, and I actually like that. So here's where I'm sitting today. I'm more confused today than I was over the last 2 weeks. I had some great continued conversations with members of my community. Again, I'm prioritizing the voices that are coming from within my community. I did hear again from the folks who said, hey, this was, part of what helped me get off. I also heard from a group from on the other side who said our bigger concern is just flat out creating access at any point. All tobacco should be banned. So we had a great conversations. But I think what I just heard from staff saying that it is still burned products is not what I've read online in my research. And so I'm confused about what we're talking about again, because I heard staff just say we are talking about heated products. But what I saw on the list were products that looked like tobacco dip, right? So there's different, I'm seeing different things and I'm confused because we're hearing that it's one thing when I'm reading it's another. I'm not comfortable today based on the fact that I'm still getting conflicting information from my research, from staff, and I'm hearing strong opinions with really mixed sort of base content. And so right now I'm really uncomfortable moving forward in my conversations with community back and forth. They said ask for more time. We would love to learn more. So I think if we're moving forward with going back to the original resolution, that would give me at least 3 weeks to have those additional conversations, do my research, and I would be comfortable putting it off to then with the direction to come back with the original ordinance to give me time to do that research. And that's where I am today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And what I'd like to do now is go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that would like to make comment before we come back to the board for motion. So can you tell me if there's anyone in the, I see no one in the audience with their hands raised. Is there anyone online that you can see with the hand raised?
Yes, Chair, there are 7 members in Zoom that would like to make comments.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and start with that? And because we do have, we will allow 1 minute, 30 seconds today for your comments, and I look forward to hearing from you. So we will start with, let me just see, the first person I believe is, first is Alex Winston from Pave, California.
Good morning, board. My name is Alex Winston. I'm with Parents Against Vaping, a national grassroots organization founded by parents in response to the youth vaping epidemic. The discussion at the beginning of this meeting was welcoming and encompassed the great concerns regarding the exemption for these so-called modified risk products. Exempting modified risk tobacco products creates a loophole to continue the sale of menthol, tobacco, and e-cigarettes in Monterey County. 40% of teens that vape use a menthol flavor. This percentage does not even include minty flavors that are labeled as ice. As we know, the tobacco industry historically touted e-cigarettes as harm reduction and harmless water vapor, which turned out to be untrue. Modified risk is only a marketing authorization by the FDA to claim products as less harmful, despite still being harmful. The Surgeon General's report clearly states there is no safe level of nicotine or exposure to tobacco smoke. Menthol is particularly relevant for protecting kids because the tobacco industry historically markets menthol cigarettes to communities of color and specifically to African Americans, creating generational nicotine addiction. This exemption for modified risk tobacco products is not included in any tobacco retail license ordinance in California and sets a very dangerous precedent for the future generations and other ordinances in Monterey County.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Winston. Next, we'll go to Alexa Warman.
Hi. Hi, thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Alexa Warman with the American Heart Association. Let me be clear, we do not support the exemption for modified risk tobacco products. So-called modified risk products present a real danger that kids and adults will believe these products present a lower health risk when this is simply not true. Even the FDA acknowledges that tobacco companies failed to show these products present a reduced risk of tobacco-related disease. In fact, in communities where MRTPs have been marketed, we see the tobacco industry using the same predatory tactics to target kids. But most concerningly, an exemption for these products leaves menthol flavored products on the shelves. Big Tobacco uses menthol to hook youth and communities of color. Today, nearly 2/3 of high school students who use e-cigarettes use mint or menthol. And after decades of industry targeting, nearly 90% of African-American smokers and 45% of Latino smokers use menthol products. Don't let Monterey County set a dangerous precedent by being the first community to exempt these harmful MRTPs. We urge you to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products without exemptions. This is the best way to protect Monterey County from the predatory practices of big tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. And next we have the American Cancer Society Grassroots Manager. I think that might be Jen.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Jen Gramlahano. I'm with the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I'm the Government Relations Director for Northern California. And like Alexa, I want to be clear that we do not support any exemption for modified risk tobacco products. So we oppose the ordinance as amended at the January 25th meeting to exempt these products and urge the board to return to the original writing of the ordinance that ends the sale of all flavored tobacco products with no exemptions. American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, with its tobacco control partners, has opposed the existing modified risk marketing orders. The applications to date have been insufficient in proving that the products as used by consumers would lead to a reduction in risk. In addition, all the applications have lacked any information on the impact on youth, which is required under the law. In addition, local and state governments should not exempt products that have received a marketing order for a modified risk claim from their tobacco control laws, nor tax them at lower rates than cigarettes and other tobacco products. These are not FDA approved for smoking cessation, and Monterey County would be the first to exempt these products anywhere that we are aware of. This list also includes menthol cigarettes and other menthol products. And we know that menthol masks the harsh taste of tobacco, making it easier for people to start and harder to quit. For this reason, we oppose the existing ordinance and urge a return to the original with no exemptions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dorian Furman and then Dr. Philip Gardner. Dorian?
Yes. Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm one of the co-founders of Parents Against Vaping E-Cigarettes, a national grassroots advocacy and education organization founded by moms. And we're asking you today to protect the kids of Monterey County. Please revert to the original bill and end the sale of all flavored e-cigarettes and other flavored tobacco products, including flavored modified risk tobacco products. Exempting modified risk tobacco products from the ordinance creates a dangerous loophole to continue the sale of menthol tobacco in Monterey County. Modified risk is only a marketing authorization. It does not mean that the product is safe or without harm. An exemption for modified risk tobacco products is not included in any tobacco retail license ordinance in the state of California. The kids of Monterey County deserve the chance to grow up healthy and not be targets of the tobacco industry. Historically, the tobacco industry has targeted kids and communities of color. The African-American community has long been targeted with menthol cigarettes, creating generational nicotine addiction and dramatic racial health disparities. 40% of teens who vape use menthol flavor. Kids take the path of least resistance and will migrate to whatever flavored tobacco product is left on the market. Therefore, it is essential that Monterey County revert back to the original bill and establish a rock-solid ordinance to end the sale of all flavored tobacco products and not allow any loopholes. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Dorian, Ms. Furman. And now we have Philip Gardner. And if you can unmute yourself.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Philip Gardner. I had the pleasure of sending you a letter last week on this subject, punchline being that we should remove all flavors and all products at all locations and give our kids a chance in this arena. The discussion that we're having today about modified risk products, I just want to read what I put in the letter. The proposed exemptions of the FDA-approved modified risk projects is not the way forward for Monterey County. Scientists at the University of California, San Francisco submitted evidence that shows that the FDA did not demonstrate reduction in long-term disease risk, and that IQOS aerosol emits toxins that are carcinogenic and genotoxic, potential some higher levels than conventional cigarettes. This is actually published data. Look, the punchline here is that menthol in cigarettes makes the poison go down easier. Monterey County should join its sister cities, its sister counties around the country in taking this up. Bottom line, lives are at stake. You can do something about it. No exemptions, no exemptions at this time. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your comments, Dr. Gardner. And now we have Ann Wheelis.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I am Ann Wheelis. I'm a 50-year resident of the county, and I am a member of the California State Advocacy Committee of the American Heart Association. I have worked on tobacco use prevention education in Monterey County for over 30 years. Our county deserves a policy that protects residents from all flavored tobacco products. An exemption for so-called modified risk products would be very harmful to our residents, especially our youth. These products are not FDA-approved smoking cessation devices. In fact, the FDA states that the overall health risk of using these products is similar to regular cigarettes. The proposed exemption would also leave mint and menthol-flavored products on our shelves. The industry targets our youth, communities of color, and the LGBTQ community with menthol products that make it easier to start and harder to quit. We need to protect our youth from all flavored tobacco products. We should not allow the tobacco industry to use our youth as guinea pigs in a marketing experiment for MRTP devices. I urge you to remove the MRTP exemption and pass a comprehensive ordinance that ends the sale of all flavored tobacco products. Let's not be the county that opens the door to youth using MRTP products. Thank you for your time and concern.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. And next we have Brian McCarthy.
Good morning, members of the board through the chair. The exemption of modified risk tobacco products is simply a marketing scheme that allows the industry to continue to target young people. I'd like to point out that the FDA themselves recommend the following statement to be labeled on any modified risk products. Quote, nicotine is addictive. Less nicotine does not mean safer. All cigarettes can cause disease and death, end quote. In fact, it is not the nicotine that attracts youth, it is the flavors. It is the nicotine that keeps them. It is possible modified risk products only encourage newly addicted youth to purchase more products to achieve the same nicotine level. This is not Nicorette. This is not a smoking cessation device. Cessation claims, including the product can help a person quit using tobacco, are medical claims that must be approved by the FDA as a medical drug or device. Tobacco products cannot make cessation claims. The modified risk orders do not allow a company to market these products with therapeutic or cessation claims. So sadly, with this provision, the tobacco industry will continue to attract new youth customers. Please come back and do the right thing for our youth and approve the ordinance without modified risk exemptions that prohibit all flavored tobacco products. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy, for your comments. Next, we have Sheila Fawn.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Sheila Fan and I represent Breathe California, an organization that has been tirelessly fighting lung diseases in all of its forms since 1911. Breathe California thanks the board for bringing this issue of flavored tobacco use to light in the time that we are fighting with all that we have to end the COVID-19 pandemic. To continue with the board's mission of bringing forth a healthy Monterey County, the board needs to put into consideration and put the health of Monterey County residents and future generations before the tobacco industry by ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products without any exemptions. We have heard the story before of these so-called modified risk tobacco products. That's how vapes were originally marketed. Now we see a generation of youth and young adults who are not expected to be addicted to nicotine and tobacco become dependent on the substance that is eventually killing them. This exemption of modified risk tobacco products is a gateway for the tobacco industry to take advantage of. Let's not make Monterey County be the first to exempt modified risk tobacco products, as we see that this exemption would spread like wildfire. We do not support the ordinance as written, and we urge you to pass an ordinance that ends the sale of all flavored tobacco products without any exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Fan. I don't see any other hands raised. There are a few people who are listening by phone, but I do not see any additional hands raised. So bringing it back to our board, I just want to thank the committee members, especially community members, especially parents who have written to the Board of Supervisors in strong support of a full ban on all flavored tobacco products in Monterey County. There's simply no assurance that modified risk tobacco products will reduce the likelihood of children becoming addicted to tobacco. That's all there is to it. In fact, more than 81% of children who have used tobacco started with a flavored product. As we've heard from a number of people today, the tobacco industry is key at finding loopholes and stalling efforts to protect our community, especially children and people of color. I asked my colleagues to come together today in strong support of protecting our kids and our community of color who are targeted by the tobacco industry. By passing this ordinance with a full ban on all flavored tobacco products, we're putting our stake in the ground of the kind of county that we are that chooses to protect our children and our residents from the issues surrounding tobacco use. Any other action allows too much risk and too much harm for public health. So with that, in consult with my county council over here, I'd like to make a motion. And I'm going to make a motion to adopt the ordinance as is, with direction to staff to prepare an amendment to the ordinance to prohibit the sale of modified risk tobacco products and set a special meeting on February 15th at 1 p.m. for introduction of the amended ordinance, followed by the reading, followed by our next meeting on March 1 for adoption of the ordinance. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second. Sorry, yes. Okay, I've got to stop my laughing.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question and a quick comment. I was reminded by my assistant Kelly Donlin that ordinances can only be adopted at regular meetings. So I'm glad to hear the motion includes adoption at the next regular meeting on March 1st. But your motion was to ban the sale of any modified risk tobacco products. Did you mean flavored modified risk tobacco?
No, I mean all modified risk tobacco products.
Modified risk tobacco product is a tobacco product and would be allowed for sale under the ordinance as it is currently drafted, because the ordinance allows the sale of tobacco products. So modified risk tobacco products, flavored or unflavored, are still tobacco products. So removing the amendment that was made at introduction would prohibit the sale of the flavored modified risk tobacco products, but would allow the sale of unflavored modified risk tobacco products. So if you want to ban modified risk tobacco products, that would include more than just removal of the language that was added last time. So I just want to be clear on what your intent is.
So hearing from the public as we did, I believe that the public was telling us, those from the Cancer Society and the Heart Association and the Lung Association, that modified risk tobacco products as a whole is what is of concern to the public. So my belief is that as a strong county, we should be able to put that in our ordinance.
Thank you for that clarification.
So we have a
Chair, I would
motion
offer
and
a
a second.
substitute motion to return at the March 1st meeting with the original language that was proposed at the last meeting for consideration by this board.
And,
Go ahead.
And I would second that, only because I should have asked for more time when this came up the last time to look into it more than getting kind of pushed into voting on it. And I think now we're kind of, with pulling this off a consent agenda, I respect Supervisors Lopez's determination to look into it a little bit more, like I should have and have done in the last couple of weeks. So I would support the substitute motion.
So I see we have 3 hands raised. Supervisor Askew, your hand is raised. Legacy. And Supervisor Lopez, is your hand okay?
Legacy as well.
Thank you. And Alejo.
Yeah, I'll be supportive of the motion as well. That was the intent. I thought that's what we were going back to. But I did want to just clarify something that Michelle House pointed out, and she referred to all the modified products as burn products. That's not accurate, as I think Supervisor Lopez found in his research. Most of them are smokeless products. So I just wanted to be clear that when we say some things, that we give accurate information to the public on what these products are. Out of the 14, I think most of them are smokeless products.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Michelle House, if you're still with us.
Yes.
And if you'd like to make some comments.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Alejo, you're correct. I was giving a definition of the products that are the tobacco flavored, that were what we said about burn. You are correct. Of the 14, there are quite a few that are called snus, which are little tiny pouches of tobacco that you put in your mouth. So those are smokeless tobacco products. Some of those are flavored. And the product that I gave the definitions of, the modified risk tobacco product, is, so whether it's snus or it's the burn, it's tobacco, right? So it's all tobacco. And in this case, when we look at snus, it's tobacco processed. And when we look at the burned products, we are looking at heated tobacco products that are processing tobacco leaf. So all of the modified risk tobacco products do contain tobacco, whether you put it in your mouth as a what we call snus, or we call a form of smokeless tobacco, or we are burning it. It is tobacco. So I hope that is answering your question, Supervisor Alejo, and perhaps even expanding out Supervisor Askew.
Thank you, Ms. House, for commenting on this. So we have a motion on the floor, which had a second. And now we have a substitute motion, which has a second. And from what I'm hearing, it sounds as if the substitute motion has enough votes for it to pass, which means that we're going to be delaying a decision on trying to pass a tobacco-related ordinance in our county. And I just really am troubled by that and want to see if there is any way that we could move forward with what we have in front of us today, with the special meeting on the 15th to introduce the amended ordinance, and then followed by adoption of the ordinance on March 1, so that we do not have to wait until essentially April before we have an ordinance on our books that will stop children's access to flavored tobacco. Is there any comment from my colleagues on this?
Supervisor Adams, I think my only comment would just be that I'm deeply concerned with any precedent that would include the amended language that's being proposed today. I don't want to leave any doors or windows open that would allow anyone to make a statement that Monterey County did approve an ordinance or took action to approve an ordinance that was included in an exception for MTPRs. So I am actually more comfortable. I think we do less harm by waiting, so as not to set any precedent that would potentially be detrimental on a much larger scale. So I'm comfortable with the substitute motion. Let's get it done. Let's get it done right, and let's show that we can learn, we can keep growing, we can get more information and make better decisions for the health and safety of our community.
Thank you for that. Could I have the maker of the motion repeat the motion, please?
So the motion is simply to return at the March 1st meeting, which is the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Supervisors, with the original language, giving us time to do research and be prepared to vote on the original language on that date.
And by the original language, you mean the language before the,
correct, the first ordinance
exemption was put forward?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll have a roll call vote. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams? Reluctantly, aye. Thank you. And now we will move on to general public comment. Is there any member of the public present who are on Zoom who would like to make any comments on anything that is not on today's agenda? It looks as if there are 2 hands raised. Okay, and if I could, yes, we have 2 people with their hands raised. The first is David Bunn. If you would like to make your comments, please begin now.
Thank you for this opportunity to make public comment, and I'm addressing the board in your role as overseers of Natividad Hospital and also as your role as our influential leaders in our community. In the fall of 2021, Natividad, Memorial, and Chomp laid off their employees who refused to get the COVID vaccine. The hospitals refused to recognize natural immunity as an equivalent to vaccination, though numerous studies confirm the superiority of natural immunity, and other countries, jurisdictions, and employers accept it. The heroic doctors who labored throughout 2020 and often contracted COVID were terminated in 2021 if they refused vaccination despite their natural immunity. Recent developments underscore the harm of the hospital's decisions. Our hospitals are dangerously short-staffed and the quality of care declines. The CDC recently released a study affirming natural immunity over COVID infection or equivalent to or superior to COVID vaccination. Some hospitals are allowing their personnel to come to work with positive COVID test results. The sad irony is that our hospitals seem to prefer a vaccinated staff member with COVID on duty over an unvaccinated employee with no COVID due to natural immunity. This makes no sense. In the polarizing debate on COVID, natural immunity should be non-controversial. Hospitals and other employers should recognize natural immunity as at least equivalent. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Bunn. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the letter that you sent as well. Next, we have the Wildlife Emergency Services.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can hear you just perfectly.
Thank you so much. And I'm actually representing myself, Rebecca Dimitrick. I'm a resident in the northern part of the county. Dear supervisors, I'm glad there's interest in addressing the noise pollution in Monterey County, and I plan to speak when that topic comes up for discussion.
Thank you. Then we can just wait for that.
Regardless of any changes in law, we need law enforcement officers available to respond in Monterey County.
Thank you.
No,
Thanks so
right
much.
now, no, this
No,
is
that's
not.
okay.
This is
We're
not
going
the
to have you
subject.
speak because this is for items that are not on today's
about
agenda.
Funding the sheriff.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay,
Thank you. Can I speak now?
yes.
Thank you. This is about the sheriffs in Monterey County. Right now, today, there are only 5 deputies to protect a population of 430,000 plus and serving 3,300 square miles. 20 years ago, there were at least 10 deputies on duty 24/7. Today, with an increased population of 30,000 plus, we have half the number of deputies. How is that working? It's not. Criminal activity, lawlessness, delinquency is on the rise. We all know it. We're experiencing it. The statistics show not only an increase in violent crime, calls involving domestic violence have nearly doubled. Okay, let's see. Twice as many threats of violence and half the number of deputies to protect us. That does not make me feel safe. I urge you, supervisors, please increase the budget. This is the second time I'm asking you to look at this. Increase the budget for the sheriff's department so we can afford twice as many deputies that are there on duty now. I hope you take this to heart and make it a priority.
Thank you for your comments today. Next, we have a telephone whose last 3 digits are 727. Is there someone who has called in and the last 3 digits of the phone number are 727? You have your hand raised and would welcome you to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so partly why I'm doing this is just so I can know how to do it when the time comes. Because other people will be Zooming in, and this is not an easy process for new people like me. So now I know if anybody else is listening and they hear this.
You're
when the
doing
noise
fine.
offered. So if you could please explain that a little more frequently to people
Thank
such
you.
as me, that would be very helpful.
Thank you for your
how we
thoughts.
we're able to speak.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Okay, I see no members in the chamber, so with that, we will close public comment. And we will go on to our first scheduled item, which is to receive a presentation on the operations and outcomes of the Share Center. And I believe that we have Glorietta Rowland, who's going to do a presentation. And we also have Nicole Sakihara, the BAC's program manager, and Jovan Iglesias, also the BAC's chief of program operations.
Hey, good morning, Madam Chair and honorable supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce the Bay Area Community Services to make a presentation on the outcomes and operations of the Share Center, a low barrier emergency shelter and housing navigation center in awesome partnership here in our community, serving individuals and families here in Salinas. And with that, I'd like to introduce the program director, Jovan Iglesias. Thank you.
Thank you, Glorietta. I'm Jovan Iglesias. I'm actually Chief of Program Operations at Bay Area Community Services. I am going to put up a PowerPoint. Hopefully I can bring that up. Bear with me just a moment. Again, Jovan Iglesias with Bay Area Community Services. I've been with the organization for about 8 years, and joining me in today's presentation of the Share Center is Nicole Sakihara, who is our program manager since the program opened up last July. Just briefly, I'm going to share with you a little bit about the organization. We'll get into our general operations. And then we'll talk a lot about our service connections and currently how our staff and our residents are faring. We'll share a little bit about the support that we've received in the community, and we'll leave some time for some questions. We are incredibly grateful for the unprecedented collaboration between Monterey County and the city of Salinas, and the invitation to bring Bay Area Community Services over to Monterey County and City of Salinas to support this community. We couldn't be more thrilled to be a part of the community and really make a meaningful impact. It speaks to the resonance of our philosophy of care along with the care of this community. Bay Area Community Services has been an organization, has been doing the work for nearly 70 years and has touched the lives of more than 100,000 people over that time. And we have a very succinct, if not somewhat complex mission of uplifting underserved individuals and their families by doing whatever it takes, with the key and the emphasis being on whatever it takes. To support a vision of the world where all of us are healthy and safe and engaged in our community wellness with access to housing. Oops, sorry about that. I'm not sure what just happened. Bear with me just a second. Apologies, I'm having a bit of technical difficulties here. We're an organization that's deeply rooted in social justice. Our founders were ahead of their time in creating hubs, community hubs for both people to live in and to connect with, while also receiving community-based services to enrich their lives, to enrich their community connection between mental health and socioeconomic disparities. And again, we're really pleased to bring our philosophy of care and our approach to the work to the Monterey County community. So we opened in July of 2021, and almost immediately we were able to get the operations to a place where we were able to support a full census. Currently, we have 100 individuals at the site. There are 32 men, 21 women, and 47 family members at the Share Center currently. We have a robust pet census, and we are so grateful that the collaboration between Monterey County and City of Salinas saw it in their best interest to support this community by allowing pet family members to be a part of the resourcing and the support that the Share Center can provide. We have 14 dogs, 1 very precocious cat, and even a snake. The program is adequately staffed at 20 staff currently. We have residential counselors. We have whose purpose there is to support the milieu, do daily counseling and check-ins with the residents there, and otherwise ensure that they are progressing through their housing plan while at the Share Center. We have a housing locator whose role is to really get out into the community and develop a pool of housing locations and landlords who are more than willing to support the folks and rent and lease to the folks that will eventually graduate from the center into permanent housing. We have a property supervisor who supports our program manager in all things facility related. And then we have care coordinators who are the bread and butter of what we do, both providing the linkage and support during each individual and family member stay at the Share Center. They also do community-based work, linking to landlords, linking to opportunities that are going to allow folks to stay housed, not just get housed. And then ultimately that they're also providing the aftercare services to ensure that that the housing does stick and that people can continue to receive the titrated support once they leave the Share Center. We also have an employment coordinator whose role is to improve the income that people and opportunities that folks may have while they're at the Share Center, whether through education or through competitive employment. And then ultimately, we have our program manager, Nicole, who I'll be shortly turning this over. Currently, our interest list for folks wanting to come to the center is nearly 300. I know it says 200 here, but in the time that we've since shared this, it is about 300. And though it is a deep list of folks, we are moving through those transitions, and I'll give you a view of that just shortly. And I would like to introduce Nicole Sakihara to take it from here.
Thanks, Jovan.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Nicole Sakihara. I am very happy to be part of VAX and to be part of the Share Center. I will say before I start talking about all of the amazing things my team have done, just how amazing genuinely my team is. They are doing honestly whatever it takes to help people, and I could not be more proud. I could not pump them up more. A lot of this credit goes to them. They are doing the very hard work of getting people housed. So going into that, I am very pleased to say that we have had 22 individuals already placed in permanent housing. So that's 6 men, breaks down to 5 single women and a few families of varying sizes. As in terms of employment placements, we've been able to place 23 individuals in employment. Our employment coordinator's employment rate throughout like his entire his goal, he's currently at 64%. We do have participating employers that we're able to continually reach out to. One of those is definitely Select Staffing and Organic Girl. Those two companies and businesses have really been there to help us out and have been very open to when we are needing placements. We've also been able to talk with Taco Bell. We've been able to get people in at Macy's, at Olive Garden, at Motel 6, and that's not even the exhaustive list. We are excited to say we do have some projected housing placements in February. We did have one move out at the end of January to add to my 22, so that makes it 23. But we have been able to secure landlords with the work of my housing locator and the care coordinators. They've been able to find some landlords who are definitely willing to work with us, which is why I'm able to say that we do have a projected 23 individuals who should be moving out within the next month, if not in March. And they have available units. And so we're very lucky to be able to reach out to those landlords and have them as part of our program. So we do have a lot of service connections currently at the center. Some of the most notable are definitely the after-school tutoring that the MCOE and Dr. Donna Smith was able to help us secure. Dr. Donna Smith was able to get a whole grant specifically just for tutoring at the center, and I have been incredibly grateful. Mr. Romero is amazing. He works with Rancho Cielo, so he came in with a lot of knowledge and a lot of patience and practice, and he's been great. I've got a lot of kids at the center that know his car. So when he pulls up, they're like, "Teacher's here." So he has definitely already made an impact on a lot of the kids here. And he's even reached out to the adults to let them know if there are any native Spanish speakers who would like to learn English, that he would be willing to tutor in that as well. Another one of our great connections has been with the Birchbark Foundation in conjunction with the SPCA, Monterey County, and Peace of Mind Dog Rescue. Birchbark reached out to us when they heard that we were a shelter that was allowing pets to come in with their families. And so we've been able to work with them to develop a more robust pet policy to include things that we hadn't necessarily thought of in the beginning, but now they will be bringing welcome bags so that anyone who comes to the center with an animal will be able to receive a bag of leashes, collars, food, treats, some clothes, a blanket, a bed. If you need a kennel, they would provide a little carry kennel. The SPCA of Monterey County has agreed to help us with our spay and neuter needs. So they are having and allowing the share center those residents that are with us to make those appointments so that they can get that done. They're also doing that for vaccinations. Birchbark is working on helping us bring some grooming things. The SPCA of Monterey County is working on us with behavior training, and we are fortunate to have some kennels, so they will be doing kennel training with us as well. Birchbark offers financial assistance as well as Peace of Mind Dog Rescue. And then Peace of Mind Dog Rescue has agreed to help us with transportation assistance. That being one of the biggest barriers, especially if a pet parent needs to get to their pet's appointment at the vet or anything like that, they have been willing to help us out with that. Some upcoming service connections I'm really excited about. The Natividad Medical Center's residency program has reached out to us to start some of those clinic operations. Some of that may start with just bringing some education about nutrition, exercise that you can do, things like that, and that we will hopefully can then build that into a program that would include some sort of checkups. We're hoping to do vaccinations when that comes around, things like that. We are also working with young people in recovery. They have a weekly and sometimes monthly Zoom meeting. And it's just an opportunity for folks in recovery to be able to participate in something like that. And if we connect them over Zoom, they'll be able to sustain that connection when they do leave the center. We are also working with Blue Strike Environmental, who is working on the county's organic food waste program, and they reached out to us and to Victory Mission, and we'll be working with them on getting some of that started as well. In terms of other community support, this, again, not an exhaustive list. So Victory Mission was with us from the very beginning, providing us meals, and they have now taken over our kitchen operations, and they are amazing. They're really killing it. They're able to transport everything over here. So now this has become their distribution center for the many programs that they serve. Again, Birchbark Foundation with Peace of Mind Dog Rescue and SPCA Monterey County helping us with our pets. The Monterey County Office of Education, With the American Beverage Association, Comcast, and General Motors, we were able to bring Christmas to the Share Center with 2 Santas, one from the north, one from the south. We had a fire truck. It was awesome. The kids were really excited. They really loved it. Even some of the adults, when they climbed in the fire truck, were like, whoa, this is tall. So it was really exciting and it was really awesome. And I really appreciate that. And the supervisor and Mayor Craig for helping us to organize that. Supervisor Alejo, thank you very much. One of our other big donators, the First Presbyterian Church, brings meals to the center in 2 weeks, every 2 weeks on Sundays. And they just come and they provide a meal that's just a little different. So it could be barbecue, it could be hot dogs, it could be baked potatoes. Baked potato night was huge. So we're very grateful to them. The Hawaiian Women's Group has really been crucial in getting us a lot of the things we need for the holidays that we had. So Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas even, they were there and they helped either donate food. They donated a lot of presents to the kids for Christmas. They were able to help us out with Halloween gifts. So that was really amazing. We've had Chick-fil-A work with us and donate to us some extra patties so that after lunch or in between lunch and dinner, folks can still have something to grub on. We are also excited to say that we've been able to reach out to the entire Monterey County community, and they've been really responsive. So we've had a few people who have transportation issues. So we reached out about bikes and we got like 5 bikes donated. Someone even said that they would ride around the whole county and pick them up for us, and they brought them to us at the center. So we've been really grateful to the whole community and to the private citizens. They've been really supportive of everything that we're doing here at the Share.
When Bay Area Community Services was awarded the contract, we were, we heard the concern that that we would be bringing most of our personnel from the Bay Area to join this tight-knit community and provide services here. And we made good on our promise that everyone at the Share Center was and is from this community, from Monterey County, from Salinas, and that they are participating in the type of care that impacts their community. And it's really seen in the joy of their faces, and we couldn't be prouder to have them make an impact in this way and to represent Bay Area Community Services in this way. And with that, concludes our presentation. We are certainly open to any questions and feedback from the Honorable Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was one of the strong advocates when you were applying to get the contract to come down and do this. And I just knew you guys would do an awesome job, and you truly, truly have. I'm just so delighted with the statistics. I very much appreciate your bringing us up to date on how successful you have been. I must say, I just feel that this is the kind of program that I would love to see replicated throughout the county, particularly over on the Monterey Peninsula, where we, believe it or not, do have a strong share of homeless people who need the kinds of services that you're providing. But more than the services is the outcomes that you're making. So congratulations. I'm so very thankful that that you guys were here today to bring us up to date on how things are going. So next I'll call on Supervisor Alejo, and then Phillips, and then Rudascu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first of all want to thank the Box team. They are really exceptional. I think going through the Share Center several times since it opened, being able to see how it's serving our homeless residents and seeing the amount of children and mothers that are staying there, it really shows that this is truly a safety net for our community, for our most vulnerable. There are dozens of kids that are there, from the smallest, from babies to teens. It's really heartbreaking that knowing that had this Share Center not been there, those families could have been in a real more difficult situation. So I really want to thank Nicole, who's been a real partner with me in my office, but has been embracing those who want to come and help the Share Center. So, and then everyone else at the center has been really respectful, has really provided high quality services. The food is great. The center is great. I think it seems like there's a good synergy happening at the center. And it reminds me that sometimes when these projects come forward, I remember the heated town halls that Joe Gunter and I and former council member Scott Davis attended, at least 2 or 3 of those in the area. And a lot of the allegations that get made against what homeless centers represent in our community. None of those statements and the stereotypes have come true at the center. In fact, it's a very dignified place. People are getting the services they deserve to get, and to see the people being placed with employment and with permanent housing in only a few months, I think it really speaks volumes to Bay Area Community Services and their willingness to want to do more and try to excel in getting families into employment and housing. The thing I would ask Nicole is if you could just elaborate just on the security measures. There's fencing around the center. I know you guys have a tight program on who comes in, who doesn't, but I know that was a critical aspect of proper management, the safety issues. Have you got any complaints from anybody in the area about the share center itself? If you could just elaborate, because that's a key part of this story in terms of having success, is that we're addressing concerns from the public, and also that with the security measures that you have taken, we have not seen some of the concerns that were stated early on, even before we ever built the share center.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, sure. So I am happy to say we actually haven't had too many people anybody opposed to the center try to come to us. Nobody is opposed to it. If anything, I have gotten a little feedback from a couple community members about some other security things that we could do, and we have since implemented those. So we have now cameras that help us see the perimeter of the building, which has been very, very important for us, as we have had a lot of visitors from the encampments and the surrounding encampments. So that has been really helpful to us. The city of Salinas is working on building us a more permanent fence around our trailers, which were in addition to the center. So they were not included in the original fencing, but that is currently the plan, and they are currently working on that, as well as bringing over a few more trailers from I believe Chinatown, and we're going to be incorporating those as well.
Thank you so much for your response.
Lastly, Nicole, I did want to just, I did thank you and all the volunteers from the building trades at our last meeting. I know you were there all day helping us out build that play structure for the kids, and you went shopping with us to buy all the toys and items for the kids for Christmas. So those are two great things. I know our next project out there is to get some, and partnering with Supervisor Lopez, is getting some dirt to fill in the community garden out there. And then I think we're working with Home Depot to donate some plants and some topsoil so that the Share Center could also realize its community garden, as the bins are already there. It's just waiting for the dirt and the planting to begin. So I look forward to working with you hopefully next month and Supervisor Lopez to make that a reality at the Share Center also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say, I mean, this turned out the way it should be, and even better than we anticipated. As Supervisor Leo mentioned, I remember when Supervisor Leo and I were fighting over whether we were going to keep the warming center open in Tamsey. And then Mayor Gunner and I met, and we got together with Supervisor Leo, and we said, well, let's come together and make something working together, rather than pointing the fingers at each other and say, why aren't you doing it? And we did it right. And I was at those meetings and stepped in when the neighbors were all complaining about what a terrible thing this would happen to. So, and another that I've received no complaints whatsoever about your operation. So it really is commendable for the way you run your operation. So if anything, it's a good example of what we can duplicate either on the peninsula or someplace else. I'd love to have a share center out in North County like you have it. Two things I might point out. Number one, on your bicycles, we have a lot of donated bicycles at Rancho Cielo, and I want to start a program where they're working on fixing those up and having them ready. We were talking about having them ready for Christmas for kids to give away free for Christmas. So if you need more bikes, you let us know at Rancho Cielo and we can get those for you. The other thing in your garden, we have a big garden there that's run by the master gardeners, and they are gardeners. So they might be able to help you develop your garden there. They have a heck of a garden for us there. So just two resources that I might point out to you. So
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Very generous. Now, Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the presentation and really thank you for the team that you've built, the care, the deep care that the staff at the care center have for our neighbors and our residents. You feel it in the community. You've got people posting on Facebook about what their needs are. I had just checked in with a call with one of your placement specialists who was literally checking out an apartment, signing a lease. The ability to find housing for folks where we know how difficult that is, and how many landlords maybe are hesitant to engage. Really, you've got to go the extra mile, and you're doing it, and we see it and we feel it. And so I just want to say thank you for just delivering such exceptional quality services to our loved ones here in Monterey County. I also just wanted to acknowledge that the waiting list number remains larger than the beds that are currently available, and I think that there's a need and an opportunity for all of us. It feels like it takes miracles to get these homeless shelters up and running in the first place, and we moved some big miracles forward in the last couple of years. But the need is so great to continue ensuring that everyone has safe legal places to sleep with the wraparound case support to get into employment, get health issues addressed, and to get into permanent stable shelter. And so I guess the question would be what the next steps are, what role you see BACS being able to play in Monterey County as we move forward. Maybe it's just I'm opening the invitation to continue the conversations. I'm always thrilled when I hear my colleagues welcoming shelter services and homeless services into their districts. And we've got a lot of shelter beds in District 4 and in Marina specifically, but clearly the need is so great. And so I do look forward to being an active partner in terms of both identifying the funding that we need to increase shelter capacity that is sort of clearly an urgent and immediate need, and hope that there's opportunities for BACS to help us understand better where those opportunities are that we can be focusing resources in. So just a thank you, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Rudascu. And finally, we have Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. First, I just want to say that obviously this is a place that nobody ever hopes to have to go, but when they get there, the type of resources and the quality of the facility that you guys are putting forward are incredible. So thank you for being that safe landing spot for so many families in need. I do look forward to partnering with the Solid Waste Authority and Supervisor Alejo to fill in those veggie boxes with compost made possible by AB 1383, where we have to put together all that new compost out of the food scraps that we are now diverting from the landfill. So I think it'll be a nice close the loop type thing. But mostly I want to say thank you. I remember the process. I remember the conversations that were already talked about. And I know it hasn't been easy to get to this point, but you guys have shown up. You've shown out and you've supported our families. And so just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you for being that place for our families in need.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I will just close to say again, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. It's a sad place where we have to do these kinds of work, but I underscore what Supervisor Lopez said, that if this is one circumstance, to be in a place like the SHARE program, SHARE Center, is really marvelous. So Glorietta, do you have any closing remarks before we move on to our next item?
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I just want to express my sincere appreciation for the support of the supervisors, for all your contributions in the success of the SHARE Center. I commend the SHARE Center administration, you all and staff. You all are doing a wonderful job. And once again, thank you. This effort is a community effort, and we're really pleased and proud at what is being accomplished. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I think every single solitary one of us is patting ourselves on the back with great congratulations to BACS. Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the item and we will move forward to item number 7. Item number 8, which is to receive the, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm very thankful that you're here. So yes, public comment, my goodness. And I think we have one hand up. I believe it was Megan Hunter.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm not doing a great job, but thanks.
Yeah, hi, this is Megan Hunter. I'm the Community Development Director with the City of Salinas, and I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors. I think this has been one of the best partnerships. We came together with a vision and we executed that vision with the construction and then the operation of the Share Center and the selection of backs. We are also very pleased this item went before City Council last week, and we're just very pleased with the outcomes of backs. I also just wanted to give a shout out to Lauren Supa and Glorietta Rowland. We've had a fruitful partnership with them. We continue to meet weekly with backs together with the county to make sure that this program is hitting the performance metrics that we set forth as a vision. And I wanted to let the Board of Supervisors know that we're very close to releasing a request for qualifications for a housing developer at Laurel for family affordable housing. I think the next partnerships we really need to focus on for these shelters to be successful is the construction of affordable housing where these families can go to and other folks that are unsheltered, not only the ones we can count, but the ones that are doubled up in overcrowded situations. Thank you so much for the time to speak.
Thank you so much for speaking, Ms. Hunter. I see no additional hands raised. I see no hands in the chambers today. So I don't need to take a vote on this, correct? We're simply receiving with great thanks. And now we will move on to item number 8, which is to introduce, waive the first reading and set March 1st at 10:30 as the time and place to consider adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 10.60 of the Monterey County Code regarding noise and provide direction to the staff as appropriate. And I believe that we're going to have a presentation by Eric Lundquist.
Hi, good morning, Chair Adams, board members, staff, and the public. I'm Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. Chief of Building Josh Bowling is also with me today in order to support this item. Get going on the presentation here. On August 23rd, 2021, Supervisor Phillips submitted board referral 2021-15 requesting the County Council and the Housing and Community Development Department explore possible noise ordinance revisions, enforcement implementation strategies, such as bolstered staffing and technology resources, and possible funding solutions to implement said revisions. I am here today not under the referral section of your agenda, rather under scheduled matters, since staff is recommending revisions to the noise control ordinance. As such, as you mentioned, Chair Adams, staff formally recommends the board introduce, waive first reading, and set March 1st, 2022 at 10:30 as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 10.60 of the Monterey County Code regarding noise, and provide direction to staff as appropriate. A bit of background: the county's existing noise ordinance, which is codified. Let me go forward in the screens here, excuse me 1 second. The county's existing noise ordinance, which is codified at chapter 10.60 of Monterey County Code, was last updated in July 2019. The Sheriff's Office actively enforces the ordinance since it is intended for law enforcement. The ordinance includes provisions for criminal penalties, infractions, and misdemeanors. On August 31st of 2021, the board referral was formally assigned to County Council and HCD. On September 28th, 2021, HCD presented a preliminary response on the referral. At that meeting, the board accepted the report and directed HCD to continue to work with County Council's office to strengthen the noise ordinance and work in collaboration with the Sheriff's Office on how to enforce compliance with the ordinance. Subsequently, representatives from County Council, Sheriff's Office, and HCD met to discuss implementation of the existing ordinance and discuss potential staffing resources. These meetings resulted in staff recommending amendments to the noise control ordinance that I will present now. But first, an understanding of the existing regulations. The county's existing noise ordinance prohibits making, assisting in making, allowing, continuing, creating, or causing to be made a loud and unreasonable sound that is plainly audible at 50 feet in any direction of the source and exceeding 45 decibels with a maximum dBA of 65 between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. the next day. And just for reference, LEQ is a reference to a time averaging. The existing ordinance also prohibits at any time noise in exceedance of 85 decibels measured 50 feet from a machine, mechanism, device, or contrivance at any time of the day measured 50 feet from that source. The existing ordinance further provides that the first violation shall be an infraction punishable by a fine of not more than $250. The second violation is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or imprisonment in county jail for a period not more than 6 months, or both fine and imprisonment. As previously mentioned, as you can see by the infraction and misdemeanor, that the ordinance is intended for law enforcement. As such, the Sheriff's Office currently receives complaints, responds to complaints, communicates with violators, and provides reports. To reduce the obligation on the Sheriff's Office and the courts, HCD assists and currently opens a code compliance case and issues an administrative citation upon receiving a report from the Sheriff's Office, rather than the Sheriff's Office issuing infractions. The issuance of an administrative citation allows the county to track the frequency of complaints and record an encumbrance against the properties. From January to November 2021, 34 code compliance cases were opened related to noise, tents, and electrical work supporting those events. $25,000 in fines were levied, and $11,000 have been received related to these cases. Also, 22 complaints were received, but those cases were found to have no merit. 7 complaints have been received this year, 2022. Regarding the proposed regulations, at the direction of the board referral, county staff is recommending the ordinance be amended to prohibit unreasonable noise between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. as a proactive measure, rather than 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Enforcing noise in an earlier time would allow enforcement before noise-generating events become unmanageable. In discussions with County Counsel's office, the Sheriff's Office, and HCD, it was determined that it would also be appropriate to revise the regulations to formalize the current practice, i.e. civil penalties, and retain the criminal penalties, infractions, and misdemeanors. However, under no circumstance would an individual violator be charged both criminally and civilly. This approach is preferred by staff because there may be circumstances that warrant a criminal action and situations suitable for a civil action. The multi-pronged approach also allows additional coverage in the nighttime and weekends, since the Sheriff's Office and HCD would have the ability to respond collaboratively to a complaint. The Sheriff's Office and HCD will work to address noise complaints in evenings and weekends should this ordinance be adopted. HCD would generally take a proactive approach as is prepared to staff its code compliance section during these high activity times to enforce noise complaints. It is anticipated that staff levels will fluctuate seasonally and depend upon demand. In your staff report that's in front of you today, it was indicated that staffing levels of HCD would be appropriate to manage the code compliance issues related to this ordinance. However, upon further review of the 2022, it does seem like noise complaints are on an upswing, and staff is prepared to bring back an item on March 1st addressing additional code compliance officer needs related to this noise ordinance, as well as addressing current workloads within the code compliance section. In addition to the revision to the hours and to the penalties, as a preventative measure, staff is also recommending the ordinance be amended to provide the first violation as $1,000 fine and punishable by a misdemeanor. Additionally, the ordinance would provide for administrative citations with the first violation of 1,000, second violation of 2,500, and the third violation of 5,000. This significant increase should provide a deterrent. With this said, these are the suggested amendments to the existing noise control ordinance. And it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors again introduce, waive first reading, and set March 1st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of the ordinance, amending Chapter 10.60 of the Monterey County Code regarding noise, and provide additional direction to staff as necessary. That is my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions of the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lundquist. And I will first ask the board if they have any questions or comments for Eric. Seeing no hands raised, I'm going up to the John.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I do, because you know, I brought this and we kind of helped work with everybody trying to come up with something that was more effective in dealing with this. And part of the problem, the reason going from 9 to 7 o'clock, I got to say, my office continues to have more calls come in about loud noises than anything other than trash on the highway. But I mean, it kind of became the known that you couldn't do anything until 9 o'clock, and even the sheriff was kind of that way. And I got to say, some of the problem has been just lack of enforcement by the sheriff's department, and they're right out front. They say we don't have the resources to really enforce this, and that's why I think it's important that, as Eric was mentioned, that we're looking about bringing on some more code enforcement people, maybe working on the weekends that could do it. But so far, we haven't been doing a very good job on enforcement of this. And so I think this is the right direction. And it gets a little costly for them, as it should be, because if they go out and say, shut it off and you shouldn't have this party, and shut it off and turn down the noise, and they don't do it, they ought to be hit with considerable fines. So it's a big concern. And out in our area, the sound travels considerably through those valleys and hills. And like I said, we get more complaints about this. So I think this is the right direction that and I thank the county council and Eric's group for all the work they did on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, thank you. Just the definition of unreasonable sound being sound that's plainly audible at a distance of 50 feet in any direction from the source or exceeds the exterior noise levels. I'm curious, and I'm trying to understand. I understand that what we're trying to do is create the ability to enforce activity that is detrimental. But if there's like a dog barking or a baby crying, I mean, I just remember neighbors on my street, and I live in a, tight little neighborhood, but neighbors, across the street and down the block used to talk to me about how they heard my baby crying at all hours of the night. How can you just speak to what the unreasonable sound definition is and how we came up with that?
The history of it, unfortunately, I don't have on how that was derived back in 2019. Perhaps Brian Briggs from County Counsel's office has that answer. Although I would indicate that this is a more reactive approach to noise complaints. Right now, the sheriff's office, when it receives a call, it will go out to the site, speak to the property owner, speak to the one generating the noise. Often, if they are unaware of the regulations, and so they're educated on the regulations. The noise then comes down to the appropriate level. No infraction or misdemeanor is addressed at that point. And then those typically do not reoccur. What we're having the most issue with is the reoccurring sort of the pay to party aspects, where then the $200 is not in effect on that operation. And those in this proposed ordinance, to address those pay to party situations, it would be a more proactive approach where we would be in the community looking for tents that pop up, looking for advertisements online to, again, educate first, but then get in front of those situations before they come unmanageable. And I did see County Council Brian Briggs' hand up. He may have the history on that.
I do. Thank you, Eric. And to answer your question, Supervisor Rudascu, the definition came from multiple sources several years ago as we were reviewing this. It was actually derived primarily from a model created by the League of Cities in Oregon, and it has been upheld in the courts. I can understand your concern regarding, babies crying and that sort of thing. It is not meant to cite folks that have a barking dog or a crying baby. It provides for the enforcing officer to use their judgment and discretion. And the problem we were having is that the previous ordinance only allowed the measurement of sound using decibel meters, and that is not always sufficient. So we created the unreasonable sound language in order to address that problem.
Okay, and I'll say, as someone who spent a year with a baby crying, it is an unreasonable sound and it should be banned, but I'm not sure that an ordinance is going to help us out.
I have 3 myself.
Only
I
time
understand.
will change that.
The other question that I have, I guess, is, and I think when we are codifying rules and regulations, I hear that we want there to be the ability of enforcement to use their best judgment in a situation. However, I think what we know as humans is that sometimes that can result in biased behavior on the part of those doing the enforcement. So I'm just also curious if there was any discussion. The county has a strong commitment to, governing for racial equity. Was there any conversation or consideration for how that overlays on top of this proposal?
There was at about 2 years ago when the previous ordinance was codified, and I'm sure your fellow supervisors will address that.
Okay, and then my last question is just in regards to the fines. I hear you saying that an officer or an enforcement agent could use a opportunity and does typically use the opportunity to provide education, but following this exactly as it's written really doesn't allow for that first warning before a fairly large fine could be issued. And I come back to, families that are having a birthday party. 7 o'clock is not that early in the evening, in the summer evenings when it's light till 9 o'clock. And I want to make sure that we're not inadvertently putting something in place that's then utilized in a way that could actually be detrimental or harmful to the community that we're actually trying to serve with the ordinance.
The enforcing officers always have the discretion to provide a warning or several warnings before issuing a fine.
And just for the board's consideration, the 7 occurrences since January 1st of this year, all but 1 have been reoccurring properties. So we have been educating them. Unfortunately, the ones that are popping up are those that continue to be reoccurring violators.
Thank you. Any other questions, Supervisor Rudascu? Great. Okay. Thank you so much. And now we'll take it out to the public for questions. And as we do this, I want to say that there was a woman who had attempted several times to speak, and she even tried. This is the time to talk now. So I'm hoping that you can raise your hand or just let me know that you're out there. But at this point, I will go to the two hands that I do see raised, and the first is Steve Snodgrass.
Madam Chair, can we clarify for those on the phone, *9 is how you raise your hand.
Thank
if
you
you're
so
using a
much.
cell phone or landline.
Thank you, Chris. So please, to be able to see me, for me to be able to see your hand, you need to press *9. I didn't have that in my notes and I forgot. Thank you. Okay, and now I believe that we have Steve Snodgrass with his hand raised, and then we have Bernie Gomez. So Steve, the timer is on.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board as well. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I think the thing you folks need to consider as you consider this ordinance is we really have a disturbing of the peace issue. And the question that I have in regard to that is disturbance of the peace doesn't really know a time of day. And so that's what I'd encourage you folks to somehow build into this ordinance so that it makes sense. Because I'm hearing from people that their houses are just being riddled with noise at all times of the day, and that's disturbing the peace. And short of doing a civil action for unreasonable interference with somebody's quiet right of quiet enjoyment of their environment, we should address this as a disturbance of the peace issue, not just based on decibels or time of day. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Bernie Gomez. And there we go.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board. Yeah, I think this is just an overreaching piece on the agenda. I mean, how are you gonna try to create an ordinance to govern people's lives and how they live? You know, it's even just thinking about what the last caller said, you know, a right to peace and quiet. Yes, of course, but during the day, I mean, come on, it's like people are outside, right? 7 to 10:30 a.m. I mean, people get up to work at 5, 4 in the morning, go to the fields, and like, so what does that mean if they have a loud car? Is that going to constitute of a loud noise and they can, all that stuff? Like, no, it's like, I think, yeah, this is just, I don't even have words to say how, in my eyes, how ridiculous this is, to try to tell people how to live when it's like almost being in prison when they tell you when to go to sleep. You can't talk loud, you can't, what's next? You're gonna tell us when we can eat, how we can eat, it's like what to eat, all that stuff. Like, I don't have any words, so I just apologize for my lack of words, right? But I just want to say I think this is a very overreaching piece and it should not go through, It's like, it's something, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I yield my time.
Everybody's perspective is appreciated. Thank you. We next have a person whose name is Keane, K-E-E-N.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jason Keane, and I have been a resident in the Royal Oaks community in Monterey County for over 15 years, and I'm strongly opposed to the proposed changes to Chapter 10.60 of the Monterey County Code, which regulates noise control, and I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no in adopting these changes. These proposed changes are unreasonable and excessive. If adopted, a first-time offender of this ordinance, which could be as simple as someone mowing their grass in the evening, could be charged with a misdemeanor, fined or imprisoned, or charged up to $5,000. This is absurd. The punishment needs to fit the crime, and with this proposed ordinance, I feel the punishment is excessive. In addition, I feel amending the quiet hours from 9 to 7 is also unreasonable. In summer months, it doesn't even get dark until 9 o'clock. People in this community have a right to live life without unreasonable restrictions, which I believe this ordinance will impose, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. I work the graveyard shift, and I would love for the trash truck to pick up my trash at night while I'm at work, but I understand that that's unreasonable. I also live in a large canyon where sound travels, and I can often hear my neighbors having a normal conversation over 100 yards away. If this ordinance is passed, it would make their outdoor conversation a crime punishable by imprisonment or a fine of up to $1,000. It is clearly overstepping the common sense intent of the original ordinance. The people in the community backing this change would argue that this ordinance amended is intended to stop habitual offenders, some of whom claim the parties of profit. However, if passed, it will be unreasonable. I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Okay, continuing forward, the next person is, sorry, I'm moving my cursor here. Louis Eels. Okay, you have 1:30 seconds on the clock now.
Hey, thank you very much for my 1:30 seconds. So for 40 years, I was a sound engineer. I spent roughly half that time working for Walt Disney Studios and the other half of the time working for Dolby Laboratories in the Bay Area. I can tell you, in order to hit the 65 dB level, 50 feet away, even a chainsaw won't get to that level. Baby crying, no, it's not even going to touch it. You're basically going to have a live band or thousands and thousands of watts of power and speakers set up to do that. I have neighbors. I live in the Royal Oaks area. I have neighbors that regularly have live bands. I have lots of sound pressure meters at my house. So at 50 feet away, they typically don't hit that 65 dB level. If somebody was interested in checking the level of a neighbor's party or something like that, there's lots of very good, very inexpensive, like in a matter of a couple of dollars, apps you can download on your smartphone, and that would give you the ability to measure that level. That's all. I'm all for this. I think.
Thank you for your illuminating comments. Next, we have Jane Odegaard. And if you could begin now, if you need to.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please begin.
Yes, I'm Dr. Jane Odegaard. I've lived in North County for many years. I can attest to the loud music pounding into residential homes day and night, weekdays, weekends, ongoing. It's increasing over the last 8 years. People cannot live. I agree with Supervisor Phillips. This is not an issue about lawnmowers and blowers and babies. This is live band music pounding into your home. It may not even be a paid event. I understand that the problem, people worry about having their rights infringed upon. But again, this is a mental health issue. I am a mental health professional. This is causing stress, anxiety, depression, and conflicts amongst our community members. I do believe people have a right to music and to parties and events. I love them, but people have a right to peace in their homes. Parties can be moved to commercial areas where it's zoned for that. We don't have concert halls in our residential communities, but we do now. People cannot move their homes. People live and sleep and rest day and night. They work graveyard. We have nurses and EMTs in our neighborhood that can't sleep. All I'm asking is please look at it as music, loud, not leaf blowers or babies crying. Please help us by creating an ordinance that protects health and decreases conflict and crisis. We have to get rid of decibel levels, plainly audible, day and night.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we have Lilia Valencia Serrano.
Yes, good afternoon, board. My name is Lilia Valencia, and I am a licensed and marriage family therapist and a member of Monterey County for 32 years. My family has lived in this beautiful and culturally diverse county for over 70 years. This ordinance is yet another microaggression towards our Hispanic community who continue practicing and embracing our cultural traditions through the use of live music, particularly on weekends when weddings, religious sacraments, and loved ones are celebrated. By once again restricting our freedom of expression, We feel we are being silenced and harassed by our new neighbors who are not accepting these traditions, neighbors who are trying to make changes and decisions for the thousands of community members who could not attend this meeting due to work obligations, the majority of them being farm labor workers or with limited access to technology. Therefore, my community and I are here to advocate, to protect our rights and to advocate for our cultural traditions. This is not a daily issue. Therefore, they cannot be blamed for health concerns as previously listed on the ordinance in July of 2019. On the contrary, we need social connection and cultural practices that help reduce anxiety and stress while strengthening the relationship between our family, friends, and neighbors. What are the motives behind this amendment? Is it financial gain? Is it lack of personnel? Or is it racism? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have someone whose telephone number ends in 727.
And *6 unmutes them.
And again, *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, hello, you can begin speaking now. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, so I would like to point out that it is not just a daily, it's not just a intermittent here and there situation. It's a daily situation. I would like to point out that it's not just the commercial operators that are causing problems. It's just random people deciding that they want to sit out on their front decks and blast the music. I want to point out that 85 decibels is way too high for a daily decibel or any time of day decibel level because it's equal to a jackhammer. So the noise ordinance needs to be revised to change the any time of day standard to a much more lower decibel standard and or eliminate the decibel standard and instead provide a standard which other jurisdictions nearby have, which would be much easier to enforce. I'm talking about the city of Marina. I'm talking about the city of Gonzales. They have not audible beyond 200 feet during daytime, and nighttime is not audible at property line. So there's ways to make this work. 7 o'clock might be a little.
Thank you for your comments. And we've heard them. Thank you so much. The next person to speak is someone whose phone number ends in 833. And again, if you would press *6 to unmute. It's someone whose phone number ends in 833. And if you press *6, we're ready to have you speak. Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to come back to you while you get that figured out. Next, we're going to go to Glenn Church. Mr. Church, if you want to unmute yourself, there we go. And you've got 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think there's some great misunderstandings here exactly what this is about. This is an amplified sound ordinance. And that's why dogs and babies and telephone or person-to-person conversations or lawnmowers and chainsaws really aren't included in this. And this really isn't an ordinance that's preventing people from getting together or having parties or anything. It's about respecting one's neighbors. It's about being a good neighbor. It's an issue that really goes back many decades here in North County. Back in the 1960s, there was a big problem with dance halls, live country bands disrupting communities, unruly drinking and various things. There's been problems in the past about back in the 70s or the 80s with various target practicing going on and having to have shooting ordinances to regulate that. So this is just much of the same thing. And all it really is requiring is for people to turn the volume down and be a good neighbor. And then you're perfectly fine. You don't have any problem with this. But when that doesn't happen, then government has to step in to maintain a quality of life and to go through and to protect neighborhoods. So I'm in favor of this and look forward to the board maintaining a quality of life in North County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Next, we have Sabrina. And Sabrina, if you want to press *6 to unmute yourself. There we go. You ready to go with 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I want to address Supervisor Askew's fines, how she was commenting on how high the fines are. We've already addressed that in 2019, which is why we are here where we are now. Previously, it was at $250. That did absolutely nothing. We need to up the fines in order to get the point across, because clearly over the past 3 years, nothing has happened. Nothing has changed. On another note, I just want to be clear that no one says you can't have a party and you can't celebrate. We just expect to be able to have the same rights as those people and be able to have peace in our home when we don't want to party with you. It's not a difficult solution or difficult problem to turn the volume down. You just don't want to do it. And to come across and use culture to allow bad behavior is a cop-out and not okay whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Next, we have P as in Paul, S as in Sam. And if you would like to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Let it be known that I do not support this noise ordinance revision, and I speak for myself and the 317 others that have signed a petition against this revision. In just a matter of hours this Sunday, a petition was started and there were hundreds of people that showed their interest against this ordinance, and I am sure there will be hundreds more to come. I strongly believe that this revision goes against a lot of our values, cultures, and traditions. We will not allow people to discriminate against us and what we enjoy. This ordinance is not only targeting those who rent out their properties as a venue, but it is also affecting those of us who have cultural celebrations once or twice a year. That leaves them with 363 days of peace. Isn't that enough? The ordinance they are pushing is not a compromise. This is something that is only benefiting the people pushing it. I feel targeted as there are other louder events in the community that they do not complain about. To name a few, the Salinas Air Show, Salinas Rodeo, Laguna Seca Raceway, all these events exceed the DBAs of amplified music. Will the ordinance also apply to these events? The harassment to my culture needs to stop. We are now aware that these people are trying to cancel our culture, values, and traditions, and we will not let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Now we will go back to the person whose telephone ends in 833. I think you may have hung up. Okay, let's continue on. And now we will go to Wildlife Emergency Services.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's just my logo. It's Rebecca Dimitrick, and I live in the North County. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Supervisors. I think it's great you're considering modifying this ordinance, but it does not help the victims of daytime noise, which can be just as bad as you've heard testimony. For example, I have a neighbor who likes to play music through his vehicle's aftermarket subwoofers that generates extreme, it's called sound pressure levels. This is that bass, the boom boom, that penetrates the walls of our home, rattles our windows, causes horrible inner ear discomfort, and we are 200 yards away. We operate an office at home, and this type of noise not only feels like pressure on the ear, it makes it impossible to concentrate or carry out any kind of mentally challenging tasks, which are hard enough for me right now. This disturbance of the peace and our enjoyment of our property has been happening on a daily basis. And while the Sheriff Department has been extremely generous in responding, thank you, as you're aware, they are limited in what they can do because there are no ordinances in place for them to go off of. So Supervisors, we need something that protects us from this sort of hostile assault during the day, as well as Jane Odegaard, I hope I pronounced that correctly, mentioned. This impacts our health. I also want to address the decibel standard you're using. I've been 30 yards away from this particular vehicle while it's blaring, and it registers at 70 dB and is killing my ears. So please lower the standard, take time to flesh out what distinguishes unreasonable, and please increase the deputies in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Michelle Clary. If you would press *6 to unmute yourself. There we go. Okay, you've got 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Yes, I also live in the community of Royal Oaks. And just after watching some of those stats, I think if the problem is repeat offenders, the rest of us shouldn't be kind of having these 7 o'clock kind of curfews to what we're doing outside or to noises put upon the rest of us. I think it's also the more that we get our rights taken away from us and what we can do on our properties, it becomes a real slippery slope. I mean, we have people running chainsaws, doing tree work, doing all sorts of things. And where does the line stop? Yes, I also hear the parties in the valley. You hear this coming from the same locations. I also believe it's a problem with not having enough sheriffs to be able to handle that. And until you have the sheriffs that can deal with the ones that are the repeat offenders, I wouldn't be passing an ordinance that's put on everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Butterfly Brenda. If you can press star six to unmute yourself. Again, that was to press star six to unmute yourself.
Hello?
There you go. Ready to roll. Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Please
thank you.
begin.
Thank you very much. I've really been interested in listening to all this. And I live in actually in Oak Hills off of 156. And it has been getting worse. And I agree with the last presenter that the sheriff getting the enforcement and having these other agencies respond in a way that makes sense on an individual basis. And I think that's probably part of the problem. But it is, when it's that excessive in terms of the volume, and I have had the deputy say to me, yes, it's within the limits. In the meantime, I'm hearing something over a mile away inside my home, and it's tantamount to a home invasion, I feel. And it really, really feels that way. And I can't enjoy my own music. I can't hear when I'm in a conversation, whether it's inside or outside. So it's a really an unreasonable amount of noise that I think we're all looking at and addressing. And when it's amplified, as one gentleman said, it's excessive. And I appreciate the effort to make this better. Thank you very, very kindly.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Cesar Lara.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara, having done work in North Monterey County, even more recently in the last couple months, we've been having these conversations with community members around this noise ordinance, seeing that it's come up. And my fear is that it's a lack of communication between neighbors. And some of it has to do with race, some of it has to do with language barriers. And so the question or the request that I would have is that if this ordinance does pass, that the Sheriff's Department come to the Board of Supervisors, give an annual reports, and collect some data. The last thing we need is for Latino community members being targeted compared to non, because I think part of the problem needs to be is how can we facilitate conversations between neighbors to understand the struggles that we're going through in regards to noise, and really want to make sure that this law is being applied equitably and making sure that the community gets informed about these laws that will be implemented that will really affect the quality of life for all of North County. And last thing we need is my community versus their community kind of conversations, and want to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences on these policies. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lara. I will try one more time to see if I can reach the person whose number was 833. And if that person is out there, you would need to press star six to unmute yourself. 833. Just press star six and you can begin speaking.
Hi, I would like to help you understand that sometimes in talking to people, they are not receptive. And in the case where I talked to my neighbor, he told me I needed to move. And then 2 or 3 days later, the gate to my farm was crashed in. I mean, there's this sense of entitlement that some of the people who are moving out here seem to have. I've been here for 43 years, and I've never seen anything like what I'm seeing now. And it's very
upsetting. And I know other jurisdictions have figured out a solution to this that protect the rights of people, residents, to enjoy their property. And I think there's a middle ground that Monterey County has not yet found on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now we have Leslie, and then our final comment will be after her, Leslie, which will be Denise. So first, Leslie, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Press *6 to unmute yourself, Leslie. Okay, we'll go on to Denise.
Am I?
You're on now. Yeah.
Okay. You know, I'm sad to see that, you know, this is being presented as a cultural issue because it really isn't. I don't think it would matter which flavor of music it was. It's the volume that is the basic problem. And while I'm all in agreement with people enjoying their friends and family and having celebrations, why don't we also get to have our own tradition of maybe having a peaceful Sunday afternoon? This has gone on for a long time. A lot of the problem is that the sheriff won't respond to our calls. He isn't enforcing. He gives warnings, multiple warnings to multiple offenders. And, you know, that's costing us money to have these officers go out there, and it's costing us, you know, time for them to address this duty. If we don't strengthen the noise ordinance, then we are being very counterproductive in terms of our staffing and the availability of law enforcement. It's just, it's gone beyond ridiculous how loud. 8-foot speakers, really? I mean, we're all going to be deaf at the end of this show. And I'm quite frankly considering moving because I am tired of hearing loud music every day, every weekend. I hope this ordinance is voted on and codified. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now our last commenter, and that will be Denise. Denise, if you can press *6 to unmute yourself. There we go. Okay, press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm calling because I have been a resident of the Royal Oaks area for more than 25 years. And unfortunately, in this current rise of this noise complaints, we realized that there was a huge division between races, cultures, and understandings of people. It has actually come down to where people are now trying to push their own personal agendas and trying to harass people. There are groups of people that are driving around targeting people to seeing where tents are being placed, where loud music is happening, so that they can call the cops. And they're placing this as a disturbance cause, which has nothing to do. People are sitting outside their houses calling and saying, oh, I can hear the noise inside my house. That is no longer a private property. That's a public entity. I think there's a large confusion, and it's also targeting a large community, Royal Oaks and Romas, Las Lomas areas where highly Hispanic people live. So it's not a coincidence that this has become a race and cultural issue. Music is what keeps us alive. And I think that there's a confusion on noise. Sheriff's Department vehicle actually was louder than a 45 decimal. I had an officer stand by me and show me that his rating, his own vehicle was above that rate. I was in a vehicle accident. Your resources are so below for Sheriff's Department that I was in a vehicle accident, and it took a highway patrol who was booking someone in Santa Cruz County to come over and help us out, because Sheriff Department in Monterey County are understaffed and their resources are being directed to noise ordinance. I think you're not taking into consideration where our priorities are and what our community needs. And our Spanish speakers are being pushed down and dismissed.
Thank you for your comments. With that, we will close public comment, and I'll take it back to staff for any additional comments.
Staff has no further comments at this time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we'll go back to the board for final comment before we bring it up for a vote. I'm seeing no hands raised other than Supervisor Root Askew, old school. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I just, could I get some clarification from staff? Because when I'm reading the ordinance, what I'm reading is it says it shall be unlawful for any person to violate any provision of this chapter. Any person violating any of the provisions of this chapter shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. No proof of knowledge or intent or other mental state is required to establish a violation. sorry, and continuing. It is prohibited within the unincorporated area of the County of Monterey to make, assist in making, allow, continue, or create or cause to be made any loud and unreasonable sound any day of the week from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So I'm not reading that this requires amplified sound. I'm reading that this is any loud and unreasonable sound that's made from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. would activate this ordinance, and it would be up to the discretion of the responding party to determine whether or not someone gets a warning or is imprisoned as a result of the changes. Could I just get some clarity that I'm understanding this correctly?
You are understanding
Yes, I
it
see.
correctly, Supervisor.
Could you repeat that, please, Brian?
Yes, I said Supervisor Askew is understanding it correctly.
Thank you.
Okay, that I'll just then make a comment that I think this, I hear and I feel for the disruption of peace that I hear people sharing with us. And I also hear that it is some repeat violator offenders who are really causing the majority of the problems. At least that's what I'm hearing from comments and have read in communication that's come to our office. I'm not sure that this particular, the way that this ordinance is written in front of me right now is targeting those repeat offenders. Rather, I see that it's really leaving creating a really big open space for personal for subjective for subjective determination of how someone gets treated in the response to these calls. So I'm not comfortable approving this as it's currently written. I am very sympathetic to the residents, and I think that we do need to find the right way to target and be very clear about how we provide enforcement where big, pay-to-play parties that have large amplified sound situations. I'm just not seeing that that's what this ordinance is targeting here. It leaves it too wide open for my comfort level.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Are there any other members of the board who have final comments?
No, I'd move staff recommendation, move the ordinance forward.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Supervisor Alejo, your hand is raised. Is that a legacy hand?
No, it's a question, Madam Chair,
Okay.
because we did consider this in 2019, and the staff report didn't reflect it, but we did increase fines then, and we also lowered the time period from 10 p.m. to 9 p.m. But what wasn't included in this report on the issue or the question of whether the fines were sufficient or whether they had its intended effect, we didn't get any report about how many enforcement actions were there, how many fines were given, and that would help us determine whether we feel that the current ordinance is ineffective as a tool by law enforcement. Do we have any of that kind of information at this point in time? It'd be interesting to know, since 2019, how many citations were given, how many enforcement actions were given. I think that should have been part of the presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Is there any staff response to that?
Yes, Supervisor Alejo, through the chair. I do have information related to 2021, which I shared briefly in the presentation, that there were 34 complaints that received some level of enforcement. Of those, we levied $25,950. Of that, only $11,650 was collected in fines. There is a portion of that that's related to cost recovery. Those are often through stipulated agreements where we agree to reduce some of the fines in an agreement to no longer produce noise. There was 2,250 of that indicated that needing to be paid, only 990 of that has been paid. So you're looking about 50% of what is levied being collected.
So Eric, because I know out of all the enforcement actions, some were warnings. So do you have that breakdown? How many were warnings and how many were actual fines? And secondly, the ones that were fined or warning, did the music stop after getting the warning or after receiving the citation? Do you have any of that information?
We do. So again, in 2021, there was 22 incidents reported by the Sheriff's Department where they responded and found that there was no merit in the complaint. And then as a result, obviously no infraction or fine would have been assessed on those calls. We do have periods of time where there are, again, I'm speaking here for the Sheriff's Department. I don't know if Chief Thornburg is on the line, but in our meetings with him and communications, they do receive complaints via email or telephone that they just don't have the capacity to respond to due to staffing levels and reporting to other more serious events or incidents. But as those reported, it was again the 34 from 2021 where we collected or assessed a fine, in 22 where they were found to be no concern. We have received, again, 7 for this particular year, which is essentially a month plus a couple weeks. The occurrence of events, if you look at the time period, they do seem to be concentrated in the summer months. Obviously, when the weather's nicer, the days are longer. So those are in leading up into October and early November. They substantially decrease over the late November into this time period.
Thank you, Eric. Supervisor Lopez has his hand up now. Thank you.
Yeah, at this point, I'm torn. I'm hearing a lot of comments that have me concerned based on history in Monterey County, specifically the Grimes case. I don't want people to think that they are quote unquote deputized. And I think that what's breaking down here is community at the end of the day. And I'm reliving some of those moments in my head, and I'll share that it's a growing problem in my district as well, on the northern border, as well as in deeper South County, where we're having folks who buy ranches and just start running them as entertainment venues, and it's impacting quality of life. And I'm looking to strike that balance. I am looking for the path forward, and I think that there's tools that need to be given, which is partially what we're referring to as discretion here. But at the end of the day, it's, if we don't have that immediate response, my fear is that we're going to be dividing community further. And so I'm looking for that balance to be struck. I don't think that this ordinance is perfect, but it is something that I think we could start with, but I'm not feeling like, hey, this is it. And I want to be clear. Nobody should be feeling like they're running around except for the sheriff to, detect if somebody is breaking an ordinance or law here in Monterey County. And I just want to be clear based on some of the emails I've received. And to me, the other thing I want to be sure is on the table is, there is a difference between living in a lot of our rural unincorporated communities and living in town. I see a lot of folks sending us, hey, this is, what's in a city, and some of those lines, you move out of the country to not live with some of those guidelines. I know that. I live rurally for that very reason. I like the peace and quiet. I also like the ability to turn the music up when I'm washing my pickup on the weekend and don't want someone to, call in because the music's loud while I'm doing that. And so I'm trying to strike a balance here, and I do appreciate the discretion that's given to law enforcement in cases like these, but I want to reiterate with that it is law enforcement's job at the end of the day. And with that, I'll roll it back to you, Madam Chair.
So Supervisor Phillips, I see you have your hands raised, but perhaps Sheriff Thornburg would like to make a comment.
Yeah, That's what I said, because there's just a lot of cases that the sheriff can't respond to. And I want to tell you, they go out there and warn and warn and warn and warn before they ever cite anybody. But I'll yield to Commander Thornburg.
Thank you. Thornburg?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board and everybody in the meeting. Supervisor Phillips is correct. We go to a lot of loud party calls or loud music calls, whichever phrase you would like to use. We do give a fair amount of warnings because every one of these calls is very different. And what I mean insofar as we go to one, it's a wedding. We go to another, it's just people throwing a wild party that needs to be shut down right away. Others are quinceañeras or other very sensitive. It may not be the exact word, but they're gatherings that mean a lot to those folks. And we've been working very well with RMA with a process to be able to document what we saw and send those reports to RMA, and they've gone the administrative route. We've had some good success with some of the business, I'll call them businesses that advertise on YouTube and such, that they're basically DJ companies, if you will. And they've been able to reach out to them and interact with them and say, hey, these are the permits you need, so on and so forth. And, with by far our busiest night when it comes to this type of call is Saturday night. And as you can imagine, we balance with the resources we have, we balance the calls that we go to, especially around 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night is when these kick off. That's also when your bars are letting out. That's also when a whole bunch of other stuff is going on. So the deputies do the very best they can to try to balance them. We have issued some citations. We have chosen over the last several months to do the RMA response, where we work closely with them, and I feel that has been successful. I know we have folks that would love everything to be zero quiet the second we get there, and we do. People do turn their music down, but it's striking that balance between which calls are we at, how many deputies, because the standard noise, it isn't just somebody blaring a stereo. It's generally parties. There's generally alcohol involved, and those present unique problems because it isn't just a 5-minute visit. We're there. We're making sure that everybody that's involved knows what's going on. We talk to the homeowner or the business owner if it's a business owner meeting, like a DJ or something like that. So I hear everything. I feel that the deputies are doing everything that we can. Again, I wish we could make it zero noise every time we go, and I do know that people turn it down, but I'm not naive to the fact that they may turn it back up. So with that, I'm open to any question that anybody has, and hopefully I can shed some light or help or explain something.
Thank you, Commander. Questions? Wendy, Supervisor Rudaski has her hand up.
Yeah, I think I'd like to and I don't think we had a second for the motion that was made. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to consider all of the additional information and discussion today. I'd be willing to ask staff to draft an ordinance that considers formalizing the practice of civil penalties so that the sheriff's office can work more effectively with HCD moving forward. And I think that I'm not comfortable with the variation in you can be issued a warning or we can arrest you. So finding some middle ground in terms of how we can best target a noise ordinance how we can best target a noise ordinance to the repeat offenders and the most significant, the violators that are repeat violators that are operating businesses that bring in loud amplified music. I would ask staff to go back and consider bringing forward an ordinance that addresses the concerns while also putting some boundaries around what we're considering.
Okay, so let's try to rein this back in just a little bit. No, that's okay.
So that's a motion. So that's a motion, Supervisor Adams.
But there is a motion on the floor, a motion which does not have a second yet at this point. So I need to kind of get some order here. So at this point, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips that did not have a second. Would you like to repeat your motion, Supervisor Phillips, or perhaps we could have the clerk read back your motion?
I didn't realize I didn't have any friends here, but yeah, my motion was to just move it forward and bring the staff recommendation and bring the ordinance before us on March 1st.
Thank you. So that is a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Can I get clarification just on the staff recommendation? Because there's been a lot of additional numbers thrown around. What is the time and what is the decibel level?
The time would be 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. the next day. The decibels would remain the same as indicated, 45 decibels LEQ dBA to 65 dBA. As County Counsel Brian Briggs indicated, though, there is the provision there for unreasonable noise with any point of time during the day. And then there is the never to exceed 85 dBA.
Did that answer your question, Supervisor Lopez?
It does. I think the number that concerns me is the 7 o'clock. It just seems early to me, especially in the summer. Supervisor Phillips, would you be able to, would you go to 8:30 on that?
No, I really can't because, that was one of the things that we're getting complaints about. People feel they can't do anything until 9 o'clock. They can't, so that was the reason that we pushed it to 7 o'clock was the feeling that we're just stuck with this until 9 o'clock and our kids can't go to sleep. We can't do the other thing. So no, I can't. I can understand people look at it differently, but they're not living in North County either. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and we do not have a second to that. So I think we'll need to move forward. And I believe Supervisor Rudascu, you had a motion?
Yeah, my motion would be to ask staff to go back to consider all of the feedback and discussion in today's hearing and to bring back a resolution, an ordinance that better targets those who are most offensive in the violations for our consideration.
Is there a second to that? So we're just going to let everything die. I think no lunch is beginning to show its impact. So I'll second Supervisor Rudascu's motion to allow us to move forward here. So Supervisor Askew, you are asking for staff to go back and redraft the ordinance that was presented for us today, and taking into consideration the changes that some of the comments that were made from the community. And perhaps during that time, Supervisor Lopez may have the opportunity, and perhaps Supervisor Alejo as well, and definitely Supervisor Phillips, to see if there are some modifications that could be made that would be acceptable to the people of the community, so that we would be able to come back with a motion and a second, and therefore an ordinance that would work for everyone. Eric Lundquist has your hand up. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask just a point of clarification on the motion? So I understand it. Should the board proceed forward with that motion? In working with County Counsel and the Sheriff's Office, it seems I'm hearing, perhaps Supervisor ask you if you can clarify that the nature of the noise or what's generating the noise might be of concern. So amplified music primarily is what generates those noise constraints. Is the focus of our work to be on that element? Is that what I'm hearing or understanding?
Yes, so I'm a little bit swinging from the hip here, given that I don't have much unincorporated land in District 4. So I would like to defer to some of my colleagues who do represent more unincorporated areas. But I would feel more comfortable if we could, as the ordinance is currently written, it basically gives the sheriff the ability to by saying that there's audible noise happening on any property in any area of that incorporated county at any hour of the night, the ability to arrest someone. I'm not comfortable with that breadth of judgment, and I think that by limiting the ordinance to amplified noise, by limiting the ordinance to providing more guidance around what we mean when we say if we're going to allow the ability of enforcement and that includes arrest and 6 months in jail, like what is it that we're looking to target? Is it amplified noise? Is it noise that extends beyond a certain distance? Is it a party where people are paying to attend? Is it parties where alcohol and music are involved? I think we need to put some parameters around what that is if we're going to include enforcement that could be as much as arrest and 6 months in jail.
If I may, really the intent was actually to go to the administrative citation such that it wasn't those criminal penalties, but rather the citation that is then applied to the property ultimately if they're not paying. So it was that maybe tier back from those more criminal penalties. I just want to make sure that that's clear in our.
Yeah, and I'll just maybe add, maybe part of what we need is an opportunity for the board to weigh in with some of these options, to bring back, hey, here's a set of, here's 3 criteria, which one are you comfortable with? Because clearly we don't have 3 votes on anything today, and I can't tell you where we would get to 3 votes. So maybe we need to be able to have like a menu to choose from where there is general support. But I think ultimately what we're saying is that I do hear there is support for addressing the noise concerns of our residents. And how do we do that in a way that addresses unconscious bias and doesn't leave open the risk of imprisonment just because you happen to have something that falls into the unreasonable noise category.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I mean,
yes,
imprisonment, come on, supervisor, they give them a citation saying you're a violation of 415, but I mean, but I'll yield to Thornburg, Commander Thornburg, but most of our complaints have been amplified music, right, John?
Yeah, that's correct, Supervisor. We get it's amplified music. They set up parties, and there are some places that do, like Supervisor Lopez had mentioned, they do rent their place out, and Supervisor Phillips, I think you're well aware of that as well. And it's loudspeakers, it's whatever they call the party, whatever the reason the party is for, it's big DJs setting up and blaring. And Supervisor, not just if I could help address your fears, we're short of something else really happening, we're not taking anybody to jail for loud music. Now, that does lead down that what potentially can happen, and we have had this. We had this happen in the city of Keene, where we went to one of these parties and a fight did break out, and people, assaulted deputies and such, which is really one of my major concerns. So, in that case, they didn't go to jail for the loud music; they went to jail for punching deputy sheriffs. So, but yeah, we're not looking to take anybody to jail because they amplified music.
Thank you, Chief Deputy. And now let's go to Chris Lopez, and then we'll see if we can't wrap this up.
Thank you, Chair. Just while we're putting comments on the record for staff to consider, I think something that I would like to suggest just for consideration is something like a 30 to 45 minutes after sunset, because sunset does move, but it is also something that has been used as part of law enforcement. I know because I've read quite a few hunting guides, and they say you can start shooting at this time, that time, after sunset, obviously for the noise factor. And I think that might be something that works for us. It is more of a shift, but sunset there is an actual time that's registered each day as what time sunset. So I think that might be an option. I think the concern on the backside for me that I want to make sure that, and it might be out of our reach, but having an opportunity, maybe an online process where people can apply for a permit to go beyond that if they want. And then we have it registered. So when somebody calls in, we can say, nope, we've got it registered here, and they will shut off by 9:30 or 10 o'clock. That option for somebody who's going to do that one-off that is not doing it every weekend. You will see somebody applying every weekend for it. but it does create sort of that record necessary for law enforcement showing up on site. It's either there or it's not. So two pieces that I hope we'll at least consider, maybe come back with options on those, but I do want to see something created, and I think setting the time limit after sunset might be the approach we're looking for.
Thank you for that. I feel like, we're trying to make an ordinance as all of us are thinking of whatever is coming up. This is not going to get us any place. We do, however, have a motion and a second on the floor. So why don't we take a vote on that, see if that passes, and move forward from there. So if we could please have the motion stated again.
All right, it would be to send staff back to the drawing board, so to speak, to consider the discussion and public feedback today, and I return to this board either with a set of considerations that we can give better direction and or an ordinance that addresses the issues raised here.
Thank you. And there was a second to that, which stands. So let's do
I request a friendly amendment, Madam Chair. And that would just be within 45 days. I know that summer is our busy season, so I'm just wondering if we can put a time limit on it so that we can make sure to cure it before that season.
Absolutely.
Great. So we'll add that to it within 45 days. So now if we could please have a roll call vote. Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No, and I can't support it only because this has been put on and we've been working on this for 8-9 months now, and my constituents feel we've been dragging our feet and we haven't moved it forward, so I can't support moving it further down the road. So my vote is no. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams? Aye. So with that, we will complete this item. It is now time for our afternoon agenda. However,
Supervisor, we've checked with everybody and we do not need to recess back into closed session. All the items can be trailed over to another meeting.
thank you. I would suggest, however, that we take at least 15, if not a half hour break. We will reconvene in these chambers at 2:00. And thank you so much for your patience. Thank you all so much for all of your attention. It's the government sometimes, and making laws is like making sausage. It's not very pretty, but the end result is pretty tasty. So thank you all so much for your work on these items today. Good afternoon. So we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for February 8th, 2022. Could you please do a roll call for us, Madam Clerk?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Adams appearing in person and Supervisors Alejo, Askew, Lopez, and Phillips appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And if we could please have our interpreter, Maria Avila, make her comments.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Thank you very much. So we have scheduled matters starting now, a little bit late. And the first one that we're going to take up is the COVID briefing. We're going to have a public health update, and I believe that we have Nick Chulos, who is with us. And I will turn it over to Nick so he can go ahead and move forward with the, now why do I have Nick here? I don't think that's, he was there.
Madam Chair, yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. If you'd like me to go ahead, I'll start.
Please do.
Okay, great. So we have two components to the COVID update this afternoon. The first is a public health update from Dr. Moreno and the county health officer. And the second is a presentation on the role of what's called the MOHOC, which is the Monterey County Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator, which assists in the procurement of medical resources and the coordinated distribution of those resources. I'm hoping Dr. Moreno is on the line here this afternoon. I think I see him there. Good afternoon, Dr. Moreno. So if you could go first, and then we'll have the MOHOC presentation after that. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Good afternoon, Nick. Can you see my first slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer and Director of Public Health. I'm going to go ahead and give an update on COVID-19, which will include some data on transmission of COVID-19, vaccination efforts, and then a brief update on announcements made by the State Health Officer this week impacting guidelines and requirements statewide. So as you can see, our vaccination coverage is stable. It continues to increase slowly, but does increase. We and other vaccine providers continue to vaccinate on a weekly basis. So even though the vaccination coverage percentage may not increase from 1 week to the next, there is definitely some increase from week to week. Our test positivity is now declining, as well as our case rate, both in California, in the region, and here in Monterey County. Our hospital census is slowly decreasing. This is the number of individuals that are reported to have to be in one of our hospitals and that have been diagnosed with COVID. And so that number, as of yesterday, was 87, so that's decreasing. And our testing turnaround time has decreased and is now stable to about 1 day, which is about the turnaround time that we experienced before this most recent surge. moving on to case data. This is the case rate, and it's a 7-day average case rate per 100,000 residents. And this is on our website, and this divides the groups of individuals in Monterey County and their case rates by age. And we can see that through this surge, the population that had the highest case rate was the teenage population, 12 to 17 primarily, that were mostly impacted. But we can now see that the red line, which is the 12 to 17-year-old age group, as well as the other age groups, 0 to 11, 18 to 64, which had the highest increases in case rates, are now certainly declining. So those case rates are declining for those age groups. And the smaller increase that we saw among 65-year-olds is also showing signs that the case rate among 65 and older, the orange line there, is also decreasing. Oh, and one more thing, I did get a report from our laboratory, public health laboratory. The sheriff reminded me that the breakdown of variants, COVID-19 variants in December, showed about 43% of the variants that were identified through whole genome sequencing were of the Omicron variant. And we have enough data now from January, and they shared with us that the proportion of variants isolated through whole genome sequencing among Monterey County residents in the month of January was 93%, which was close to what's happening in the region and the state. So predominantly the Omicron, but we still have Delta variant circulating here in Monterey County. Moving on to vaccination efforts. This is a slide that you're familiar with, which shows the estimated proportion of individuals in each age group here that have received at least one dose. And we have made very good progress with our 12 to 17-year-old age group. The estimated proportion exceeds the proportion of individuals vaccinated in the 25 to 34 and the 35 to 44 age range. So my congratulations to parents who are primarily responsible for getting these individuals to a vaccination location to get vaccinated. We still have work to do in the 5 to 11-year-olds. We still need more healthcare providers to begin to offer vaccine to 5 to 11-year-olds. We still have quite a few vaccine providers, primarily pediatric providers, who still not ordered or accepted any COVID vaccine and are not vaccinating their pediatric patients. So we do need more of them because we don't have as many pediatric vaccine providers for COVID as we do the older age groups. And again, the breakdown showing that we do have some differences in the proportion of individuals by race and ethnicity that are vaccinated. So there's still work to do, and this information continues to guide us in our decisions, at least in public health, on how we allocate scarce resources and available resources locally and at the state to increase vaccination rates among all the race and ethnicity groups. And then as far as countywide, we do have, we do have the total there of the estimated proportion of all county residents that have been vaccinated. But there are some differences, but we can see that we still have made really good progress countywide in each of the 4 regions, with the Salinas region having the estimated highest proportion of individuals receiving at least one dose. And these are just the numbers for individuals that are at least 5 years of age and older, which is the eligible population. And then finally, there continues to be a difference when we talk about case rate between those that are vaccinated and those that are unvaccinated. So on the left side of the screen, you see the blue label case rate, and you can see that the case rate is about 44 per 100,000 among people who've received vaccinations, but it's almost 200 per 100,000 among those that are unvaccinated. Another way of looking at this is that people who are unvaccinated are about 5 times more likely to get COVID than people who are vaccinated. And on the right side, under the hospitalization rate, blue banner there, we see a similar difference. The numbers are less, so the rates are lower, but overall, similarly, people who are unvaccinated are about 5 times more likely to get hospitalized with COVID than people who have received vaccinations. And the state website has additional information that people can look for that shows that similar comparisons of rates for the state of California. So one more thing I want to share. I'm going to stop sharing my slides, Nick. And provide, I'll try to be brief, provide an update on the recent announcements from the state health officer. So the state health officer made changes to or amendments to state guidance documents and state health officer orders around the end of 2021 in light of the different characteristics of Omicron, primarily the increased transmissibility and the increase in rising case rates. So there were additional restrictions that were placed statewide. But given the decline in the positivity rates statewide and in most regions, decreasing case rates, and in some locations, decreased hospital census due to COVID, the state health officer has amended some of those orders and guidance. So the first one is the changes to the health officer masking order. And currently the masking is required while indoors in public settings, indoors in high-risk settings for all individuals regardless of vaccine status. And those include public transit, schools, emergency shelters, healthcare settings, correctional facilities, detention centers, homeless shelters, long-term care settings, and similar settings. And masking currently is also required in public indoor settings for all individuals regardless of vaccination status. However, this week the state health officer issued a revised order or an amended order, which will return California to the masking requirements that were present before December 15th of 2021. So this revised order will go into effect February 16th, and it will still require masking indoors in high-risk settings that I just mentioned, regardless of vaccination status. It still requires that people who aren't fully vaccinated to mask in all other public indoor settings. However, fully vaccinated individuals or vaccinated individuals are not required to wear a mask in these public settings, but the state health officer still recommends that individuals who have been vaccinated wear face coverings indoors where there's an increased risk of transmission of COVID, for example, crowded venues. Again, that goes into effect February 16th. The second guidance amendment that I want to mention is that of the Beyond the Blueprint guidance document, which addresses mega events, and the amendment will return that guidance document to requirements that were in effect prior to December 13th, 2021. So currently verification of a negative test or vaccination is required for indoor mega events, which have by definition 500 or more participants, and verification is recommended for outdoor mega events, which by definition have more than 5,000 participants. Effective February 16th, the numbers will change. So verification will be required for indoor mega events with 1,000 or more participants, and will be recommended for outdoor mega events with 10,000 or more participants. And then finally, there's a amendment to guidance on visitation. These are visitors going to long-term care facilities to visit someone who resides in these long-term care facilities and similar facilities. So there was an increase in requirements for indoor visitation for places like hospitals and long-term care facilities. It was temporarily put in place again late December due to the increase in Omicron case rates and increased transmissibility of this virus. So this week, the state health officer amended those requirements, and those requirements revert back to requirements that were in effect prior to December 31st. So the amendment requirements do provide a way for all individuals residing at these facilities to receive at least one visitor, even if that visitor is not vaccinated. And that goes into effect today. So unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated individuals may visit a resident of a general acute care hospital, skilled nursing facility, intermediate care facility, or adult and senior care residential facilities licensed by Department of Social Services if that person has a negative COVID-19 test, either by antigen within 1 day or PCR within 2 days, and they're fully masked. So again, there's a recognition that the case rates are dropping, transmission is decreasing, and for the emotional social emotional benefit of those residing those in those places, they can begin to receive visitors again if those unvaccinated individuals follow these guidance. So with that, that finishes my update. Nick.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Madam Chair, I'll pass this back to you for further questions.
Thank you. I'll see if my colleagues have questions, but I do have one, Dr. Moreno. So I understand that the governor's order will end on February 15th, and we can, things will change on February 16th. But I'm just wondering, do we as a county still have under your guidance, the right to change our own ordinance to make it either more or less restrictive than the governor's? Do you anticipate that happening? And is there a metric that we should be looking at to know how we're doing?
Right. So thank you, Supervisor. There's several questions that I'll try to answer all of them. As far as metrics, we in public health in Monterey County has been following and sharing the same metrics for quite some time. However, we do recognize, and my colleagues in the state health officer recognize that the circumstances may vary depending on the variant that is circulating among our counties and among California. So we do know that this variant, the Omicron variant, is more transmissible, but the data is beginning to show that although it's more transmissible, the risk of serious illness is less than previous variants. For example, our case rates were approximately double that during this Omicron surge compared to last winter surge, but hospitalizations in many regions and counties, including Monterey County, were about half of the number of hospitalizations. So it seems to be a less virulent, but more transmissible. So we're dealing with a different variant. So considering that, that's the reason why the state health officer is planning on easing up on some of these restrictions. Here in Monterey County, there are, as health officer, I can, at this point, I can't be less restrictive than the state, so we'll have to wait till February 14th or 16th, I'm sorry, for the state health officer order for masking to go into effect. And at that point, if we continue to see a decline in case rates, most likely I and other counties will not put anything in place that would be more restrictive than the state health officer order following February 6th, starting February 16th. Monterey County Board of Supervisors and other supervisors and city councils do have, of course, legislative authority, and they could, and I'll pass this back probably to Les, but they do have legislative authority, which you have exercised in the past to implement ordinances that could be more restrictive than the state health officer order.
Thank you so much for that. And now I will go to my colleagues. I don't see anyone's hands raised, so I will go back to Nick and see where we are with this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Moreno, for your update. Madam Chair, I'd like to move to a presentation about the Mohawk, the medical supply ordering process. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelsey Scanlon from our Emergency Operations Center, Deborah Hopgood from the Emergency Medical Agency, Monterey County, and Deborah Wilson from the Contracts Purchasing Division of the County Administrative Office. So Kelsey, I think you're leading on this one, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much for having us today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So as Nick had mentioned, we are here to give a brief presentation about how medical resources are procured for our response to COVID-19 through the Emergency Operations Center. So generally, I'm going to share my screen real quick. So generally, throughout this pandemic, we've seen that for scarce resources, obviously there's an increase in demand, which means that there's then a limited supply. We saw this with personal protective equipment at the beginning of the pandemic, and now we're seeing it again with rapid test kits. That high demand obviously has generated the need for increase in production, but in that interim, there is a limited supply or a delay in deliveries or procurement requirements being met. Generally, the medical health op area coordinator is the single point of contact for procurement of scarce medical resources. And we'll get into the nuances of that position in a little bit. But ultimately, those resources are procured and distributed based on the priorities of the public health officer. And we'll talk a little bit about the incident command system as well. The Medical Health Op Area Coordinator is part of the State of California Disaster Medical Response Plan and functions within the California Medical Health Mutual Aid System, which means that every county in the state of California has a Medical Health Op Area Coordinator. And their primary responsibility is to promote system readiness of the emergency medical system, as well as coordinate responses to large events or incidents that require medical or health services. They facilitate the strategic deployment of necessary emergency medical and health resources, provide rapid situational assessment, and with the intent to limit the impact on not just the system, but the community as well. So with that, I will hand it to Deborah Hopgood.
Thank you, Kelsey, and thank you, everyone. Speaking specifically to the Mohawk position within Monterey County, the position is established within the EMS agency. The EMS agency maintains a 24-hour per day, 365 per day year single point of contact for the program. So there's an established email, established phone number where anyone can go 365 days a year, reach a member of the EMS agency staff, regardless of one personal individual's availability. We also play a role outside of the pandemic. We play a role in daily activities, unusual events throughout the county, and then emergency system activations as well. And then the typical activation outside of things like the pandemic are for when incidents require coordination with multiple medical and health system partners, and that may include within our operational area or outside of our operational area as well. And then on the right-hand side of your screen there, you see some example of activities that the Mohawk participates in that may or may not be related to the pandemic. So kind of a wide variety of tasks on a daily basis. And then I think one of the primary roles of the Mohawk that it's important to emphasize is the role of coordination. So as Kelsey mentioned earlier, the Mohawk falls within the incident command system structure. And works very closely not only with entities inside of Monterey County, but also outside as well. Those groups include the region disaster medical health coordinators or specialists. In our instance, we are part of Region 2, so we work with those regional specialists. We also work very closely with the California Department of Public Health and then the State of California Emergency Medical Services Authority. And as a part of that, we help to coordinate any mutual aid resources that may be needed within the county, and then receive, coordinate, and report health and medical resource requests between all of those entities as well.
So throughout the pandemic, this is a list of all of the categories of resources that have been procured through the Medical Health Op Area Coordinator. So these are pretty standard supplies with the exception of obviously rapid test kits. But you'll notice that it is very specific to public health. So they're not procuring cots, they're not procuring water. It's very much medically related. So with that, I'm going to actually hand it to Deborah Wilson to give a breakdown on what has been procured. Deborah, you're muted.
Thank you. I was on a roll too. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. So the pie chart just kind of gives a glimpse, more of a picturesque of what you're looking at in terms of what we see here in logistics and our inventory, and then what we have distributed. So it speaks for itself. You can look at the over 1 million of gloves that we've distributed out throughout the community. and also the COVID test, which is growing, and then the N95 mask. So this just gives you a glimpse of an overall picture of what we're giving out on a daily basis based upon the collaboration with the Mohawk. And then just like with Mohawk with Deborah Hopgood, the logistics is primarily providing coordination for EOC. And so just gives you the staff and what we're doing. And so basically I have a staff of 5, and all 5 are part of logistics. And me be the section chief, and you see Jaime Ayala, the department section chief for logistics, and also our branch chief, the procurement leaders. And then we have a few people that have helped with logistics from the outside of contracts purchasing that have been a part of logistics since the inception. And that has been Angelica Reyes that works out of Fleet, and also George Salcido. And now we have Vanessa Gonzalez that we've brought back in to help with unit tracking because of the COVID test and all of the PPE with all of the resources that we are currently giving out. So again, our role is coordination. We write, establish, and maintain support service agreements, and we coordinate test sites, vaccine sites, alternative housing sites throughout Monterey County.
Deborah. So to give an understanding of how the process works, as Deborah had mentioned, the Medical Health Op Area Coordinator as well as the Logistics Section all comply with the Incident Command System within the Emergency Operations Center. So generally how emergencies work is you have, let's say for a wildfire, an incident commander, somebody on the ground making unilateral decisions about priorities for scarce resources. And within their purview is the operations section, logistics section, planning section, and finance section. And you'll see this throughout the country at the field level, local emergency operations centers, county emergency operations centers, state operations centers, and federal agencies. We all are organized the exact same way for unity and efficiency, essentially. What is different in a COVID context is that in this scenario, the public health officer is ultimately the incident commander. Dr. Moreno, in coordination with the other public health officers of the state and with the state health officer, are identifying priorities for how to protect public health and safety. And within that, you have the Monterey County Health Department Operations Center, as well as the Emergency Operations Center. So 2 different entities that are working in a coordinated fashion to accomplish the goals and priorities set by the public health officer. So the EOC might have separate priorities listed, but they are in congruence with the health officer's priorities. And we are actively assessing those to make sure that we are constantly on the same page and actively trying to accomplish the same goals with the limited amount of resources that we do have. So here you'll see that the Medical Health Op Area Coordinator is actually under the Emergency Operations Center, but Deborah works directly with the health department to ensure that the priorities for procurement are being met. And so with that, we have a group of people who are able to procure medical supplies through the Medical Health Op Area Coordinator that's within the EOC. And so the next 2 slides are about who can request resources and what those priorities are for distribution. Obviously, when you have a limited supply of resources, you have to identify who is in the greatest need for these services, who are the most vulnerable, and how do we equitably distribute them. So throughout the pandemic, we have identified different priorities that have changed depending on the situation and what was going on. The priorities listed here have been identified by Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi, and there is as follows: healthcare facilities, schools, childcare centers, adult daycare centers, in-home support services, faith-based institutions, congregate living facilities, shelters, and organizations serving unsheltered populations generally take priority in receiving scarce resources. And throughout the pandemic, the specific agencies have fallen under the following categories. healthcare organizations, first responder agencies, such as local fire protection districts or law enforcement agencies, long-term care facilities, clinics, medical offices, health and home healthcare agencies, congregate living facilities, correctional facilities, municipalities, preschools, schools, colleges, universities, nonprofit organizations, as well as Monterey County government departments. So with that, it was a very high-level overview of a very complex and coordinated effort between several different departments, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much for that. And I will go back to the board to see if anyone has questions at this point. Supervisor Rudascu.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the county team who's been just at the forefront of this for the past 2 years. I had an opportunity to try to understand a little bit more about how and where and who and what, all of these things, how everything interacted. We really wanted to make sure that some of our churches were able to access testing supplies, and that some of our childcare providers knew exactly how to engage in the system as it's set up to operate. And so as I learned more, I thought it would be helpful for the rest of the board and the public to sort of have this information really transparently communicated. Just also want to thank the county communications team for the big effort that's underway to get this information out to those groups who are on the priority list. So if you are watching and you did see your organization, your faith-based institution that is in one of the top 2 HPIs, if you're a child care provider, if you're an organization who's serving folks who are otherwise unhoused, the Mohawk process is available for you to request supplies. And I think the other piece that I didn't hear in this presentation, but that was made really clear to me in the conversation I've had with staff, is that supplies do remain limited, and the county's ability to procure and make testing or gloves or masks available to the community does remain limited, but the commitment is there that when we have supplies, there is a process by which people can go about requesting consideration for distribution, with the common shared intent that we're going to look out for one another, keep each other safe, and the county is a critical partner in that. And I think that round chart that showed how much how many different supplies we have been distributing, that was significant. I think it was over 1 million masks, 500,000 COVID tests, a whole bunch of other things on that list. So just a big thank you to everyone for continuing the effort to get this information out to those who need it, and doing the work of keeping our community safe. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rudascu. I underscore what you say. With that, I will see if there's any member of the public who would like to make comment on this item. If in fact you are there and you wish to raise your hand, you could press *9. If you wish to speak, you could also press *6 to unmute yourself. I'm not seeing anyone on the line. Is there anyone in chambers that would like to come forward to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll go back to Nick to see if there's anything we want to wrap it up before we move on to our next item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that concludes our COVID update for today. We appreciate the board's spending time with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was an excellent report. It really raises one's heart to know how well we're doing. Thank you. With that, we will now move on to item number 10, which is to approve a request to use some unexpended 2021 American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds allocated to the Health Department in the amount of $590,000 to fund the stipend pilot through January 25th, 2022. And we have a presentation from Elsa Jimenez here, and I will look to see if Ms. Jimenez, there she is. Okay.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board, members of the public. I am here before you, as Chair Adams indicated, seeking your approval of the Health Department's request to reallocate unexpended ARPA funds to fund our county stipend through January, and also to seek your direction on next steps with respect to the pilot stipend. I want to remind your board and the public that back in August of 2020, your board of supervisors received a CARES spending plan from all of your departments. And at that point, the health department was proposing to expand the Great Plates program to really help those individuals needing to self-isolate after having had a test result with positive COVID. After further review and really helping to determine what was the reason individuals were not staying home, because we presumed that there may be a case where people couldn't stay home even though they knew they had COVID. It was determined that a cash stipend would actually help to encourage and support individuals who were testing positive with COVID to keep them at home for their isolation period, again, with the hopes of them fully recovering from it and helping to reduce transmission. So accordingly, in December of 2020, we proposed a pilot stipend that would provide a one-time $1,000 cash card stipend to adults aged 18 and over who had a COVID positive test result and who were not eligible for any replacement income during their 10-day self-isolation period. At that time, your board gave authority to the health department to execute an agreement with United Way of Monterey County, who would actually administer this pilot stipend, and funds as well for Clínica de Salud and Soledad Community Health Care District, who were going to serve as partners of this. We felt that in order to better meet the needs of individuals that were living in communities with the highest prevalence of COVID, and really looking at the community health partners that were in the Healthy Places Index 1 and 2, that it really behooved us to work closely with our community health centers and United Way to make this pilot a success and to really assure we were meeting the needs of the individuals that were most in need. And as you can look at our data and see that as COVID transmission went up, you could see and as the program became more familiar to the public, that the utilization of the program increased. In May of last year, when the state implemented the Housing for the Harvest, it was determined at the local level that instead of the health department administering that program, that we would funnel it through the Department of Social Services so that they can determine whether individuals who needed to isolate and who were not going to be receiving replacement income during that time, if they were eligible for the Home for the Harvest program, they would be funneled through that program for the stipend or the county's pilot stipend. And so last in December and more recently in January, unfortunately, there was a surge of COVID in our community, and hence the demand and need for the stipend increased exponentially. Unfortunately, we found ourselves in a situation mid-January when we were looking at this, that we had overexpended our agreement with United Way of Monterey County to the tune of almost $590,000. At that point, I made the determination to put a pause on the pilot until I had an opportunity to come before your board to seek further direction. Obviously, timing was of essence, and so I sought approval from the now budget chair committee member Askew to go ahead and bypass the budget committee and bring this item before the full Board of Supervisors for further direction. So today I'm here seeking your approval to reallocate $590,000 of ARPA funds already approved for health department purposes for helping to address COVID-19 so that we can fulfill our commitment to United Way and to the residents who were enrolled and are expecting to receive $1,000 cash stipend when their isolation period ends through January 15th. And also seeking your direction on what comes next. Although the number of cases are declining, there is still a need in our community for individuals who test positive with COVID-19 who may not have replacement income. So the need still exists there. So we're seeking your direction on whether we permanently suspend the pilot, acknowledging that this was a great benefit to the residents of Monterey County, where we helped almost 1,200 individuals in our community to safely isolate and receive some replacement income during that time. If we want to relaunch the stipend pilot at 50 cash cards per month, between February 9th and the end of April, which is when our agreement with United Way expires. That would be about $55,000 per month or $165 for 50 cash cards. Obviously, if we were to do 100 cash cards per month for that time period, that would be $330,000. And I can go on and do the math. And this would be leaving it at $1,000 cash stipend. A third option for you could be to relaunch the pilot stipend at whatever cap per month that you desire. But we could revisit the amount that we are providing. Right now, we are providing $1,000. But based on recent CDPH isolation guidance and the ability of individuals to be able to go back to work or to their normal business after 5 days with a negative COVID test, we could reduce the $1,000 cash stipend to $500 cash stipend. So those are the requests from the department for you today. Additionally, I would like to make a note that the department does plan on presenting to the budget committee later this month an overview on our, the amount of ARPA dollars allocated to the health department, how we have expended them, a notation of recently approved reallocations, as well as anticipated ongoing COVID-19 expenses through the end of June that the department is not able to tie to any of our existing grants. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Chair Adams, for any questions that
Thank you.
and the board may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I will go to the board for questions, and I see we have Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Wendy Rudascu. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Elsa, for bringing this back to our attention. I think our board is very supportive of this program as it really helps people, incentivize people to isolate in a way that really helps prevent the spread. And it really showed that local families and workers are utilizing the program. So this is separate from the Housing for the Harvest wage replacement stipend. Well, how long will that continue, Housing for the Harvest?
I do apologize. I hope somebody from DSS, Department of Social Services, is online that can help me answer that question.
There's Laurie.
Hello. I'll have to get back to you on that question. I know we did just get an extension and we just got some additional funding for Housing of the Harvest. So it will go on beyond the original date. I don't have it at my fingertips right now.
I think it's April 30th, 22. And I think I heard that yesterday at our 4-H meeting.
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay, unless there's an extension. So also this, I think, has that same date. It's almost 600,000, but are you saying, do we owe an amount? Because it seems like 600,000 and there's only 2.5 months left. It seems that money would cover a more extensive period of time because some residents are utilizing this program. The ag workers are utilizing Housing for the Harvest. Do you expect that we could approve this today, but there will be money there to perhaps continue the program after the April 30th proposed extension date in your memo?
Yes, thank you for the inquiry, and thank you to my colleague and to the community for confirming that the Housing for the Harvest ends at the end of April. So right now, I need your authority to go ahead and reallocate $590,000 of ARPA dollars that you have already approved for health department utilization as part of COVID-19 response efforts. That is so that I can pay the bill, so to say. Over and above that, if you want to continue the program and we leave it at the $1,000, we're really talking about $55,000 per month if we want to cap it at 50 cards. I will tell you that my colleagues at Social Services are a partner in this and really do see how this is benefiting the community. And so they can present a request to the budget committee and then to the board to have some of their funds, ARPA funds, approved for reallocation that they did not expend through last year that are currently uncommitted to help support an extension of this program, because the health department After we do this reallocation, we'll not have any other funds available for helping to support continuation of the stipend past the January 25th mark. And I hope I answered your question.
Yes, we're saying the housing for the harvest ends April 30th unless it's extended, and I hope it will be, as it doesn't seem we're through this pandemic yet. But I would support extending and keeping the program as it is, as it's working. No need to change it or lower the stipend, I think, at this point in time. And I think the funds are there. I just hope that it just seems like it's a lot of money, and I'm just not clear if it's paying back what's already been paid out, or else if this money is to extend the program that could help more residents with that almost $600,000.
So my first request for you for the $590,000 is to pay United Way for the cash cards that have already been distributed or committed through January 25th. If your board wishes to lift the suspension of the program, then those are new monies that would have to be approved for the continuation of the stipend. And my colleague at Social Services is willing to bring forward a request seeking your board authority to go ahead and reallocate some of the ARPA dollars that are sitting over at Social Services for extending the program from February 9th until the end of April.
Got it. And that's what I would be supportive of certainly paying the bills, but extending the program for a little while longer. And hopefully that we get some news of additional federal funds coming that could help us extend some of these key programs that are working. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Madam Chair, yeah, I was just, for me, I'm good with the expenditure on the outstanding debt, as I see it. To United Way at this point, who's already put that money into the community for their uses. My larger concern is I'm wondering where we are on ARPA. I'm now seeing a couple of different items come forward expending unused ARPA, and I'm wondering if we as a board need to understand where everybody is sitting to move those dollars into places that are appropriate rather than having things come up one at a time. For me, I'm already thinking of a conversation that's going to be on later on today, the VITA, extension. That's an opportunity for additional ARPA funding. There's, additional talk about supporting Watsonville. That could be hospital, that could be ARPA funding. And so I don't want it. I want to have a larger context conversation. And I think having this second piece come forward where there's additional funding out there being pulled out, we're now talking about total about $1.6 million that aren't going where we initially intended them between the two projects that have come before us. And so I'm just a little concerned about sort of that reiterating circumstance, and would prefer to have a larger context conversation on that funding throughout the different departments. But again, for today, I'm comfortable with the existing debt that we have out there getting paid with this funding. Thank you.
Well said. Supervisor Rudescu.
I think it's been a successful program. I did have some questions about any data around the demographics of how it's been used.
Yeah, definitely. So unfortunately, I don't have complete ethnicity or race demographics to present. We do have some data from when the program initially started, and over 70% of the recipients were self-identified as Latinx or Hispanic. What I do have data for the entirety of the program is where individuals reside who are receiving the stipend. And so a little over 50% of the individuals receiving the stipend have a zip code in Salinas, predominantly 93905, 93906, followed by residents in the city of Seaside. About 11% of the recipients have a zip code, the Seaside zip code, followed by 8% in Soledad, 8% King City, 5% Marina, 5% Greenfield, 4% Gonzales, 4% Castroville, and then 1% in some of the other pockets in the community. So when we look at where the stipends are going and we kind of match it up to where we have the prevalence of COVID, it is closely linked. So we are helping individuals who live in communities that have far farther spread in terms of encouraging them to be able to stay home and recover, and more importantly, help reduce further transmission in their communities.
Got it. Thank you. And then any other information? So for people who test, this does require a verified positive. So for people with the uptick of utilization of home rapid tests, how are people finding, how are we getting the information out to members that if they get a home test, that who they need to contact and what they need to do to participate or get their verified tests, so that then they have access if they qualify?
Yeah, definitely. Let me answer that first part, and then let me have Krista finish answering the question. So you may recall that our initial intent was really to work with our community health centers, because more than likely individuals are going there to get tested and or to receive treatment. So right there, we have the confirmation that the individual has a positive COVID-19 test. I will tell you that the health department, and more recently in partnership with Department of Social Services, has been the entity that has been approving the most. So 36% of the individuals that have been enrolled in the program have been approved by the health department in combination with social services, 27% by Clínica de Salud del Valle de Salinas, 11% by Alisal Health Center, 10% by Seaside. I will tell you that those 36% referrals come in from a variety of sources. So they can come in through Vida. Our CHWs know to contact and can verify the positive result. We have individuals that are referred to us from 211, or who are calling the health department directly. And so there is a verification that's required. And then we also have individuals that are referred over from our public health team that is doing the case investigation activity. So there is a means of confirming and verifying that the individual does have COVID. Now, I'm hoping my colleague Krista can help answer specifically the question about positive results from, over-the-counter tests as you inquired, Supervisor.
Supervisor, and so if the positive home antigen tests were really starting to come on the market and be used more towards the end of December, beginning of January, so the ones that we were getting, then the caseworker was working with that person to get them to a site where they could get a test that we could use as a confirmation test.
Great, thank you. I just I think it's one of the things that, giving people the resources that they need directly. I think we all know that's how we can best help people. So I'm fully supportive of continuing the program at the $1,000 stipend range. And if there's a way that social services is able to support making that happen, I'm supportive of supporting it.
Thank you, Supervisor Riascu. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm obviously in favor of going ahead and paying what we owe to United Way. But I have the same concerns. I'd like to look at the bigger picture, similar to what Supervisor Lopez said. And frankly, I think $1,000 was probably high. If I had it, I would have set it at $750. But if we're going to continue keeping it, I would seriously consider dropping it down to $500 if we were going to move in that direction, and you could reach more people that way. But I think we ought to take a look at the big picture of how much ARPA funds do we have left, and similarly, that may be some that we can divert to the money we needed to deal with the Watsonville Hospital situation that we're talking about a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. And I just had a couple of questions for you, Elsa. Can you tell me, are these expenses potentially reimbursable from FEMA?
That's an excellent question that I do not have an answer to.
Madam Chair, I'll step in. My understanding, and I don't know if Gary Millay is on or anybody else, but my understanding is if you're using ARPA funds, they're not reimbursable by FEMA. If you're not using ARPA funds, then they may be reimbursable by FEMA.
So if we used past tense ARPA funds, but are not going to be using them now because we don't have any more, does that mean we've already, futzed it with FEMA?
Not necessarily. I think going forward, if there are other funds that are expended for this type of purpose, they may be they may be reimbursable. And I say may because you never fully know with FEMA whether something is reimbursable, is my understanding.
Thank you. And then do you know, Elsa, do you have any ideas of what funding sources are available if we chose to continue the stipend pilot?
From my basic understanding of how all this, emergency relief funding works, ARPA is an eligible funding source. I will tell you that when the state was issuing grants to local health departments, we did try to get the COVID pilot stipend included as an expenditure under one of the health department grants, and it was declined, indicating that those dollars were not for this, that we could seek ARPA or other funding to be able to support the stipend. So I think that's more of a question for Charles and or budget office if there are other dollars aside from ARPA to continue the program, if it's so desire of your board.
Okay, and then can you tell me, when we talk about the isolation, are we basing this on the 10 days or the sort of revised 5-day isolation? If we were looking at what the overall cost might be.
Right. So I proposed a reduced amount because of the updated CDPH guidance where someone could end their isolation period after 5 days if they had a negative test result. I can't, that was the basis for the recommendation to try to continue the program, but maybe at a reduced expense to the county, but still provide the relief needed for some individuals to receive some income while they're remaining. We do know that individuals who don't test negative after 5 days, they have to continue their isolation period beyond the 5 days.
And that's why you went from 1,000 to 500.
Correct. That was the rationale behind that option for your consideration.
Thank you. And then as we see the Omicron surge hopefully subsiding, do you think that we will still have the same level of need and demand in March and April as we had when we were in the throes of the surge of Omicron?
Oh my goodness. I really hope not, Supervisor Adams, but I think what this virus has proven to us is that we can't predict it. We can't predict the course it's going to take. I will tell you that the month of January was really the anomaly here because we enrolled over 500 individuals. I mean, that was really the 1 month where the greatest need was experienced by our community. And unfortunately, since we ended it January 25th, I can't give you more current data in terms of the number of referrals that we may have received for the stipend. And I don't know if my colleague, Dr. Moreno, wants to take a wage at predicting what the spring months may hold or what the summer months, right? I mean, who knows what's going to happen in the next few months.
So we won't ask him to place a bet, but thank you for the suggestion. So let's take it out to the public for some, see if there's any member of the public that would like to ask questions or provide comment. And if in fact you wish to do so, you can please press *9 to be able to raise your hand for me to see. And I don't see any hands raised. So with that. Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, we have Eloise Shim. And if you would press *6 to unmute yourself, which you've just done, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds for your questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, hello, this is Eloise Shim. And I think that the health department and the social service department is really scalping the taxpayer of millions of dollars. I don't take any of these medical services, but I do need general housing and healthcare, basic healthcare, monies for reentering the workforce and other practical matters. And I think that these industries, the social service, mental health industry in Monterey County is capitalizing on COVID-19 because they're blaming COVID on the increase of crime like domestic violence. And I'll refer to the Seaside PD presentation that there was a 50% increase in crime. So the positive cases should not be paid because they're clearly not following restrictions, and they should double down on their behaviors and take responsibility and not burden the taxpayers. And also, according to Dr. Moreno, the cases are decreasing, and the positive tests, they can't be verified for places like airports. So they're only useful for verification for individual knowledge of a COVID status.
Thank you for your comments. I see no other member of the public with a hand raised, and there's no one in the audience that's choosing to come forward. So thank you very much for that.
For the COVID status. I myself don't use it.
Sorry, here.
Madam Chair, I think I'll move approval of staff's recommendation on this.
So we have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, and the recommendation is to approve the request to use the unexpended ARPA funds to cover expenditures through January 25th and support the relaunch, but maybe at the reduced amount. Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess that's a point of discussion. I'm supportive of the full amount. I know Supervisor Phillips mentioned a lesser amount. I don't know what my other colleagues think on keeping it the same or reducing it at this time.
So do you wish to make your motion at this point simply to approve the request to use the unexpended funds to cover the expenditures through January 25th?
Yeah, but I thought we also had a recommendation to extend the program to April 30th, 2022.
Okay.
And at least for these next 2.5 months, I will be supportive of keeping it at the same level.
I'll second that.
And that was the $1,000 level?
Yes.
4 or 5 days. Okay. Okay. So there's a first and a second. Is there any other comment from any other board members?
Yeah, I can't, especially the point that you brought up, Madam Chair, about the 5-day possible for the quarantine. I can't support it at the $1,000 level without knowing more about where the money's coming from and where we're doing it. So I would be at 500. I can't support it. I support paying the money we owe to United Way, but not at the continuing at the $1,000 level at this point.
So maybe also could explain the difference in quarantine when it was under the $1,000 versus what's the change in quarantine period today? Has there been a significant difference in the quarantine period?
Yes, so when this program first started, I think it was like 14 days, not program, sorry, when the guidance was released and we didn't know much about COVID and how long people should isolate. When we launched the program, it was a 10-day isolation period. Just a couple months ago, CDPH did update their guidance. And so now you need to, if you have COVID, you need to isolate for 5 days. If you get a negative test result, you are allowed to go back to work. Maybe Krista, I don't know if she has enough understanding of the current individuals that are being enrolled, because we do follow them while they're enrolled in the program, again, to confirm that they are in fact isolating as they're required to. I don't know if Krista can lend some information with respect to are people leaving their isolation after 5 days? Are they staying 10 days? Do you know, Krista?
I have to go back and look at the data with the case managers for that. I know it does range, just depending on the situation and their ability to go on a test during that time when it was hard to get a test.
Yeah, and I know also that we were giving the $1,000 if they isolated at a hotel versus $500 if they were isolating at home.
So that's the housing for the Harvest program. Our program has been $1,000 regardless of where they isolate. We did not change our county stipend pilot.
Got it. So I don't know what Supervisor Askew's thoughts are on, since the isolation period is now half the time, whether it merits a reduction in what we pay out for the isolation program.
Yeah, and I'll just say, $1,000, I get it. It sounds like a lot of money, but that really is, you're talking about for 10 days, that's $100 a day, or the equivalent of less than $15 per hour if you were working. So I'm supportive of maintaining it at $1,000. I understand that for some individuals, they may in fact be able to get that negative test on day 5 or 6 and return to work immediately because hours or however they're scheduling allows them to do that. I also understand that for a lot of folks that are relying on this stipend, they don't have the ability to immediately trigger their schedule back on again. So once you're not scheduled, it's a minimum of 5 days that they're missing, even if they do test negative on that 5th day before they can get back to work. And so what we're really doing is in order to qualify for this program, you've got to meet income requirements that are very low. And so we're just allowing people to continue paying their rent. We're allowing people to continue buying their groceries. We're allowing them to continue caring for their families while they have the uncertainty of not being able to know whether they go back to work at day 6 or day 10. And so I am supportive of maintaining it at the $1,000 level. I think it's a program that has been successful. I think that among the many things that our county has done to really minimize the spread of COVID, this is one that contributes to the fact that people can stay home and aren't going back out into the community. So I hope that we can maintain it at $1,000. And if there were some way, if we did want to make that adjustment, I think that the amount of staff time that we would be asking staff to do if we were to split it up into 2 $500 payments, like the cost of staff time would be greater than the amount of stipend that we're providing directly to people as a basic public health benefit.
Yeah, so I'll stick with the original motion as well, at least for now, because we're only talking about 2.5 months, and maybe when it comes in April, when we consider whether to extend it, at that time we could make a determination whether it needs to be lowered at that time.
I see we have Supervisor Lopez's hands up, but perhaps we could go to Elsa, whose hand is raised as well.
Yes,
first.
thank you, Supervisor Adams. Thank goodness for today's technology. So I do have an answer for you. Only about 40% of our individuals now who have a positive COVID are going to test negative on day 5. And we have to remember too that availability of testing is still scarce. And so more than likely a larger percentage of our individuals who test positive are going to be in isolation past day 5.
Okay, thank you. And then, so if we pay what we owe, the $595,000, I think you said, where is the funding coming to be able to continue the program at $1,000 through April 30th? Where will that funding be coming from?
So Department of Social Services has some ARPA dollars that are approved for their department's utilization for COVID-19 response efforts that they can seek your direction on whether or not she can reallocate. They have the ability to reallocate up to $800,000 of their ARPA funds for this specific purpose, if that is the will of the board.
And the program that we're discussing, if we kept it at $1,000 for 10 days, would $800,000 cover that?
I think it all depends if you want us to put a cap. So, if we put a cap at 50 cards, that we can't issue more than 50 cards per month, that's $55,000. If you up it to 100 cards per month, that's 110,000 times 3 months, that's $330,000. So that gives you a general idea that if we were to leave it open-ended through the end of April, then and our cases continue to decline over the next couple of months, that should provide sufficient funding to be able to meet the needs of those that are testing COVID positive and don't have replacement income during their isolation period through the end of April.
So I see Ms. Medina is on the line as well. This is coming as no surprise to you, right? I mean, you're not going, what? No, I'm certain that we all agree that the money is in DSS. It could be transferred to the health department, and then we would have enough money to continue the program full throttle as it has been going until April 30th, 2022. Is that correct? See heads nodding. Yes, good. Okay, and Mr. Supervisor Alejo, essentially, was that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and Supervisor Radascu, that was your second. Okay, and now I see Supervisor Lopez has his hand raised.
I need some clarification. I heard a statement that there's an income requirement. Is there an income requirement?
No. So the requirements are that you are an adult, that you live in a specific part of the county, again, areas that are in our Healthy Places Index 1 and 2, and that you are not going to be in receipt of any replacement income, meaning you don't have sick leave or other leave that's provided to you by your employer during that time that you're supposed to isolate.
Workers' comp included.
Yes. Yeah. No replacement income, period. Mm-hmm.
And can you tell me, just thank you so much for that, Elsa, and sorry, Chris, to jump in, but the new proposal that's being put out that employers now have responsibility to pay 2 weeks pay essentially for people who test positive for COVID. When does that take effect? Is that taking effect not until like July 1? Does anyone know?
I know that it's supposed to go retro back to January 1st, but I don't believe that the state has made final determination on whether or not the sick leave will continue. I don't know if any of my colleagues have a more definitive response. And I will remind you that not all of our Monterey County residents, employers provide sick leave. And so there could be a pocket of residents that even if that were to get it adopted, it may not be in effect at the time that they have COVID, or it may be something that is not a benefit to them.
And the sick leave doesn't apply to employers that have 25 employees or less. The larger.
Chair, I'm not sure the legislation has passed both houses of the legislature yet. I know it passed at least one, and I don't think much less the governor having signed it yet.
Thank you. Good.
It has gone to the governor. He hasn't signed it yet.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
So I wasn't done. I appreciate everybody jumping in. Just, at this point, I think my bigger concern is still the piece about floating dollars out there and them just kind of getting assigned on individual priorities. I would prefer to have a larger conversation, and supporting something like this, I couldn't do it without a cap. I think that the numbers that we're seeing in terms of new cases, I mean, right now we're paying back due money, and we could end up in a position if we don't put a cap on this where we're coming back again after the fact asking for another $1 million, $2 million, given the caseloads we've been seeing. And so I want to ground us in that reality and the fact that we have these demands around COVID that, have large impacts. And so I just want to state those for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Supervisor Phillips, your hand is up.
As do I, especially when there's no income requirement. Someone can be making 150,000 and qualify for this apparently. So I have the same concerns. So are we going to put a cap on it or no cap? I can't support it if we don't have a cap. No.
So
Supervisor Alejo, I'm just pulling up my notes here. The amount of money that Elsa, you said that the average amount of money per month has been around 100. Let's see here, estimated monthly cost of $55,000. So if we were to put a cap of $100,000 a month, takes us, we're not going to go over it. It takes us through the day.
I'm sorry, I don't know if Krista, maybe you can help me come up with our monthly expense, since this program has been in effect since December of 2020. It went to January, so about 13 months. Yes, it's about 120,000 a month. I came up with the 50 as a means of, if we cap it at 50 cards per month, that's about $55,000, which covers the cash card plus any monies due to United Way for administering the program, plus any monies due to our community partners for referring clients.
Supervisor Phillips, is that the sort of cap you were talking about, or were you talking about an income cap?
Well, could I lend perhaps a possible details for a possible motion. So since the departments are planning on coming back to the budget committee in February, the departments meaning social services and the health department, to provide an update on where we are with ARPA allocation, ARPA expenditures, and anticipated expenses through the end of the fiscal year. You could direct staff to go ahead and continue the program at the $1,000 stipend if that is the will of the board. This month, you could tell us to cap it at 100 or cap it at 150, because again, there is still significant demand in our community. And we have a lot of individuals in our community that are still yet to be employed and may have run out of unemployment benefits. So you could tell me, okay, go ahead and continue until you get further direction from the board in March. We can come back March 1st or March 8th for further direction on this, because I will need to amend the agreement with United Way. And at that point, you could tell me, stop, cap it at 50, reduce it to 500. And you could also tell me now, go ahead and continue, but I want you to have a cap or no cap until we return to the board on March 1st or March 8th for further direction.
I would
that
say
wasn't in circular. Sorry, I was trying to be succinct, but I don't think I was.
also, I think we want to keep this simple and keep a program as it's been operating already. But I think we could agree so that I would still say come back to us in March to finesse the program. But I think for now, as we're not meeting till next month after today, that we could say, let's put a cap of $100,000 on it and let the program continue as it's operated. If that's good with the seconder.
Yeah, that works for me.
Could I recommend 110? Because then that would mean we can provide 100 cash cards and then be able to have sufficient funding to cover the administrative.
Yes.
Okay, so a cap of $110,000. Okay.
Yes,
Mr. McKee?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, is there a total expenditure cap for the whole program at some point? Or you want to bring it back and address that later?
I think we can bring it back in March.
Bring
I
it back.
was expecting we're going to bring it back in April before the program, the funding ended also, but sounds like it also thinks it's better to come early in early March.
So I want to be sure that I understand. So we're talking about, in looking at the gross numbers, we're talking about the money that's owed to United Way. And then for this program to continue, we're talking about a cap of $110,000. Is that correct?
Per month.
So it's a month. Okay. So what I'm conscious of what Chris was concerned about, and John and I as well, is we should have a bigger picture here. We should know how much is outstanding from all of the ARPA money that's out there, and have the opportunity, if we're going to start parceling it out, to see what the other needs are that we have before we just, blanketly go for one program, because there may be other needs that are equally important. So, that would be a total of 330 new, because we already owe the 595 and we have to pay that no matter what. So if we're leaving it just, wouldn't even be that much. It would just be for the months of February, March, and April.
Yeah,
So
and direction would be to
about
come back in
300.
early March for further direction.
And when you would come back in early March for further direction, would we at that point be able to have a presentation on how much funding we do have outstanding in ARPA, so we could make some more intentional decisions about where it is that we're going to be spending it?
Well, and I'm not sure if you're talking about ARPA that's associated with the health department or social services. Remember, the board has addressed ARPA funding overall through the budget process that you went through already. And so I'm not sure you want to revisit where you've allocated the funds in the budget process.
I think it would be where the funds have not been spent. So that probably would be through the budget process. No, if we want to do it sooner than that, if we want to do it in March, how would we do it?
I would just, I'd recommend that you're talking about you're talking about monies associated with the health department and social services and the programs that they're trying to address. I think that's the report that you're looking for. And that could come back. I would agree with Ms. Jimenez that they go to the budget committee first and then come to the Board of Supervisors after that.
Do we have time to have that done in March if we're going to be taking another look at whether we want to continue funding this program?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's time to do that. They can go to the next budget committee and then come back in March to report to the board overall.
March 8th meeting, essentially. I see Ms. Medina is shaking her head. So is Ms. Jimenez. So that sounds like it might work. Supervisor Phillips,
we have a budget meeting on the 23rd.
Sorry, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips, does that make this any more palatable to you?
Yeah, I can live with that.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second and some direction that I think has been given. So could we do a roll call vote?
Chair,
Sorry.
could I just make sure the motion includes the reallocation of the DSS funds for the purpose of the future funding? Because I thought I heard Ms. Jimenez say that would be the source of the funding.
Yes, yes.
Yes, that's the motion.
And timing, just to ask the two main departments, is that timing okay, or is going to the budget committee, the March budget committee meeting, and then returning in April, is that more feasible?
I was getting a nod for March 8th
So
meeting,
I
which
can
meant they
speak.
had to get through budget. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can speak for the health department. So the health department does have a staff report that just needs finalization for the February budget committee. So the health department is prepared to provide the bigger picture for ARPA funds allocated to the department at the February committee, and then March 8th to the Board of Supervisors. Becky, I see you have your hand, so I'll defer to you for social services.
Yeah, budget committee deadlines are tomorrow, and to submit our reports to the CAO. So for our funding, if you're asking for a total update and redirection, I think we may need another month. What do you think, Lori?
Yeah, I think I would defer to you, Becky, if I know that our report is kind of expansive, so I think March is fine.
So March budget committee for, yeah.
And that'll still get it back to the board by March 8th?
No, you might get it back at the last meeting in March, last board meeting and Board of Supervisors meeting in March. Because the March budget committee meeting is probably the third week, I think, or fourth.
Well, I hope that we can make that happen, because I believe that would be, the program would stop then if we don't have it.
Well, those are two different. Yeah, I'm not sure if that would impact the ability to go forward with the program. I'm not sure it would impact it going forward, just because of the funding that the health department does have available still and social services. It doesn't mean you wouldn't need to make some changes in April when you come. But I think that my understanding is that there's funding right now between those two departments to keep it going.
Okay, I just don't want to see us back in the same position where we are now, where we thought the funding had stopped and the program administrator did not, and the program kept on going. So we just have to be sure that we don't put ourselves back in that position again.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say just in terms of scheduling, the next two budget meetings are on the 23rd of February, and the one after that would be March 30th. So it'll be the last days of March. So that means that it'll come back in early April.
So if I may, Chair Adams, I heard your board provide direction that we can reallocate $590,000 for expenses through January 25th. I heard your board approve continuation of the stipend at the $1,000, but capping it at $110,000 expenditure per month. And so if social services is not able to come back to your board until end of March, really, we're talking about potentially $220,000 being expended between February 9th and the end of March for this pilot. So that's really your control right there, is that, you know, the health department and social services will not exceed the $110,000 per month. And at that point, when we come back with a fuller report, you can decide whether or not you want to continue the program in the month of April for the remaining dates in April, or if you just want to end it at that point.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. I think we're good to go. So could we have a roll call vote, please? Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams? Aye. Thank you very much. That was a very illuminating program.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry.
Today.
I'm so sorry for our oversight. It won't happen again.
Thank you very much. Elsa.
Get a recording of that. You know.
That etched in stone. Okay, so we're moving forward with item number 11. And this is to consider options for board policy governing the appointment process to board standing committees. Selecting an option for the appointment process to board standing committees in direct preparation of a board policy, and making appointments to board standing committees and outside agencies for 2022. And we have a presentation from Mr. Gerard.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I'll do my best to be brief. You might recall that the chair raised the issue of discussing the selection process for board standing committees. An ad hoc committee consisting of the chair and the vice chair was formed. That ad hoc committee has met twice. Staff had come up with various options for the selection process. And let me share my screen. I can get to it. Oh, you know what? I can't. Yeah, no, I can. You know what? I didn't start the meeting. Give me 15 seconds. My apologies, supervisors. Here we go. I should be able to share now. So these are roughly the options. The chair proposes, the board votes annually, which is the status quo. Chair proposes, board votes annually, but there are term limits for each committee membership. Chair proposes, board votes, and you have multiple year terms with or without term limits. The chair has the ability to appoint annual or multi-year terms with or without term limits. There's a rotation for all appointees, either annual or multi-year terms. There's a staggered annual rotation. For example, year one, supervisors A and B are appointed to committee X. Year two, supervisor A is off, supervisor B stays, and supervisor C is appointed. There's a staggered multi-year rotation, basically the same thing, but appointments for 2 or 3 years. And then there's a lottery random selection. You're drawing straws to see who gets to sit on which committee. And then you could form an ad hoc committee process where an ad hoc committee meets and makes recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. There's one other option I didn't put on here. We could do an MMA octagon here in the board chambers, and the supervisors could fight it out.
So moved. Just kidding, Les.
So as I mentioned, the committee met 2 times and they were unable to agree upon a joint recommendation. So what the process they came up with is present all of the options to the board and have the chair and the vice chair indicate their preferences. And the chair and the vice chair have authored memoranda which are attached to the staff report. Just for the public's benefit, the chair preference is 7, which is a staggered multi-year rotation. And then her second preference is a number 6, the staggered annual rotation. The vice chair, Supervisor Alejo's preference is to maintain the status quo. And then the second option would be option 3, which is basically the status quo, but multi-year terms. So that is the basic staff report, Chair. I'd like to turn it over to you and then to the Vice Chair to explain the rationale for your preferences to the full board.
Well, my hope is that everyone has had the opportunity to take a look at what it is that we have proposed. And because in the essence of time, I don't want to go back over everything since everyone's had the chance to read it. But what I do think that we should be thinking about today is that we should try to decide which of the 4 options chosen by the ad hoc committee we support. I would love to be able to make appointments for the board standing committees and also make appointments for the agencies, JPAs, and miscellaneous appointments. But I must tell you that I feel today, at this hour of the day, if we would simply able to take the first step, which is simply to decide which of the 4 options chosen by the ad hoc committee that we support, then we can come back and work out how we're going to do this at a later time. So I feel like that's probably, in my opinion, the best approach for us to take today at this time. As I indicated, my hope is that you have had the opportunity to read the memo that we put together and to read Supervisor Alejo's memo as well. Each of us putting forward what we think is the best way for us to move forward in light of acknowledging that we as a board, we have a shared responsibility for oversight of the public's ongoing business, which is what we do through the standing committees. Us to consider the best interests of all of the residents of the county by having a diversity of perspectives and having each supervisorial district's voice heard on these standing committees, which is why I support the idea of rotation of seats. It also takes the politics out of it and sets up a method that we can move forward with. There's a lack of equity in the current assignments that we have. We weren't elected because of our areas of expertise. We were elected or to be pigeonholed, and we all have an equal role to play on the board. So my option is the staggered, my preferred option is the staggered rotation with 2-year terms. And my staff worked, it was very interesting at some point to be able to see what it would look like if we were to do a staggered rotation. As it stands now, 2 of the supervisors have 6 standing committee appointments. 2 of the supervisors have 4 standing committee appointments, and 1 supervisor has 2 standing committee appointments. So you can see simply from those thoughts that it's not an equitable situation. So at any rate, I'll ask Supervisor Alejo if you would like to comment from your perspective on
Yes.
why you feel like we should keep the status quo.
Yes, Madam Chair, I appreciate that for the opportunity to be able to also share my perspective. And but I think that just talking about standing committees alone doesn't give the full perspective of what committees we serve on, because outside of standing committees, as part of the dozens of committees that all of us serve on, there's also a lot of other committees outside of standing committees that are also important, that are desired by supervisors and that are part of our portfolio of assignments. But I thought the best way to move forward is and to keep the peace is keeping it very simple, is keeping but we never formalized a policy, even though we had a practice. This would be the time to just formalize that in writing, that the chair continues to make recommendations, but the final approval is done by the board. On top of that, I would just include in a policy that if supervisors desire changes, that they could always talk to a colleague, ask to swap committees or to be rotated in. so that it's more collegial in the process. And I think that it has numerous benefits. It allows changes to take place after this coming November's and election on the board. It also allows boards that supervisors that serve on committees that they have an interest, they have a passion to serve on the committees that they're already on, that they continue to do that. And as part of the fact-finding process of what committee assignment supervisors wanted this year, 3 of the 5 expressed wanting to keep their assignments as they are without very much change. It also allows us as supervisors to use our experience and our institutional memory serving on boards to be able to continue to carry out important work of that committee. But I think it also encourages collaboration rather than just forcing changes at this time. It also, there's some work that's important on committees. For example, legislative, we got bills moving through. Budget, where we have done follow through on certain budgetary areas that in the coming meetings, we're doing follow up on those. And it would allow that work to not be disrupted. But most importantly, what we have done is what almost every board of supervisors has done. They vote by committee assignments by majority vote. It's not just by a rotation. The same exists in the California legislature in Sacramento. It is decided by the speaker or the president of each house. Same in Congress. Committee assignments are not rotated or a forced rotation. They are done by the speaker or the president of the U.S. Senate. The second option is almost the same, but in terms of trying to adjust whether we allow some reasonable parameters of term limits, it would just recommend perhaps putting a 3 or 4 year term on serving on a committee, and that would go prospectively, not to disrupt this year's assignments, but it would at least give some amount of time where you serve on a committee, and then perhaps the board could consider changes after that. So those would be my 2 top committees. I think it keeps it simple, keeps the peace, and lets us keep doing and getting back to work on the committees that are important for Monterey County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now I'll go up to my colleagues, and I see Supervisor Root Askew has her hand raised.
Thank you. I think I appreciate the conversation, and I think what we're really having right now is a conversation about how we engage in and model good governance and best practices in good governance, how we act collaboratively as a team, how we make well-informed and well-rounded joint decisions whenever possible. In my experience, it really has not served our board or our county well to start each year with a battle about board assignments, committee assignments, and I've seen that play out far too many times here. We expect more from our workforce, and we expect more. I expect more from each of us, and I think that we really have a duty to be modeling the type of engagement and collaborative culture that we want to see in our county. Supervisor Chair Adams mentioned that the committee assignments that we currently have really are lopsided in how the distribution of power is shared among the board members, with some supervisors holding 3 times as many board committees as others. And I agree, Supervisor Alejo, that there are differences when you look at the picture as a whole. But board subcommittees are where we're really pushing and directing county policy. And I think that there is a responsibility that we should all share, and a responsibility to understand not only the work that our committee is doing, but to have some understanding of what the other committees are doing as well. I think Chair Adams had a well-reasoned and researched proposal, and I hope that we can have a good faith discussion about it. I think that maintaining the status quo, it does allow supervisors to, serve on committees. We all have passions and we all have interests, and I think there's, reasons why we all ran for these seats, and why we serve. But the status quo doesn't account, I think, in the conversations that I've had with folks, for all of the passions and interests that different folks bring, and the value that their different perspectives would bring into all of our committees. So I think that there is room for improvement in how we structure and make our assignments. And then I'll just also say that I think, I've only been on the board for, this is my 2nd year, but I serve a majority of my committee assignments with the same individuals, and I have not had the opportunity to build that relationship with either by serving on a committee with either Supervisor Adams or Supervisor Phillips. And I would have really, I think, appreciated and benefited, and I think the county would have benefited from the ability of each one of us to be able to work in some way with each other. And the way that the current setup is, it has not allowed for that, which I think is not, it doesn't serve all of us well. So I'm inclined to, if proposal number 3, which is that the chair proposes, the board votes, very similar to how we currently have it, but that there are some sort of term limits placed on how long any one district serves on any particular committee, I think that would sort of move us in the direction of a slow change in the future without anything dramatic changing. But it would allow us to, I think, share the responsibility and share the power that we were elected to uphold, and model some of the good behavior that we want all of our workers in the county to be engaged in as well. So that would be my comments and proposal moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Lopez or Supervisor Phillips, have you want to weigh in on this item?
I'm happy to jump in here. Given the conversation, I don't mind setting terms and then having, rather than looking at the entire thing every year, having that conversation when those terms are up, so that it's kind of like a situational, I think the key is obviously when elections happen and new people come in, there's new interest, and that opportunity has to be had. And for me, sort of setting the limits without term limits, and I've got to be honest, there's certain committees that it would be hard for me to ever give up because of how they impact my communities. And that's sort of what I'm carrying in terms of that concern about someday, being off that for, if we're doing required term limits, probably at minimum 3 years, I'm imagining, maybe 2. And that's hard. That's hard to say to my community, this is your biggest concern. And I can't be there. I can't be there on that issue because of a term limit. And so I don't think I can support term limits with terms, yes, to open that conversation, to have the discussion openly about those seats. I think having the broad context has its value in terms of reopening all of the positions every year. But at the same time, I agree with Supervisor Askew. In the last 6-7 years, it's not been a good conversation. That turns into, it plays out in the media. And that's really unfortunate. And, there's reasons for that, obviously. But at the end of the day, I think limiting the amount of seats that we're looking at each year, I think could be productive. But I'm not prepared today to say, hey, term limits or rotation, because, again, there's certain seats that I just couldn't support. I couldn't support stepping away from because I couldn't answer for that to my community. So that's where I'm sitting today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments and have a few responses, but I'd like to hear from Supervisor Phillips before I do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the problem with the status quo is it puts the chair in a difficult situation, and often awkward as we've seen, and it can get confrontational. And I mean, if the chair really thinks there needs to be a change in assignments, and then invariably there's resistance and it plays out. I was probably the worst one when I was going to take Mary off of Fora, and it turned into things, and finally I just backed off of it because it was becoming a distraction. But you look at it, if someone gets on one of these committees and then we all get committed to what we're doing there, but then you have a right to be on that committee for the entire tenure. And, Lou was on here for 16 years. Potter was on 12 or so. Simone was on for a long time. And if they're there, the rest of us, as we're going along, if we come on after them, we never get a chance to serve in that capacity. And I'm not sure that's, completely fair. The problem is, some assignments have special considerations that we ought to, you look at Salinas Solid Waste, that ought to be by the people that get served by it. Chris and I ought to be on that. So, I mean, you have to take things into consideration. Urban counties, I mean, that's got to be Chris and not Alejo on that. But a legislative committee, like, I wouldn't ever try to bump Alejo off that, because you need someone like Luis, who's been in Sacramento, or Simone when he was on there being on it. So you got to look at it with some special considerations on it. You know, basically, I guess if I'd say, well, go with Mary's recommendation this year, because it doesn't change a lot. I do think we need a separate homeless committee. I don't think that necessarily goes with Health and Human Services, because some of these people, we got to deal with them knowing that they're never going to go into a living situation. But starting next year, you know, if it was me, I think each of us would submit a list on the things, on the assignments that we would like that we're not on. You know, we might not get many where people are requesting to be on that, requesting the change, but you would look at those. And if the incumbents, the people that have been on there for at least 3 years, then I would think you would rotate one of those people off and move the requestee into that situation. And I do think then probably a 3-year rotation, someone shouldn't be on a longer 3 years, unless everybody's comfortable with that. No one's requesting to go into that. And I think we would find at least 60 or 70% of the assignments wouldn't be contested, where someone would necessarily want to get into them. But I think some rotation, I think probably 3 years, because you get involved in these things and you're working on them. But I think 3 years with the staggered rotation, so you keep the continuity. One of the persons have been on there if they're thinking. But I think if we set it up that way, you're not going to have that many requests for a change of assignments that we're anticipating. And I do think we ought to balance out in the course of that, the number of committee assignments that we have. I don't know whether that made any sense or not, but that was my thoughts, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. Although I don't always agree, I do agree this time. So thank you for that.
Not always, it's hardly ever, you know.
So thank you all for your comments and for what you're thinking about here. And I must tell you that what you said is one of the things that my team and I looked at when we put together the grids that I could show you, or that I had in the memo that you sent. In the very first version, I attempted to keep an incumbent on most of the committees, but not in every case, in order to have them more equally distributed. You know, rather than two people with 6 and one with 2, we wanted to spread that out a little bit. In the second version, the rotation started from scratch. There are numerous ways that the rotation could be set up. How to do the first year is the question. So we provided one example of that. But quite frankly, I totally agree with what Chris said, and John, what you said as well, that there are committees where there are definitely geographic focuses that should be recognized. The urban county is one of them. You know, includes the county of Monterey and the cities of Del Rio, Gonzales, Greenfield, and San City. So that committee should always include representation from District 3 and District 4. Or District 3 or 4, and the rotation of a second one. But there should definitely be 3 and or 4 should be on that committee at all times. Same with the Water Resources Agency. It's got a geographic area of focus in the unincorporated Salinas Valley. So Districts 2 and 3 hold most of that agency's infrastructure, like the dams and then the rec ditch and CSIP, of course. So I think that joint, the Water Resources Agency Joint Boards Leadership Committee should continue to be represented by District 2 and District 3. So there are several different ones that you see that I'm talking about that would make complete sense and go along with what you have said, that it just makes sense to have the people who are solely encompassed in that area represent the area. Sadly, there are some committees that I do not serve on that my representatives, that my constituents want me to serve on, and I've never had the opportunity to do it. There are people representing things that happen in my community virtually only who are making decisions, which makes the people in my constituency dissatisfied. So Chris, I understand exactly what it is that you're saying. So we've got to make a decision here. And I think the decision is whether or not we want to try to resolve everything today or just work in pieces and take the first piece as looking at simply agreeing that we're going to do rotation starting this year, looking at it as from one of the grids that we have, or starting afresh, where we definitely look at ensuring that there's continuity, that one of the persons who serves on, each of the committees has been serving on there at least 2 years, so they understand how the program works, and then a new person can come on to that committee. I just feel like if we don't make a change now, we're going to let it just sort of slide away. So I would hope that we would be able to do that we would be able to agree that we're going to start a rotation process. And if we can agree to what that process is, I liked, I think it was Supervisor Phillips who said 3 years. I had been thinking 2 years, because if a person's term is only 4 years, and you have a 3-year term, you may not have much opportunity to really serve through a variety of committees. If you have a 2-year term, at least you're going to have some meaningful time in a couple of committees. So I would hope that we would do a rotational switch, and that it would be for 2-year terms, and that we would also ensure that there is continuity by keeping one person on each of the committees as we move into the rotational process. Does anyone have any comments? I see Supervisor Askew has her hand up.
Forgot about that unmute button again. So let's see here. I think that similar, let's see here. So a couple questions. Mary, do you have any thoughts about, and I think that there are some points that you made about the geographical representation, and there are some committees that would have special circumstances, and we would, memorialize that as you've proposed in the version 1 and version 2 of the proposed staggered rotation. Would you envision, or that if there was a situation, and I want to acknowledge, right, like we've got Supervisor Luis Alejo, who has tremendous state experience. Would we as a board collectively still be able to then trade seats if we chose to, so that we have the division of power in place? But if we said, hey, look, I think it's really important that you stay, so I'm going to trade with you, but we're maintaining that balance of power and responsibility, I would hope that we could still maybe consider something like that.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
That way both persons would be agreeable to the trade, but it would not be, which happens every year, that one person would like to be on a committee where someone else is serving and that person doesn't want to go. So that change doesn't happen. But what you have proposed, I think, makes sense, that yes, if it would be agreed upon between two people, then that would be it, that would be accepted.
Okay, and then the other question that I have is, I think my instinct was to go with the 3-year terms that Supervisor Phillips had sort of referenced. I think that gets more complicated when you start looking at the staggered chart, as I just did. But that was my instinct as well, was to start, to have people be able to serve for at least 3 years at a time. Because that's a chunk of time that you can work with. However, I think I'm open to 2 or 3 years if there isn't a strong preference one way or the other on that. And then in response to Supervisor Lopez's comments, and I get it, right, that like there there are issues that my community cares deeply about and that I'm able to represent them on. But I do think that there would be benefit, and I've experienced benefit when I don't serve on a committee and I have to work with one of my colleagues because their voice needs to represent my residents. I feel the tension that you described, Supervisor Lopez, but I also, again, come back to what's in the best interest of our county as a whole and what's in the best interest of our ability to model, shared decision-making and joint leadership here on this board. And I do think that finding some way to have a rotation in place is necessary. So if I heard, just to clarify, I heard Phillips, I think it was that item number 6 that you were referencing, the staggered annual rotation?
No, I think he wanted 3 year.
No,
He wanted,
I'm flexible 2 or 3, but but Supervisor Lopez brings up a good thing that once you're there, I mean, there is a lot of stuff that you're working on that gets carried over year from year, that you lose that historical preference. And when I came on the board, stuff was going on. I kept asking Simone and Potter and thinking, what's the background of this? I can't figure that out. And it was really helpful to have that historical knowledge when we were setting. But I guess question, it seemed to me that if we're really going to analyze this, at least some of these committee assignments, if they really have a geographic thing, we ought to kind of designate that those are going to be by the supervisor who's responsible for that geographic area and lives there. But then are you saying, Mary, your proposal is automatic rotation, whether there's an interest, if whether people don't particularly want to rotate into that, they'd rather stay away from the legislative committee, but they get rotated into it in any event?
no, what I was suggesting is that if in fact that happened, that just as you described, and you didn't want to go near it, and the person who was on it wanted to stay there, then you could switch. It wouldn't be mandatory. It wouldn't, you wouldn't have to take it if you both agreed to switch.
You can have my cannabis. When I get assigned there, I'll trade. Sorry.
But that would be the circumstance. Exactly. So take that as an example. So if Wendy got cannabis and she did not want it, didn't want to go there, I did, but I was serving on, legislative. I could say to her, do you want to trade? I'll trade with you. And if she said, oh yeah, then you trade. And then that trade would be in effect for 3 years. And then, then you would switch out again and see what the next place would be. But the continuity issue, I think, is so important as well, which is why as we start this very first year and as we would continue, there would be one person who remained on the committee. So that person would be able to ensure that there is information that is passed on as the new person comes in. The person has the seniority would be able to help mentor up as need be the newer person. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Let me share my screen one more time because there were 2 kind of options at the bottom that I did not go over, and they may be applicable to the discussion that's going on now. So again, you'd be creating a policy, and the policy could provide that a supervisor may decline the appointment if it's on a rotational basis, or that the supervisor may delegate or assign the appointment to another supervisor with board approval. And that's consistent with, I think, what the chair is talking about, is that there would be a swap. And one other point, in adopting a policy, the board can always override the policy. It's not like adopting an ordinance, which would take an ordinance to override it. So you'd be adopting a policy, and on any given basis, the board can make exceptions to the policy.
Just going back to your your A and B. So if in fact a supervisor was to be appointed to something that that person doesn't want to go to and nobody else wants it,
then the board would have to make a decision on who gets it.
who gets it, okay. And then secondly, the person may delegate or assign an appointment to another supervisor with the board approval. That other supervisor has to be willing to accept it.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ensure that that was clear. So I think going backwards, I believe I saw Chris's hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm just a little confused. We're making the sausage as we go here, so I'm trying to figure out.
We've done that all day, haven't we?
I know it's been a day of that.
Yeah.
You tune out for 2 seconds, it all changes. For me, the key question is then what are we moving on today? I understand Les's position on the policy being a policy and not an ordinance, but are we looking at one of the tables today? I mean, I'm trying to understand for this year now, getting down to brass tacks away from concepts. Is that what we're talking about? I prefer 3 years. That's just me. But trying to figure that out, understanding where the majority is.
So that's a great question, Chris. And what I had thought as well is this, I don't want to stay down in the weeds. I wanted to get agreement on that we would do rotation and then we would do terms, and the terms could be 2 or 3, and that we would have historical perspective by ensuring that one person stayed on, and that we would also have special consideration for those committees that really focus on 1 or 2 people's districts, so that it would be foolish not to do it that way. Those were the key points that I wanted us to be able to agree on today. And as I'm going back over, I want to be sure I haven't missed anything. As far as the rotation, I think there were 2, I think you and John both wanted 3. And I know I could go for a 3-year rotation. Excuse me?
Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself.
Oh,
sorry.
You should turn your microphone off when you do that. So I think a rotation with a 3-year term makes sense. Historical perspective, make sure that one person stays on the committee so that we know that there would be a transfer of knowledge, that there will be some committees, and I think I identified 2, the Urban County and the Water Resources Agency, that need to be very specific to the first, the Del Rey Oaks, or the Urban County is District 3 and or 4, and Water Resources is definitely Districts 2 and 3. Again, specific.
Could I jump in on that one? I think the one that I know I would get a ton of concern on is cannabis scene. Is over 80% of that is in my district. And when we're talking about, that's one where I've been here from the beginning with the county and drafting cannabis policy. I just need to understand, that's one of those are the ones that's gonna be really hard for me to step away from.
Interesting, because my last note to myself says, cannabis committee, ? Should District 3 always have a seat? So my brain was going in the same place that yours is.
Definitely.
Okay. So if in fact we were able to agree on these things today, we could move forward with trying to iron out the specifics of it. And additionally, I think it was Supervisor Phillips who felt like we should do a separate committee for homelessness. So I know Supervisor Phillips felt that way, and I felt that way. And I don't know if there's a third person who feels that way or not. But if there is, that's another thing that we would be able to agree on today. And then again, we said, if you want to trade, that's fine. If 2 people choose to do that. And then I think, Les, what was the other one that you had that if somebody does not want an assignment,
If they decline an assignment, nobody else volunteers, then the board would have to make a decision. And Chair, I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
okay.
So you see that.
Let me just finish out where I am and then we'll call on him. So trading is okay. And then board assigns if no one takes. Okay. Now, are there, just before we go to Supervisor Alejo, is there anyone else who knows some very specific things that they would be interested in seeing here?
Well, Alejo may be saying this, but the homeless, if we do create a homelessness committee, I think that the work that the board assignment, I know we're only talking about standing committees right now, but the we have a board representative on the Coalition of Homeless Services, and there's a lot of overlap, I think, at least in my understanding of what that responsibility is. So there may be a need to link those two.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to be able to support. I know I'm in the minority. I can count here, but it's just unfortunate that there's a lot of talk about trying to keep the peace and collaboration. Well, this is definitely not it. And here, I was the supervisor who proposed even creating the Cannabis Standing Committee when it was previously the Medical Marijuana Ad Hoc Committee for many years. In 2017, when I came in, I proposed to change that to a standing committee for Monterey County. And since then, I've led on a lot of cannabis-related issues on there. And this was always from the beginning, one supervisor trying to raid committee assignments from another. It originally started by the chair trying to take my cannabis committee assignment despite my leadership on there and the creation of that committee. But now this list wants to strip me from 3 of my committees, not only the legislative committee, the budget committee, and the cannabis committee, all in 1 year. So, but I see where the votes align. I hope next year we will change this, but I cannot be supportive of this proposal here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from people?
I didn't get that. Is there a proposal to change it this year? Were you planning to start the rotation this year, or go with your proposal of keeping things basically with a few changes and then start the rotation next year? What?
My hope was that we would be able to go with the rotation this year, but I'm rather surprised at Supervisor Alejo's comment because, as I looked at it, I don't think that, number one, nobody is attempting to raid anybody's committees, and there is no my committee kind of thing. But as I looked at the if you could put this up, Valerie, I think it's on. If you could put share the screen. I think it's table 1, table 2. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So you would look at where we are with the 2021 currently. This is where things stand. And if you go to the 2022, this is highlighting the incumbents, okay? 2022 highlights the changes. I feel like I should ask Sarah to come and help me with this because she was so adamant and active in pulling this together. I don't want to misspeak.
It's clear there. You're taking 3 of my committee assignments.
I am personally taking 3 of your committee assignments.
Yeah.
That was certainly not how this was supposed to work. That was certainly not an intentional situation. I don't think it would have been possible to come up with some way of doing this that would have made that happen.
Through the chair, I mean, there isn't a balance of power currently. There is no way to create a new chart like this without rebalancing power. When you have some supervisors with 6 board standing committee assignments and others with 2, the only way to create balance is to rebalance that. So I don't think anyone's taking, or this, I don't see this proposal as anyone taking anything. I see it as bringing balance to the assignments.
No, because you have other committee assignments outside of standing committees that are also desired and are important committees as well. And there's no rebalancing of those committees. We're just looking at only a fraction of the committees that we serve on.
Right, but through the chair, if I understand, this is the first step, and we would also engage in some similar discussion with the additional committee assignments, but we needed to start somewhere. So exactly. I would fully support balancing of all of our committee assignments across the board. Starting with this, though, the only way to get there is to, for some of us to lose some and some of us to gain some, so that we do have equal distribution of responsibility.
So you can see, Supervisor Alejo, I am not on the cannabis committee. So, this was not some little ploy that was set up, much to your disappointment, I'm sure, to have me do that. That's not where this came from. This came from an unbiased desire to have more transparency and more fairness and better governance than what we have in our committee structure now.
Well, staff could attest. You were going originally trying to take the cannabis committee from me. You reconfigured it by taking budget and legislative, but staff could confirm that was your original intent from the very beginning.
Well, I would really like to know what staff would be able, who would be able to say that, because my staff certainly did not have that in mind as we pulled this together. And we weren't really working with other people's staff when we came up with this grid. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Madam Chair, I've had my hand raised. I'm wondering, it's 4:15. We've got quite a few items, still to come that we've got to address today, some major. I think we've given a lot of input, and I think there's a little confusion because I was looking at table 3 within your committee report. The slides that we're looking at here are slightly different. I'm wondering if I can make a motion to send staff back, given today's conversation and the obvious majority where it is, to look at all these lists and come back with your help with a recommendation at our next board meeting.
So I would like to add a friendly amendment to that. I just want to ensure that what you've said is great, but that we agree upon the rotation system. To me, that's the most important part, that we would have rotations and 3-year terms, and that there would be the specific attention paid to continuity.
That's still a tough one for me personally, but I'm hearing that from a majority, and I know that that's the direction staff is going to take back.
Well, but I'm kind of a modified rotation, frankly. That maybe gets to the same place with this trading back and forth and everything, but in generally, I think some rotation with a 3-year thing, if we couch it right, but whether that starts this year or we start the rotation next year is still a consideration for me.
So yeah, that it would be a pretty difficult pill for me to swallow, not to have rotation start as soon as we possibly can. Having been on the short end of the stick for 5 years, being the one person who only has 2 standing committees compared to my colleagues who have 6, I don't feel it's appropriate for me to have to sit and wait for another year before I have more of a fair opportunity for serving on more standing committees.
Sheriff, if I could suggest, we can if the board is willing, give us direction to take the comments today, and I think we've heard them, and come back on March 1st with a proposed policy that tries to incorporate as best we can where we've heard tentatively a majority of the board to be. I'd recommend that you let us do that.
So we would close without a motion today.
Yes.
There's a motion.
There's a motion on the
There's a
floor
motion
to
on the
that
ground.
effect.
I just want to be clear, the direction that I've heard today is that we build the octagon here in the board chamber and sell tickets for March 1st.
Correct.
the Christie brothers and Baron Leone. Remember the old days?
So
I think that was what I was going for, Les. So given that that is my motion, and I know I had a second there from Phillips, if it stands, I would like to call for the motion.
Could you please, could you mind repeating the motion? I'm so sorry. The motion.
So the motion is given all the content of our conversation today, to send staff back to come back with the recommendation for our next board meeting, which I believe was March 1st, as stated by County Council, to come back with a recommendation given where the majority of the board has led to some sort of form with the rotation, and we can make the final decisions then.
And I believe there's Supervisor Phillips second that, correct? Or was it Supervisor asked you? I think it was Supervisor Phillips second that. Could we have a roll call? Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this sausage making? Seeing none, no hands raised. Could we have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
I'm for it, rather than making bad decision today. Yes.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye. Okay, so we are now on to item number 12, the County Administrative Officer comments. I think technology moved ahead, didn't they? Okay, yes, so let's go on to item number 12, County Administrative comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments today in the interest of moving on.
Okay, and now we are going to look at new referrals.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. We have two new referrals this week. The first is by Supervisor Phillips to codify a no parking policy on Madison Lane. And the purpose of this referral is to perform a traffic and engineering study so that we can put in place the requisite signage and clarify and strengthen the ability of Monterey County sheriffs and law enforcement in general to enforce the no parking on Madison Lane. And the intent of the referral is to not permit roadside parking or stopping anytime on Madison Lane. The second referral is by Supervisor Askew, and it's a request to increase funding allocated to the VITA project to maintain operations through December 31, 2022. And the referral requests that staff to return with a report outlining the costs and continuing the VITA project at its current operating levels through December 31st. And just a side comment on that, we know that our health department is working with VITA to try and look at expanding some of the opportunities in the way that they look at providing services that address the various impacts in Monterey County. It's always been a super successful program, so we're happy to bring that back with a report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, and with that, I'm sorry, I'm losing my place here again. We're going to now move to item number 14, which is to receive a status report on the board.
Hands raised on the last item.
Right, unless there are comments from board members of the public on the new referrals.
Look at this. There's
and we
a
hope there are
plethora
none, but of course there will be.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, first we'll start with Supervisor Phillips, then when you would ask you, then Supervisor Alejo. Yeah, Supervisor Phillips, sorry.
Are we talking on Madison Lane?
Yes.
Yeah, it kind of a minor thing, but that's an industrial street, and some of the industries there aren't providing enough parking for their employees, and so they're parking on there, and you've got the big trucks coming down each other, and they're banging mirrors and tearing off mirrors, and so there's a big push. It doesn't affect any of the homeless people, anything like that. It's just strictly industrial. We have to keep those there's some no parking signs along there. So everybody's in favor of getting no parking, especially with Salinas Solid Waste coming, having more trucks coming in there. So that's the reason it's a safety concern. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Rudascu?
Thank you. To be clear with the referral, my referral about VITA, I know that VITA is bringing a presentation back, and I just wanted to make sure that when that presentation comes back to the board, that there were some options included that allowed for the board to consider allocating funds to continue operations. So it doesn't necessarily need to go through the standard referral process, but just wanted to make sure that additional information and that option for the board to consider extending the program viability was included when they do return to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Lopez.
I think I was next.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I was just going to comment on the referral on VITA because as the supervisor who made the original referral on VITA and that we got approved in December of 2020 at a time when we had no vaccines. This is something that's been dear to me. And I know Supervisor Lopez was the supervisor who as the census workers transitioned off census work, he recommended many of them to be hired as those community health workers. So this has been, I think, an interest of both of us. And we have extended this program twice, I believe last June and July, then again in September. I think it came to the board on September 28th. And we extended funding in partnership with the Community Foundation to extend it to the end of March, I think March 31st, 2022. So it was already set to come back before the money expires to consider whether we would extend the funding. And I think all of us have seen the good work that VITA has done. They've done a tremendous job. We've right-sized it throughout this pandemic to meet resources and need. But I think this was already set to come back to us before the end of March. So I appreciate Supervisor Askew's concern, but I think this is something that all the board was expecting to come back already, and I think is certainly very supportive of, as we commend the VITA workers for doing such a tremendous job during the pandemic. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to throw out early apologies. Next meeting will be the Supervisor Lopez show. I think I've got five referrals out there so far, with one more on the way. So just wanted to prepare everybody for March when we'll be celebrating Supervisor Lopez referral month. But thank you.
Thank you for your understanding and being very, very kind in allowing us to move away from yours this month to have it be totally devoted to you next month. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Is there any any member of the public that wishes to comment on the referrals? Seeing none, I think that we can bring that back. I don't know that we need to have a motion on that. Thank you. No changes. So that will allow us then to move forward to item number 14, which is to receive a status report on the board referral 2020.12. Consider funding options to increase the pavement condition index of county roads to at least a fair standard over the next 10 years and provide appropriate direction to staff. I think we have Tom Vonnegut, who's going to be doing a presentation for us, and Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. With me today are Jessica Cordero Martinez, Finance Manager 3 with the Public Works, Facilities, and Parks Department. We also have Melissa Schick from Keane Financial Advisors on the line for questions later on today. Staff has a brief presentation, so please allow me to share my screen. And as stated previously, the item before you is a status update on board referral 2020.12, a matter considering road financing. The presentation's overview is going to be a brief on the background of what led to the referral. We'll then talk about the various committees' discussions as well as the implementation, and then we'll conclude with options as well as a staff recommendation. The road that led us here was the Measure X ordinance. A requirement of the Measure X ordinance between the county and TAMC was to conduct a pavement management program as well as the associated software, which in this case was StreetSaver. The study took place on the county's roads in the course of calendar year 2018 and partially year 2019. And in late 2019, the consultant produced the Pavement Management Program Update Final Report. This was presented to the Capital Improvement Committee. And a takeaway point of this slide is that there are some exhibits on the right-hand side of this slide, which are graphs prepared by the consultant of their findings. Then the important takeaway is that most of Monterey County's roads are considered residentials. And moreover, many of the county's roads, roughly 48.5% worth back in 2018, 2019, were in the poor condition. And the rating system used in the industry is called the Pavement Condition Index, or PCI. We'll briefly go through this slide. The important point is that the poor range, which is the majority of the county's roads, is here where it's an index between 25 and 50. And as you get closer on the scale from 0 to 100, 100 is the brand new road with no defects, and 0 is considered a fully deteriorated road with lots of alligator cracking, lots of potholes, and so on. They took the information, they graphically produced it into a both KMZ file and an ArcGIS file. And the data is represented graphically throughout the county, showing the associated PCI of a road segment with where it lies with respect to the world here in Monterey County. The consultant came up with various funding scenarios based on the conditions of the county's roads. The 4 funding scenarios they presented are various ranges of funding based on the current existing condition, all the way through a condition they consider the best management practice. And associated with each of these funding scenarios is an associated deferred maintenance costs at the end of year 10, as well as the remaining service life. A point here is that under the existing funding scenario, the county's PCI is projected to drop to 42, and currently the county-wide average PCI was roughly 48 back at the time of the study. And as a data point, the statewide average back in that 2018 and 2019 year was approximately 65. Before we move on, the consultant did recommend funding scenario number 3, which is the $600 million investment over 10 years back into the county's roads, resulting in a deferred maintenance of $192 million at the end of year 10. And that funding scenario would result in a countywide average PCI of 70. That is what gave rise to the members of the CIC committee, both Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Adams, requesting this board referral to pursue the funding for getting the county's roads to that fair condition, or in other words, to get to that recommended funding scenario number 3. Staff worked very closely with our financial advisors from KNN, and staff also immediately started doing research on various funding sources. Staff went to the fairly standard funding sources of iBank. We also looked at the Total Road Improvement Program, or TRIP, and we also looked at lines of credit. Meanwhile, our financial advisors reviewed the various financing sources that were out there based on the restrictions on the existing road fund revenues. The 4 road fund revenues are the Highway Users Tax Account, SB1, also known as the Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Account, the Maintenance of Effort, also known as the road fund portion of the county's transient occupancy tax that's provided to road fund, and finally, the Measure X. In reviewing the various financing options, the 2 funding sources that were considered eligible for debt service were the Maintenance of Effort and the Measure X dollars. And based on those financing options that they looked at, our financial advisors projected that the range is roughly $87 million to approximately $257 million. And that's represented graphically in the table at the bottom of the screen. As an important point, due to inflation at the time of which our financial advisors conducted their study efforts and research, inflation since that point in time has increased. And so the amount of financing is probably lesser because of the new interest rates, but the intent is to provide the board with the range of which is to be considered, which again is from approximately 87 million to approximately 257 million. And the form of the financing would come as either revenue bonds or certificates of participation, as noted in the board report. This was presented to the Capital Improvement Committee, which as a follow-up, they requested implementation details. So staff came back with implementation plan options, which were a range of both staffing and consultant scenarios. In the interest of time, staff will just briefly talk about the three different options that were presented. Those included increasing the in-house county staffing. The second option was to increase the contract support. And then thirdly was the design build option, which unfortunately is not available for road projects. This is all shown in your attachment C, which was included with the board report, and that shows the highest range of the funding scenario and the appropriate amount of staffing necessary for both support staff and county public works staff, based on, here again, that maximum capacity, highest range scenario. Lesser bonding approaches would have a smaller scale down of that level of staffing. Again, this is just a little more detail about those different staffing options. And at that time, staff recommended a hybrid approach, which is a combination of options 1 and 2, where we would take a very measured approach of increasing in-house staffing, as well as leveraging our consultants and contractors more so. The idea would be to support the current need with that increased amount of staff, and strategically over time, as the workload reduced and natural attritions occurred, positions would gradually not be funded and gradually phased out, commensurate with the workload. This was then presented to the Budget Committee at its November 18th, 2021 committee meeting. And we reviewed those implementation options and briefly talked about the findings from our financial advisor. There were key questions and comments that came from that meeting. One of those was that bigger is not always better, and there was concern about the oversight of the work that's to be done, as well as money is more valuable here in the present time than it is in the future. As explained in the report, staff looked at that, and recommendations staff has are to strategically increase the staffing to optimize the use of the road fund existing balance and put the county in a place where we can pursue those grant funding opportunities from the federal government, such as the bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as the other suite of grants that are routinely available from the state and federal government. Another question that was raised was, while this made sense, what happens after the bond proceeds are spent? Again, funding, as shown at the bottom of the screen, are the 4 revenue sources for the road fund: HUDA, MOE, Measure X, and SB1. Depending on what level of bonding that the board is comfortable with pursuing, the 2 debt service eligible funding sources are the MOE and Measure X. That leaves SB1, or the Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Account, and the HUDA funds available. HUDA is generally meant for the use of public works maintenance staff and our maintenance services, admin staff, and other non-project costs. So that would, if the maximum amount of bonding were leveraged, that would primarily leave SB1 as our funding source to pursue active transportation grants and use it as our local match for those, for pedestrian projects and for traffic safety projects and bike projects. It would also be our local match for any of our bridge projects that are grant funded, and then other capital projects for roads and bridge projects. And generally, that would be the funding source we would use for any unanticipated emergencies. So options for the board today, given the findings that staff has for the referral. The first recommendation and option would be to receive the update on the board referral and to provide direction to staff. The range of options that staff has for the board today are as follows. Option one is to pursue bonding and a plan for the maximum capacity of the bonding, which is approximately $257 million, again, pending the current interest rates and what our financial advisors find. Another option is the opposite side of the spectrum, and that is to keep the status quo, continue with our existing funding sources, continue with our plan to step up strategically, to expend more of the road funds balance and perform more road projects with the current funding that we have, as well as position ourselves for those grant opportunities. And then thirdly, we have a middle of the road option, which is to pursue a smaller bonding approach as a pilot program. And then alternatively, and Seth would like to note with our financial advisors that the research that was conducted and the options that we presented to you, as stated in the board report, are all focused on using existing road fund sources. So the staffing seen in the attachment C, as well as the associated projects and the debt service, all come from the existing road fund revenue sources. So the staff and the projects be funded by the bond proceeds or from the road fund. The intent is not to have impacts on the general fund. However, to get more funding beyond what is capable based on the research by our financial advisors, we would need to pursue research on other funding sources, which generally take voter initiatives. And those are the kind that are generally of the nature of property taxes or another sales tax initiative or a GL bond, things of that nature. And then the final option would be to rescind the referral or request. If staff may offer up, staff would recommend a smaller bond approach, again, more of a pilot to demonstrate what we're capable of doing. But specifically, that bonding amount would be enough to cover the county service areas and our community's roads. The target would be the roads in front of people's houses where they look out their kitchen window and they see the road, or they take access off that road through their driveway. We focus on the county service areas and have that bonding amount available to include our small communities such as Spreckles, Bradley, San Ardo, Aromas. And again, as mentioned, just by way of example, the county service areas of Vieira Canyon Knolls, Cromwell Views, and the other CSAs. Staff recommends this in that focusing a separate bonding effort dedicated solely to these roads. They're lower volume roads. They don't see the same volume as the collector roads or arterial roads, such as the old stage roads and the river roads that see a lot of truck traffic and tourist traffic. These serve here again the local communities. The roads see far lesser wear and tear from heavy truck traffic. And through the matter of that course, by pursuing these community roads, it will help any of these roads that have a road maintenance service associated with them to be able to account for that in their Prop 218 to help establish new rates and safe funds to be able to fund their roads more readily. The communities Pajaro, Baranda, Castroville, and Chula are not mentioned because they're already identified in the Measure X local street repair program, which we would continue on in spite of whatever bonding approach is selected. And with that bonding would come a set of staffing in order to implement the projects. Staff would recommend pursuing that hybrid approach here again, where it increases the use of consultants and contractors and strategically, on a very measured fashion, increases the existing in-house staffing. And so it'd be a smaller bond backed by the existing revenue sources. While that work is occurring, staff will continue to use this new staff to pursue the grants under the new federal bipartisan infrastructure law. And again, this suite of state and federal grants, such as the Active Transportation Program, the Highway Safety Improvement Program, to pursue the bike and pedestrian projects and traffic safety projects, as well as the bridge grants for our bridge program. At minimum, there is value in pursuing an approach like this because it addresses the needs from the communities of which we hear from on a near daily basis. This concludes staff's presentation, and we open up the floor to your board for any questions, and we will stop sharing our screen.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. Is there any member of the board who has questions at this point? I'm seeing no hands. Yes, Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you. I was going to let those who have more county roads in their district go ahead of me, but I just want to make sure that I understand. Does the COP, the general fund COP approach, that doesn't ultimately commit general fund dollars for road work? It's the general fund that's securing the loan, essentially, right?
I would like to defer to our financial advisor, Melissa Schick, to give you a very educated answer on that. Generally speaking, that's the idea, but I'd like her to be able to expand on that a little bit more. I see that she's a
Yeah, I'm on, and good afternoon. And yes, Supervisor, you're correct. It's the security structure would be the security of the general fund. And effectively, the general fund provides probably a lower cost of borrowing as well. It's just a stronger security than the revenue bonds approach. But the repayment of the debt service, while it's the obligation of the general fund, would be the road fund revenues. So on a budgetary basis, the debt payments come from the road fund.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was clearly understanding that connection to general fund there when we spoke about that. And then the only other question I've spoken to Public Works about this is, it seems to me, it's clear to me that we have a lot of road miles in Monterey County that we have responsibility for, and we haven't really, been able to, on an ongoing basis prior to Measure X, maintain all of those road miles. And so I think I just generally have this acknowledgement and concern about, as we think about building additional roads, or as we think about the roads that we're most utilizing or roads that we're no longer utilizing. I know I have a few of those in my district. And so just want to make sure that somewhere someone is having conversation about opportunities, when we have opportunities for road abandonment, that we're not spending money repaving roads that we potentially aren't serving the economic or residential interest of our county. And that I don't need a response to that question. Just wanted to make sure that it remained in the ether and in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you. Again, I studied this a lot. There's a lot to digest here and trying to figure it out. I think obviously that's one of the biggest concerns my residents and are the condition of the roads. And so I guess I could support, if I was going to support anything, I think I'd support the pilot project. And just see how that goes and what kind of action we get there. I guess my bigger, another concern that's raised is how quick we could move, and how the objective is to get these roads fixed sooner than later. But what's the capacity? It looks like no one can find workers, and everybody's maxed out in their work. I mean, how soon could we be shovel ready to start working on roads, and how many roads can we do it, at our top capacity?
If Seth may answer that question.
Yes.
Those are very good questions, Supervisor Phillips. And to clarify the staff recommendation or any of the options that were available there, staff would need to work with our financial advisor as well as acquire a bond counsel and go through that process. And that could take a course of several months in order to get to that point of being able to have bonds that could be executed. On that parallel track, we would pursue that additional staffing and consultant capacity. And to that point, we did confer with some of our local consultants, and they attested that should the county acquire additional funding and want to do more work, they would staff up commensurately to do that. And we called a couple of our local contractors who more or less indicated the same, that should the work become available, and to quote one of the contractors, If the county puts out a project to bid, then we will bid on that project. So given that's the private sector would need to staff up or acquire those resources in order to compete for or to perform the county's projects, a little bit out of our capacity, but that's the statements that we're hearing from the private sector.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. And we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to state that I'm supportive. I know that we've still got to go out for public comment, but when I look around at the communities who call me constantly about the conditions of roads, I see a lot of them listed on this proposal in terms of the staff recommendation. I think what I've often seen in my 14 years here with the county is we need to position ourselves for success. And I think setting up the proposal here in terms of putting ourselves in a position where this funding is available might take a little time. And when it does, hopefully we're in better conditions in terms of being able to access additional contractors who are prepared to do the work, who've already acquired the equipment, maybe can do it a little cheaper by then. I know that's a little bit of wishful thinking, but honestly, we have to put ourselves in a position to be successful. And I think that these are the correct steps to push us in that direction. And so I'm supportive of staff recommendation, knowing that it is quite a bit of a runway to launch this, but the community is on that list and the need is real. And so I thank staff, I thank the folks who made the referral, who brought this forward in the way that they did to put us in the position we're in today. But I think we have to continue down this road because there's still some work ahead of us before quite literally the rubber can meet this new road. But let's make it happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I really liked that last word. Let's just make it happen. I just want to thank you so much, Mr. Ishii, for the work that you put into this, you and your team. It's something that we need so desperately. When Supervisor Phillips and I put this referral together, we really were very hopeful. And what you've come back with, I think, is a really possible situation for us to move forward with. And so I think I heard you, but I just want to ask and to make sure I'm correct. Which of the implementation options would best position us to both increase our ability to obtain federal and state fundings and implement the pilot bonding program?
Staff's recommendation, Chair Adams, would be to pursue that hybrid approach where we have a combination of in-house staff, again, more of that oversight for the consultants, but also to be able to pursue grant opportunities, as well as having that consultant support as staff augmentation. And because they work in the industry so much more and have some of them have offices throughout the state, they have that networking opportunity and sometimes know more on how to be able to jump on those grant opportunities.
Excellent. Good. Like the others who have spoken, every day we hear from many of our district residents about the condition of the roads. And it really is an embarrassment that we have allowed things to get to this far. The deferred maintenance has just overwhelmed us all. So being able to move forward with a bonding plan like this, I think, is really going to be uplifting to the residents of our community. So is the action that you would like us to propose today to direct staff to further define and develop the pilot bonding program concept and return to the board with an update within 90 days?
Madam Chair, if I could also add into that, looking for all possible federal and state sources. We know that the infrastructure bill that was passed through Congress and signed by the president could provide a lot of funding for these types of projects. And so I would really urge that we focus the efforts there, not losing sight of the potential bonding opportunities, but we want to make sure that we're tapping into all the available federal and state funds that might be coming our way or could come our way for these types of projects.
Well, I think the hybrid approach would really give us an opportunity to do all of that, as Randy had sort of laid it out. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Mr. Ishii that last time this came up and we talked about this, I did raise the concerns that whatever we bond, that it's workable within the time we issue bonding. Otherwise, the debt service becomes very expensive. And those options, whether we do part or all at the beginning, but as staff has pointed out, not all the work could be done all at once because of the limits of available contractors that could do the work. So certainly what this comes back is coming up with a realistic plan of what can we do, and just what if we do some bonding, that we only take out bonding with debt service in a timeframe that's going to really work, so that we don't take out more bond debt service than we need to at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's take it out to the public and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on this item. I'm not seeing anyone's hands raised, nor am I seeing anyone in the, yes, here we go. Oh, we have someone who's ready to speak, and it is Lucinda Lloyd. Hi. If you have pressed *6, you should be able to unmute yourself, and we're ready to go whenever you are. Ms. Lloyd, I know you're out there.
Does that help?
Yes, it does. Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Lucinda Lloyd. I'm a lifelong resident of the Carmel area. I was born and raised in Carmel 80 years ago, and I've lived in Carmel Woods for the last 30 years. I've heard the comments from road superintendents in the past, and I've read it in the paper, and I've taken it to heart that the county has a staffing shortage as well as a funding shortage. So taking that into consideration, I have done my part to try and help the county by doing road maintenance in and around my neighborhood. Now, a particular area of concern for me is a dirt ditch above my house. And in the rain of not this winter, but the last, I spent 5 hours digging out the ditch and creating a berm and redirecting the water to go in its old channel that it had historically used and away from eroding the bank on my side of the road and digging yet a further ditch on that side of the road. And I thought to myself, you know, I think the county's going to be embarrassed if they find out an 80-year-old woman is out there digging out a ditch in the winter. And sure enough, this winter came. I turned 80 in September. The rains were out there. I dug the ditch out.
I'm so sorry that your time has expired. We didn't even get to hear the end of the story. You're here and you're safe, and I'm glad for that. I see no other hands raised. Michelle Clary. Michelle, if you want to unmute yourself by pressing, there we go. Okay, we're ready for 1 minute, 30 seconds when you are.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we just keep hearing all these different road packages and different things that are, you know, like ready to be done by 2040 or wherever. And we just aren't seeing any kind of movement. We don't really get updates on where it's going or how things are going. People are dying on these roads every day. We have a lot of issues, you know, besides just filling potholes, but there's a lot of other roads all in our communities that people are driving really fast with potholes everywhere. And it's like either, you know, even when COVID happened and all that work like slowed down, everyone was off the road, just seems like nothing really got done. So I always get a little nervous when I hear people starting to talk about, like, well, let's hit property taxes and let's find other ways to come up with some more funds, because you guys are bleeding us. You're starting to really bleed us with all these taxes and taxes and taxes, and we're not seeing anything happening as a result of them. And, you know, it's just getting a bit much. So you should fix the stuff that you already have in your budget and then come up with stuff down the road. But it's not fixing nothing or fixing like Band-Aids just isn't really working for people anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clary. I see no other hands raised at this point. So I'll bring it back to the board, and I know that we will receive the report. And is there a motion to provide direction?
This is Lopez. I'll move staff recommendation.
Thank you, and I'll be happy to second that. Can we have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Phillips?
Here.
No. Thank you. Supervisor Lopez,
Yes.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. Thank you very much for the presentation. And with that, we will move on to item number 15, to receive a preliminary analysis report in response to the board referral number 2022.03, seeking to support efforts to keep the Watsonville Community Hospital open and operating through the expedited purchase of the hospital by the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District project. And I see that we have Dr. Chad Harris, and I'm not sure who the other person is. I'm not recognizing people behind their masks. But welcome.
Cecilia Montalvo there.
Oh, thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Adams and members of the board. I think we're going to start with the presentation from Sylvia Montalvo in reference to referral number 2022.03. That was assigned to us on last Tuesday, requesting that the Monterey County Health Department, Natividad Medical Center, and its Board of Trustees and the CAO's office provide recommendations to support the Watsonville Community Hospital. And with that, I will yield to Cecilia Montalvo with the Pajaro Valley Health District Project.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Adams, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you so very, you speak with the mask, right? It's a funny feeling. Thank you very, very much for taking time on your lengthy agenda today. I will try and be as very brief as I can, knowing how much work you have to do, but this is an extremely important project to both Monterey County and to Santa Cruz County. And again, we appreciate the time. The Pajaro Valley Healthcare District project, which you may know about, was a formed nonprofit created by the County of Santa Cruz, the City of Watsonville, the Community Health Trust of the Pajaro Valley, and the largest FQHC in the area, Salud Parliente. This project has been working to create a local healthcare district to acquire Watsonville Community Hospital. I believe that you may know that Watsonville Community Hospital is currently in bankruptcy. At risk here is healthcare services to that entire community, as well as over 600 jobs. I'm not going to go through this slide. Healthcare districts, you're familiar, you have one. We have been successful in the last month in working with Senator Laird, who's been just absolutely fantastic. I mean, we are so grateful to have him working with us to form a healthcare district very, very quickly through the California legislature, and I'll touch on that in just a moment. And I'm not going to tell you about the Watsonville community because I think you all know very well that this is a community that is disadvantaged. It has a very high proportion of households that make under $50,000, very large numbers of young people with children that need access to healthcare. So the situation as it stands today, yes, it's in bankruptcy. We were able to negotiate an agreement with the seller that going into bankruptcy, we would have what's called a stalking horse bid to acquire the hospital. That's basically just a leading bid that goes into the court. Next week, starting on the 14th, any other bids that may be out there for this hospital would be qualified in court. And on the 22nd of February, there will be an auction in the event that there are others. We truthfully don't expect others. We believe very strongly that if this bid is not successful, that hospital will close. As I indicated just a moment ago, through the Herculean efforts of Senator Laird, our legislation to form the healthcare district was signed into law last Friday. They're checking, it may be a record in Sacramento. The bill went from bill introduction to signed law in under 30 days. The district boundaries are shown in this slide. I'm showing you a little bit of this also because of the gap in between the Salinas Valley healthcare district and our proposed district. It was chosen, these boundaries were chosen by the county largely to mirror the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, but they did eliminate Aptos from the school district, and that essentially is the proposed healthcare district. I think the county administrator in Santa Cruz County has discussed with LAFCO and other organizations the interest in potentially amending, working with Salinas Valley to make sure that all of our local area is covered one way or the other. There's a sphere of influence issue, as I understand it. This slide I also won't read to you, but the support here has just been tremendous. I think, and that certainly helped us with the California legislature. We have the support of all the labor unions that work in the hospital today, the counties, who you all have gone on record with the legislature. It's been terrific. The schools, other healthcare providers, which theoretically would be competitors to this hospital, wrote letters to support this hospital. They know how needed it is. So without going too deep in the woods, lots of support out there. So why did this hospital fail? Effectively, this, for those of you who don't know the history here, it was a not-for-profit hospital in the community until about 20, 21 years ago, that it was purchased by a for-profit company, Community Health Systems. Over that 21 years, the hospital administration has changed 20 times. So yes, the hospital does have what they call a bad payer mix. It's mostly government programs, a lot of Medi-Cal, but it also had some unique management issues because of all of these for-profit owners. Most recently, it was sold to a company out of Los Angeles called Halson Healthcare. It's an organization that had never run a hospital before. And the property itself was purchased by a publicly traded real estate investment trust that was renting the hospital back at above market rates. They're also needed, as Halson failed, to bring in a for-profit management company, and they were paying those fees. Then we all know COVID happened, costs went up. They had traveling nurses. Again, this was just sort of like an apocalyptic thing for this particular hospital at that time. So what our group is trying to do is take this standalone for-profit hospital that's been underfunded and try and align with other organizations, with the counties, with everyone who has an interest in making healthcare available to this population to move it into the 21st century. And large part of focus today, and I know it is in your own county hospital, is addressing the social determinants of health and really having a better experience for patients. And that's very much what we want to do. So we looked at the project carefully. We cannot tell you today that we have done 100% of the business planning that has been required, but we have done enough financial due diligence to believe that we can make this work through the structure that we had discussed. And so we had some pretty reputable consulting firms, both in government program reimbursement as well as hospital financial accounting systems, Kaufman Hall. And now it does trend positive fairly quickly. I need to tell you, some of that work has already been done. They have a turnaround firm in there right now. So our turning it positive, hopefully, will not be quite as heavy as a lift as it would have been otherwise. We also have partnerships that are being brought into play that will create additional revenue. Kaiser Permanente has been a tremendous partner for us in terms of committing more revenue to the hospital as well as in-kind services. We've also decided that we will offer adult psychiatric care that's not available today, potentially rehab. And I won't cover this. Let me get to the capital part, because it's why I'm here today. It's why we are so grateful to be here today. And these numbers they've changed. We've really tightened our budget this week because we're getting down to the finish line. We think that at a minimum, we need around $66 million to get this done. About 50 million of that is in acquisition costs. And then, of course, the project itself has been funded by its creating organizations, but we can't close escrow and have no working capital, so that we add 15 million to the budget to make sure that we can get through the first year or two. we, going back to Senator Laird, he, in addition to getting the legislation for us, he is working very hard. We believe he may be able to get us between $15 and $20 million directly from the state of California to purchase the hospital. The rest of the funds we are desperately trying to raise. And we've received some funding from the County of Santa Cruz, hoping for the County of Monterey. The Central Coast Alliance has given us a $3 million grant. The Health Trust is committing its assets, Kaiser and the city, as well as others. So this is fully transparent. This is as transparent as it gets. This is what we need, what we've got, and what's yet to be committed. So our ask to the County of Monterey today is for $3 million in support of this effort. We arrived at $3 million. I mean, some of this, of course, is not a science behind the request. You can see where some of the other asks have come in. The County of Santa Cruz, in addition to funding 5.5, is funding all of the administrative costs of setting up the district, which are quite substantial. And through other players, Kaiser at $3 million. We do know that the hospital serves somewhere around 20% of its patients today are from Monterey County. And so it seemed, I'm just going to put it out there, it seemed like the right number proportionately, since I think that Santa Cruz County is probably going to spend close to 8. So with that, I end and again, just very grateful for any support you can give us. We know that the hospital is an important part of healthcare to this entire area. I do have one final slide, and I always end with this slide, and I forgot. There's really only one of two things. I think I've said this already. I'll say it again. There's only one of two things that's going to happen here. If our project and the newly formed district are not successful in acquiring this hospital will close, and tens of thousands of low-income residents will not have access to hospital services. It's the busiest obstetrical facility in all of Santa Cruz County. But if we are successful, I think it creates a very real opportunity to do something different and to partner with area healthcare organizations to achieve better health. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
And thank you, Cecilia. I also appreciate it. And I know the board does on providing the history and the background to date of the Watsonville Community Hospital. And I just wanted to add a few other things to consider, and Elsa and I also considered, as well as ultimately the Natividad Board of Trustees. I think a little bit more about the Monterey County part of the Pajaro Valley proposed health district population. It represents Pajaro and Las Lomas. And I think it's important to understand that's a little over 6,500 individuals, with 85% or more identifying as Hispanic or Latinx. Also important to understand that Pajaro is a quartile 1 of the Healthy Places Index, and Las Lomas is a quartile 3. Understanding that the Healthy Places Index is a tool that really looks at the community conditions and demographics that lead to long-term health outcomes, including life expectancy. And these communities continue to face ongoing challenges and community conditions that are challenges for them. The other thing that I really think is, and we really think is important to consider, are our missions. When I say our missions, our Monterey County missions, specifically the counties, the health departments, and Natividads. And I'm just going to read them because I think it's helpful to center us. The mission of Monterey County is to excel at providing quality services for the benefit of all Monterey County residents while developing, maintaining, and enhancing the resources of the area. The Health Department Clinic Services mission, Monterey County's county-operated clinics are committed to offering high-quality medical services to county residents, regardless of their ability to pay. It is our sincere hope that our activities will build a healthy community for the shared benefit of all Monterey County residents. And then lastly, and ending with Natividad's mission is to continually monitor and improve the health of the people, including the vulnerable, in Monterey County through coordinated, affordable, high-quality healthcare. So to that end, and with the context of those missions, and with per the referral from your board, the Natividad Board of Trustees had a special meeting on February 2nd to consider this referral. There are core conclusions. First, the Board of Trustees supports the acute care hospital access for our Northern Monterey County Pajaro Valley community and the broader Pajaro Valley community, and for Watsonville Community Hospital to remain open. We do acknowledge that there is significant work ahead, as Cecilia alluded to, and that the Pajaro Valley Health District Plan, business plan, and strategic plan are still evolving. With that, the Board of Trustees last week recommended a one-time contribution of $500,000 to be supported for acquisition of the Watsonville Community Hospital from the Natividad's Operational Reserve Fund, if your board considers it appropriate. So where did we come up with this number? And we ultimately thought about, this is based on the approximate proportion of the Pajaro Valley Health District and the residents that are in Monterey County. If you recall, I mentioned there are a little over 6,500 residents in Las Lomas and Pajaro in this district. And just for context, without knowing all the population of the Pajaro Valley School District, minus Aptos, Watsonville's population is approximately 53,000. This roughly represents 10% of the overall district, and where the 500,000 number came from. And lastly, that was the recommendation of the Board of Trustees from Natividad. Elsa and I agree with that recommendation. And I would also just like to say that we feel that the Pajaro Valley Health District and Watsonville Community Hospital are indeed worth the fight for the vital part of our community.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris. So I will bring it back to our board and see if there are any questions or comments from the board. I see we have some hands raised from the public. So Supervisor Alejo. I believe you're muted, Supervisor.
I know this directly impacts Supervisor Phillips' district. I could wait until after him if he wants to go first.
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Supervisor Phillips?
No, go ahead, Luis.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously, this is a big concern for me. I mean, my life started at Watsonville Community Hospital when it was still at what is now the school district office, when it was a nonprofit. But having been the mayor of the city of Watsonville, I know how critical and imperative this institution is for the community, and not only in the city limits of Watsonville, but all the surrounding South Santa Cruz County areas, and even the North Monterey County areas, which is beyond just Pajaro and Las Lomas. It's Royal Oaks, it's Springfield, it's Moss Landing, it's Aromas. When I lived in Aromas with my family growing up, we would use Watsonville Community Hospital, despite the distance, as our primary hospital for care. So this has a long history with me personally, and I know how imperative it is for the community. And we are at a crossroads that if we are not successful in all stepping up and all giving a little bit more, if this hospital shuts down, the impact would be tremendous in terms of in an adverse way. And once you lose all your workers, there's over 650 workers there, 200 doctors that provide services there, 106 beds. Once you shut an institution down of this size, it's hard to bring those employees back. It's hard to get services up and running. And it's even more expensive down the road to, even if we had the will and the ability, it's much more expensive to do it. We have a narrow window of opportunity. I know a lot is contingent on the state really stepping up. So whatever amount we approve today, just like the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors, and I want to commend my colleagues on that side who have contributed over $5 million and more with all the administrative costs. I know for us, it's imperative that the $500,000 is just not a serious amount to put forward from our side, that I wanted to express my support for the $3 million. I know it's a lot to ask, but otherwise this hospital will shut down. And I look at who it serves in my hometown. There's probably between 8 and 10,000 agricultural workers that live in that community, 2,400, 2,500 hospitality workers, a lot of low-income families, as we just expressed, a large amount of Medi-Cal patients that rely on that hospital. And if this hospital were to shut down, the nearest hospitals would be in Live Oak, which is about 15 to 20 miles away, a Dominican hospital, when there is no traffic. And we know that during the peak periods, traffic is jam-packed on Highway 1. And then on the other side, it could take another 20 to 25 minutes to get to Natividad when there is no traffic. And we know that at peak periods along Hall and San Miguel Canyon Road, not to mention 101, sometimes there's heavy traffic. So it could really put lives in danger. And I just wanted to hopefully encourage my colleagues that we could really step up. I know there's a lot to still be done. I know that, but we do have some success stories of hospital districts that we have. SVMH, which is very strong, which is very profitable, which is provides high quality services. We have that in Monterey County. The next hospital district is Hazel Hawkins in Hollister, also stable. They had some hardships a few years back when I was in the state legislature, but they've strengthened that. And I think this is now the Watsonville community and its surrounding communities that are now saying, give us a chance to keep this institution going for the health and safety and for the keeping people alive in our local communities. I know there's a lot of nurses, there's a lot of community members, other hospital workers that are anxious, they're nervous, their livelihoods and their paychecks are on the line here. And I just want to express that I'm willing to do everything I can to step forward, just like all the other community partners that are putting money forward. I know the city of Watsonville is going to be considering submitting, also considering providing a contribution. I really want to thank everyone else who really stepped up, putting more forward. And I hope that in the legislature with this record surplus, almost $50 billion in funding, that the small amount, it's really a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of surplus there is in the state, that that the governor and the legislature should move quickly to provide us this funding. I just want to end with a question for staff on the presentation. I know that when districts are formed, they still have to go through a process of being approved by LAFCO. Is that an additional step we still have to do in Santa Cruz and Monterey County, or did the legislation already allow for the approval of this district to be able to move forward? It was just a question of procedure, whether is something additional that still needs to be approved, perhaps by the LAFCOs in both counties.
Madam Chair, I can try and address that. I see County Council also grabbing the mic. My understanding is the legislation addressed that issue, and it creates the district, it forms the district, and then moving forward, the seats on the district board will be appointed pursuant to the normal LAFCO formation process, which would be by the county, with the County Board of Supervisors with the most population in the district being the County of Santa Cruz in this case. And then in the future, they're supposed to set up district seats and any different formation issues that might come up in the future would then go through the LAFCO process. And that LAFCO process would mainly be run through the Santa Cruz LAFCO because of the population density being highest in Santa Cruz County.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. So I would support any amount that our board approves today would be contingent on a successful bid. We all have skin in the game on this, and I think I want to join in solidarity with our other community partners to show that Watsonville Community Hospital deserves this attention and this support from many local governments, including the County of Monterey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Phillips, would you like to go next?
Sure. I agree with Supervisor Leo and Dr. Harris that we have to do all we can to keep this hospital open. It's critical, and it's critical to my residents in the north part of the county in Pajaro and Aromas. And I know I got to really commend all the work that John Laird has done on this and what he's been able to accomplish. And he got me, I think last Friday morning, he caught me at 8 o'clock. He was rushing somewhere, and he had me for 20 minutes about all he was doing and what he planned on doing, and making sure that I was be a good spokesman for our board in doing that. you know, I kind of thought the ask was going to be 2 million, not 3 million. And I got to say, I felt more comfortable with 2 million, considering Santa Cruz put 5 million in, and Watsonville itself has 53, close to 54,000. And when you talk about Las Lomas and Pajaro, we're talking about 6,500. So I would frankly feel more comfortable at 2 million. Where that comes from, I was hoping Natividad would, out of Natividad fund, we could come up with $1 million. I know Natividad kind of feels a little separate from the county these days financially, since they're back on their feet and making money. But there was a lot of years where Natividad was coming to the general fund, and we got a lot of loans that were never paid back. So I would like to see Natividad Foundation or the Natividad Fund step up for $1 million, and I'd like to see the other $1 million then coming from somewhere in the county. I'd like to see if we could find, Ezekiel would know where we could find some health type money, either ARPA or some that comes in, but ultimately, if nothing else, I guess we have cannabis that could come up with the other $1 million. But I would support 2 million to do what we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. And we'll go to Supervisor Wendy Root Askew.
Yeah, thank you. And Supervisor Alejo, thank you for submitting this referral and being just the champion that you are for the community when it comes to the health and well-being of our residents. I had a chance to, as our representative on the Central California Alliance for Health, support a resolution of support for the effort that's underway, as well as the allocation of $3 million from the Central California Alliance reserves to support again, the effort. I think it is just incredible what Senator Laird was able to push through the process. He also, like you said, Supervisor Phillips deserves, I don't know, some big gold stars somewhere for what he's been able to achieve. And let's hope that he's able to do some more magic and pull some of that state reserve out to support this effort. I think that, you know, the cost to save the hospital, and I appreciate the detailed slides that were presented, it's expensive. It's really expensive, and there's a risk, and it's a decent size risk that everyone is embarking on together. But when I think about it, really, I have to balance that risk with the known reality that we would be losing a critical part of our healthcare infrastructure at a time and in a community where we have very high numbers of remaining uninsured individuals and the opportunity to potentially expand our Medi-Cal participation rates in the future. So the real cost of losing this facility far outweighs, I think, the risk and with the potential benefit that comes with that risk of taking this step to commit dollars and to give it all we've got to build the partnerships to make it work. So I am in support. I think the question that I have would be for our county budget staff to help me understand where we have funds available. I think that knowing, the budget, the funds that I had looked at or jotted down were sort of a combination of cannabis dollars. I'd be wanting to know if ARPA money or ARPA dollars were able to be utilized for this, if we have other reserve accounts that are available. And I think, go back to Natividad as well and say $500,000 is a lot of money. And that's a very generous offer, but could we do a little more? Are there other sources of revenue that haven't been considered or maybe could be considered to add to that contribution? But I'm comfortable with, I think, where we can pull together the money. I'm comfortable supporting everything we can do to support this initiative's success.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. And now we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in agreement here. I came into the world in this hospital where it is now, and held the hands of many loved ones as they left this world in that very hospital. And I know that it is an important place for the community of Watsonville and Northern Monterey County. I like Supervisor Phillips's approach on the financing. I think $1 million and $1 billion is the right way to go in terms of the sources that he called out specifically. Loose HARPA, which we know is out there now. We heard today that there's some more floating out there, perhaps in other departments. So I think that would be the right approach. I think 2 is a good number and would be supportive of the approach. And thanks Supervisor Alejo and Phillips for bringing this forward, and also John Laird for all of his hard work to make sure that it got done so quickly. I can tell you it made it all the way up to Cal AFCO, where I'm on the board, and I was able to at least get a neutral position there in terms of it violating some of the typical tenets that Cal AFCO wants to see in legislation, but everybody recognized the importance of this. And so I think it's time for us to step up. I know that it's the key question for me at the end of the day is we're talking about a big number, 75 million being put forward. And you always wonder in a situation like this, where's that money going? Where is that money ending up? Are they creditors that these people owe, or are they walking away with a profit? It's just a question that I have given the big number. And if somebody has an answer to that, I'd love to hear it. But overall, either way, I'm supportive of the approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And we have 3 members of the public with their hands raised. The first is Jennifer Jean-Pierre. If you push *6, there we go, *6, and you can speak. You've got 1.5 minutes now. Please start.
Good afternoon, Monterey County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Jean-Pierre. I am a nurse at Natividad. I am also the chief nurse rep representing California Nurses Association. I am here today on behalf of my fellow nurses to urge all of you to approve the needed funding to go towards the creation of Parajo Valley Healthcare District. Here at Natividad, we operate as a safety net hospital, taking care of our community's most vulnerable populations. Those who are low income or workers in the low wage sectors like agriculture or service industry. This is why this issue is near and dear to my heart. It's my hope that our neighboring community that needs quality health services the most will be able to access it. We are excited to see the hospital change hands into a public stewardship, where the goal is not to generate profits, but to serve the needs of the public. Contributing funding to our neighboring safety net hospital is not only compassionate, it is responsible public health leadership. By now, 3 years into the pandemic, we know that good health doesn't operate within defined borders. When our neighbors are healthy, our community is safe and healthy. I ask you all today to hold this bold vision as you help weigh in on the fate of the Parajo Valley Healthcare District. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And now we have sorry, I've got the timer on. Okay. And now we have Annabelle Covington.
Good afternoon, members of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. My name is Annabelle Covington, and I'm a registered nurse at Watsonville Community Hospital. I work in the labor and delivery unit, caring for the medically underserved, and have been a nurse for 20 years. I grew up in Watsonville, and I have lived in Monterey County for the past 28 years. 2 days before Thanksgiving on Tuesday, November 26, hospital staff received grave news from the current out-of-state owners and their outside management company, Prospect. They said funds had dried up. They told us that without an influx of money and a buyer, they would shut the doors to our community hospital, leaving our patients with nowhere to go. As nurses, we all know this would be catastrophic to our patients and their families. Nurses recognize that every second counts in an emergency, and that the only other hospital, Dominican, is already overwhelmed with patients, and that we are still battling the ongoing pandemic as the latest Omicron variant remains present in California in the middle of an ongoing and deadly pandemic. But nurses also know that we will do whatever it takes to protect and advocate for our patient and our community. I would like to share some brief history with you. After the Loma Prieta earthquake hit some 20 years ago, our once publicly owned community hospital was sold to first of the many outside for-profit corporations. Over the last 20 years, these for-profit companies cut and gut our ability to provide the urgent and life-saving care for our patients. We saw staffing reduced to bare minimums. Nurses were forced to do more and more with less and less. Technology and equipment was left in disrepair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Annabelle, for your comments. And now we will go to someone whose telephone answers, last 3 digits of the telephone number is 049. And if you could press star 6 to unmute yourself and you're ready to go. I'm sorry, I don't have a name, but the phone ends in 049. Yep, it was unmuted, but.
Hi, I just want to say that my mother works at Watsonville Hospital. I was born and raised at Watsonville, and it makes my heart so happy that everyone's rallying around and helping save all the jobs and everything. So I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments. It's very refreshing. Okay, with that, we will bring it back to the board. And I think I've heard a couple of different approaches. I know that we have, I think, I'm not sure if we have, there were a couple of people have suggested 2 million with 1 million from Natividad and $1 million from Monterey County. And I've also heard 3 million. And I know that we need to have staff come back and tell us from where these funds are going to magically present themselves. So let's see how we can handle this then. I would expect that Supervisor Alejo's hand is up, so he's probably going to want to make a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I wanted to ask staff, I don't know if it's our budget or Dr. Harris. I know we get a quarterly report in the budget committee from Natividad Hospital, and thank God we got our trauma center and we've stabilized our finances. As Supervisor Phillips pointed out, it wasn't true just a few years ago when our hospital was struggling and near the same situation going into bankruptcy. But because of the changes that were made there, we're able to be in a position to help residents in North Monterey County and across the Pajaro River to hopefully save their institutions. I think the nurse said it best. This is the worst possible time during a pandemic to close a hospital in an area, in a community that is one of the hardest hit, probably the hardest hit in Santa Cruz County. And so the question would be for Dr. Harris or for our budget staff, what is the latest reserve account for Natividad Hospital? I think the last time we had a report, we had over 100 million in reserves and millions, tens of millions more in accounts, I believe receivable that are still owed to the hospital. So we're in a position where we could really help out in a crisis situation. And again, only contingent on having a successful bid. So could staff let the board know where do we stand in terms of the reserve account for Natividad?
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And yes, we can work with the budget office and looking at those numbers. And I would also agree that the Watsonville community and those of our Watsonville Community Hospital disproportionately were affected by the COVID pandemic. We all suffered, for lack of a better description, but particularly these folks as well as others in these disproportionately affected areas. Ultimately defer to the will of the Board of Supervisors on the amount that is felt to be allocated, but the Natividad Operational Reserve Fund can accommodate what was suggested earlier by the other supervisors.
Thank you for that. Mr. Vega, do you know what the amount of the reserve is?
Based on the latest information that I have seen, Natividad has cash reserves close to 200 million. But although there's the way that they break down the information could be based on reserves and also ongoing cash reserves for operations. So I'll defer to Daniel Leon as to the exact number, but we could work with him on the specific amount and get back to you on that. Also, while I have this opportunity, you had mentioned a few different options as a board for the potential funding of for this contribution to the purchase of the Watsonville Hospital. So some of the options that were mentioned were ARPA, also cannabis assignment, also Natividad funding. And I'm not quite certain about this, but I think that potentially also some health realignment could be used for that. So what we have to explore is what would be the best appropriate use of funds for this. We do have some savings on ARPA funding from fiscal year 2021 that were not used by some other departments that could potentially be used for this. But one of the concerns I have with ARPA funding is that I have to do research to ensure that that funding will qualify for this type of purchase. I know that there were some revised guidelines that the U.S. Treasury released over the last couple of months, and I have to make sure that it actually will comply with that. Also, if the board decided to use cannabis funds, obviously that will qualify from the cannabis assignment. And if the board and along with Natividad will decide to use Natividad funds as well, that could be used as well. I don't see any restrictions in particular from using Natividad funding. And then on the health realignment side, I know that there have been some challenges in the health department with that stabilization of that revenue because of the AB 85 takebacks from the state. But that is also some flexible revenue that we'll have to do a little bit more of research to determine if that funding could be used for this purpose as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vega, for that information. And considering that we have even twice the amount of what I thought was in the reserve, very strong. And I hear what my colleagues are saying. Maybe some from Natividad, some from the county. I would make a motion, and let's see where this goes. But the motion would be that we provide $2 million from our Natividad account, $1 million from other county funds that could be cannabis or other options that the staff could bring forward. But it would be a bold amount, knowing that we're in crisis mode, in a realistic effort. If we're going to be able to keep this hospital open, it's going to take us doing a little bit more, and we are in a strong financial position to be able to do that. So that would be the motion to do a $3 million contribution from the Natividad reserves, $1 million from other county funding sources to be determined. I hope I can get a second on that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not sure I can support it at the 3 million level. When you consider Santa Cruz County totally has put in 5 million in change, and we all recognize this is a risk we have to take, but a risky investment. I would support 2 million, if in 2 or 3 months we think we need to put another $1 million in, then I think we address it. But I couldn't support 3 million at this time. So.
Is that a substitute motion, Supervisor?
Well, let through. I interrupted him. He may get a second and blow me out of the water.
I'll second Alejo's motion so we can continue discussion. And I was going to actually propose $1 million from Natividad. I don't want to totally leave them hamstrung, but $1 million from cannabis and $1 million of additional county dollars at some point that we could identify, ask our county staff to identify, potentially ARPA money if that was an option. But your proposal works for me, so I'll second that for the sake of discussion and vote.
Madam Chair, I'd make a substitute motion for 2 million. I mean, I just see that Watsonville, with a population of 53,000, they put in 50,000. So I would make a substitute motion for 2 million, 1 million coming from Natividad, 1 million coming from some other source to be identified by hopefully ARPA funds, but identify someone else. And like I said, if down the road, if we feel another $1 million is necessary, we can look at that. So that would be my substitute motion.
And I'll second that. So we have a substitute motion that now is on the floor for 2 million, one from Natividad and one from the county, from hopefully ARPA. With the pledge that if we are unable, if it looks as if we need to come back and find another $1 million, that we would be willing to take a look at that in the future. So with that,
can I ask a question? I'm looking at I'm just wondering, on the original, there were 2 different proposals there as part of that motion. So there was a 2-in-1 and then a 1-1-1 in terms of source of funding. So I know that we're going to go on the other vote first, but it is important to me in terms of understanding the source of funding.
Supervisor Lopez, to answer that, as a maker of the motion, I would accept the 1-1 and a 1. And the reason I say that, Supervisor Lopez, is that if this deal doesn't go through, I think all of us are going to look back and that we lost an opportunity. There will not be a replay. There will not be going back in time. It will be over. And I think it will be one of those decisions that we regret when we had an opportunity just to do a little bit more when we have over 200 million in funds. But considering what I heard today, if we need to do a one from the Natividad Reserve, one from perhaps cannabis, and $1 million from another county source, I'm open to making it work. I think what's important is trying to do more at a time that is so critical if this is going to get off the ground.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Leho,
No.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
No.
Supervisor Root Askew,
No.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. So it looks as if the substitute motion fails. So we will now go back to, I guess we would go back to the original motion. And so at this point, the original motion stands. It sounds as if it's 1 million from Natividad. It sounds as if it was 1 million from cannabis, and I will not be able to support that. 1 million from, and perhaps a third million to be another million to be revisited at a later date.
I don't think that was the motion.
So if we could have the motion repeated then?
I think the last million was to be determined by staff to come back and be able to tell us where the 30 million would come from.
So, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I could just ask for some clarification from Cecilia about timing, because I know right now there's a request to come back with identifying source, and that might, timing might impact the need to come back sooner. I just like to get that clarification.
Thank you for that question. We are facing some considerable timing pressures. The bankruptcy court will qualify bids this coming Monday, February 14th, and the auction will close on February 22nd. So we need to demonstrate to the court that we have adequate funds to close. We don't need adequate funds to run it for the first 2 years, but we need to get to close to 50 million by the 22nd of February.
Okay, so if the motion passed with the commitment by the county, even though the actual identification of where the funds would be originating, it sounds like that would be enough. Okay.
Thank you. That's important clarification. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but the original motion was 2 from Natividad, 1 from the county, and that got the second. I take it Supervisor Vallejo is amending the motion, and I just, for clarity's sake, see if the seconder agrees with the amendment to do the 111.
I'm comfortable with whatever gets us to the third vote.
Well, with Natividad setting on what you were talking about, I could see the equities of the other million coming out of Natividad versus the county somewhere. So anyway.
So 2 million from Natividad and 1 million from the county, the source to be determined?
No, the maker of the motion, I understand, amended his motion to have 1 million from Natividad, 1 million from cannabis, I think, and then $1 million from another source to be determined. And I just wanted clarity that the seconder of the motion is in agreement with that amendment to the original motion.
I am, and if I may ask our colleague Supervisor Lopez if that's amenable to you as well, then we can move forward with a vote. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Yes, I'm happy to support the amendment to the motion. Thank you.
And just a couple of clarifications. Well, one point is, when we're talking about the reserves at Natividad, there's an operating reserves, and I think there's another reserve fund, and I think those are different amounts. And we also have to be careful about the source of funds coming out of Natividad and how they're being used. There's some limitations there. And also, I guess I'd be remiss if because I'm always scolding, for lack of a better term, the Natividad board to recognize that Natividad is the county. So when we say Natividad, then money from the county, it's all the county. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands it is all the county of Monterey funds.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you to read back the motion yet again. or would you mind do it, Les?
The motion, the amended motion, which got the second, is a total of $3 million. $1 million to come from a Natividad reserve, $1 million from the cannabis assignment, and then $1 million from other non-Natividad funds to be determined by staff, I guess. Is that accurate, Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Well, I would really like to be able to vote for this, but I just do not feel comfortable strapping the cannabis account with that. I feel like we ought to be able to find the money from ARPA or some other place. Sounds like you're wed to that cannabis money though, aren't you? Okay, so let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No, I can't support the amount. I do supporting the hospital, but I can't support the amount and the source that's been designated by the maker of the motion. No.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
No, I can't. I support the idea, but I cannot support taking the money from the cannabis account. Thank you. So the motion passes, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very, very
Thank
much.
you, everyone.
Go on to item 16, board comments, and I'm going to go first to say that I have no comments, and I certainly hope that my board members feel the same this week. Calling on Supervisor Root Askew.
Just want to say you did a great job, Mary. It was a long day. Thanks for bearing with us.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Just one quick one. Due to the length of the meeting, I missed it, but they did have the ribbon cutting on a brand new agricultural facility, multi-million-dollar facility in King City at King City High for FFA and their programs. And I'm just so excited about that. There'll be some photos up from my staff visiting earlier today. And so thank you for that opportunity, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Okay. And Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, just I agree with the comments made by Supervisor Alejo about those two young positive people that got shot down in the streets of Salinas. It just makes you sick to see young positive kids like that. And that was the type of thing that led us to start building Rancho Cielo, so things like that didn't happen. But
thank you for that. I agree with you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just want to first of all thank Monterey County Deputy Sheriff Scott Davis for taking me along with I had a 4-hour ride along last Friday throughout North Monterey County. Got to see a good part of Supervisor Phillips's district and some of the issues on some of those roads, and also in Salinas. So it really gave me an insight. I hadn't done one in about 5 years, so it gave me some insight of what the issues are on patrol. And I appreciate that professionalism and the tour of the administration department as well, and getting to meet some of the employees there. As Supervisor Phillips just said, I just wanted to express my deepest condolences at the tragic passing of two of Salinas's up and coming young, bright people who were tragically shot while in their vehicle last Saturday. Jesus Villa, age 22, and his girlfriend, Karina Chavez Vargas. Jesus was a young and up and coming boxer in Salinas, had just had one of his first fights that he won by knockout. And then his girlfriend was about to graduate from CSU Monterey Bay this May. So I know their family are torn. This is the hurt that we see too often in our community. And it's just a reminder of how critical it is to invest and try to make our young people make good decisions and also keep our neighborhood safe. And I just wanted to express to their family that we mourn with them in the loss of their loved ones, their families and their friends. And I ask that we remember them and that we continue to work hard to prevent these tragic incidents from occurring again in our community. Thank you.
And Supervisor Leo, Supervisor Adams had to step away. So if you could finish the meeting, we'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. I think that concludes everything. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and we'll adjourn.
Vice Chair, just for the record, there was no reportable action in closed session today.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, we will adjourn today's meeting. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And good luck to Watsonville Community Hospital.